If I told you what I've made in the industry, you'd be like, I want that. But then if I tell you everything I did, most people are like, I don't know about that. So you got to figure out who you are and what you want in that balance. What I wanted to do was like build an ideal schedule, right? Like in the perfect world, here's what I do day in and day out. And so for me, what I put in first is the things I didn't want to move, or preferred not to. I was willing to, but the things if I could in the ideal world, I didn't have to move certain things. And really the main things for that was my kids. So I would get my kids for dinner Thursday nights every week. So ideally, I didn't work there, right? Prior to this, some days I'd work, some days I didn't. Some days I dial, some days I didn't. Some days, you know what I mean? It's like some days I did at 9, some days I did at 2, some days I did at 6, some days it was like whatever the hell happened that day happened. Prior to that, I made like $60K. First year in insurance. My second year, I might have grossed 100. I probably netted like 70. This was the first year I was full time. But after 5 kids and all the bills, it wasn't a ton of money. After I did this, I went to 460K from literally this one change. Same carrier, same product, same lead, same IMO, same people, everything was the same, minus this piece. So I said, all right, I get my kids here. Remember, the 4 were from previous marriage. So I would get them every other weekend. So I'd have the kids here, and then it'd wrap over this Sunday. And then I would get the kids here, the kids there, and it would wrap, which would really be this Sunday, the first. You know what I mean? It would wrap over the first week. So I would have had them this Friday, Saturday prior to. You know what I'm saying, if this were the first week. So it's kind of how it would work. And I'd have the kids here. Then that left me, obviously you can see what's left, right? I preferred not to work here, was the idea. When I was part-time this year, I used to dial every Sunday. So I'm a big believer in you can make money on Sundays. There's plenty of people willing to do business on Sundays. We did church still. I just did it after. If you don't want to work Sundays, don't work Sundays. If you want to, you can't. It's definitely wide open to be able to. But in the ideal world, I just had a day off, right? So this is kind of what I was left with. So now, keep in mind, when I did the sales side, I was direct mail, all in home. I didn't do anything virtual. I didn't do telesales. I didn't do any of that stuff. So I'm just going to give you what I did. Apply the concept to what y'all do today. Does that make sense? So for me, I had dial days. I didn't do one call closes and, you know what I mean? I wasn't in that world. The technology wasn't there yet. So I decided I was going to dial every Monday, and I was going to start no later than 7:30 a.m. That was just what I was going to do, right? I'm just going to put run business. So that meant I could and you can take a picture of mine and copy it. What I really want you to do is y'all's when you do them. So I decided I was going to run business those days. Okay. Then I would run business every other Friday when I didn't have the kids. If you're looking to transform your insurance sales game in just 12 weeks, this course I put together is for you. Go over 20 different topics, everything from sales to goal setting to lead plans, and everything I've done in the last decade plus, having multiple 6-figure sales success. I've helped hundreds and hundreds of agents get to multiple 6 figures all over the country, mentoring and speaking at all kinds of events. So available now. Find the link in the description. Use the code LAUNCH for a discount code. And that left 2 Saturdays also. I decided one, I was going to be off, and the other, I would run business. So here I was with all the kids. Here I'd be just Stephanie and Maddox, because this is the one kid we had together. And then there I was going to run business. Right? So We got 1, 2, 3 days that week. I'm selling clients. Does that make sense? And we got 2 days that week. It's 4 and 5, 6, 7, 8. I did 4 days that week and 2 days that week. So for me, that was only 11 days a month, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 days a month I sold insurance. And I sold 460K. I ain't won, but I was pretty good. And I didn't sell IULs, I sold final expense, mortgage protection. The most basic shit you can sell. 11 days a month. That was it. For me, the way I went about it, and there was an exercise to this for me as well. You're kind of too new to know, both to the life side to understand your numbers in depth. But what I knew, my goal this year, that's what I wanted that year. And I don't think I was an amazing, like, high level closer. I was willing to work hard. And I knew I was making like $1,000 an app, roughly. So I knew I needed to have 250 applications that year. Does that make sense? I thought if I sit with 1,000 people and close 25% of them only, which is really low, I could get my 250. But to sit with 1,000, I probably had to schedule 1,500 because they were going to no-show me and cancel and all the shit. Does that make sense? So I kind of backed into everything. So when I want to make 250K, $1,000 a pop, 250 apps, I need to make 1,000 presentations that year. To do that, I had to schedule 1,500 people. Does that make sense? That was the goal going in. So if I need to do 1,500 appointments in a year, right? If you divide that by 12, it's 120 a month. That makes sense? I had to figure out how to schedule 120 people a month for my math to work. Okay? Now, I have 11 days to do that. So I had to schedule 11 a day. That was it. So I just put 11, 11, 11, 11, 11, 11. That was my goal. Every day I ran 11 appointments. So I spent all day Monday. Like this week, I would spend all day booking Tuesday and Wednesday. Then when I ran that Friday, I would dial this morning. That make sense? Same thing, 7:30. Now here, to book 2 days, I'm gonna have to dial all night. Who the fuck knows? I got really good. Eventually I was done by lunch, but that took some time. Then when I run this week, I had to really get it in because I was getting my kids at 3 o'clock from school, but I still had to book 2 days up. You know what I mean? Oops, I put Thursday. So I would dial here also. If I had to, when I was in the field here, I would finish booking Saturday in between appointments, if I had to. Just because I only had a half a dial day really here, because I wanted to get my kids. You know what I mean? And I picked them up at school at 3, so I had to leave the office by like 2:30. Does that make sense? So I'd go 7:30, let's call it 2:30. And here I'd go 7:30 a.m. till whenever the hell I was done. Again, some days I was done at noon, some days I was done at 10 p.m. It just is what it is. And so my entire family knew the schedule. Does that make sense? And no one could, I'd be like, dude, am I allowed to work 11 days a month? Because on my accounting job, when I was making 40K, when did I have to work? Monday through Friday. And I had to work 7 to 4. So I had to leave my house at 5:30 to get there at 7 to 4, and I would get home at like 6 because it was like an hour and a half there and it was like 2 hours home. So I had to do that Monday through Friday was my alternative. And a lot of times I've had 2 jobs just to pay the bills because 40K definitely didn't cut it with the kid. You know what I mean? So then I'm like, sometimes I have to work nights. Maybe I'd have to work weekends. You know what I mean? Like I had to look at my alternative. And I sure as shit didn't want that. So when I sat down and started looking at, again, the goal was 250K. What could that do for me and my family? I'm like, dude, that'd be everything I'd ever need in life. Now it's funny, you make it and you go like, you figure out how to spend it. I promise. But
remember, 6 figures used to be like, yes, I'm gonna make 6 figures, and
yeah.
how quickly that went.
Oh, I would, yeah. I mean,
100K goes like nothing
yeah,
when you got 4 kids.
it goes fast. I couldn't function on it today, which is insane to say out loud, because here I'd have been fired up out of my fucking mind to make 70. You know what I mean? So it's like, now, long-term goal for me is I didn't want to sell forever. I knew that here. I knew I didn't want to sell for a living. Does that make sense? For me, selling was getting out of my current situation. So this was going to be short-term for me. If your vision is to sell insurance forever, I don't know. I'm probably not the best guy for advice. You know what I mean? Because I think selling anything, like I have friends that are in real estate and they do really well. But anytime we spend time with them, they have to take 900 client calls. And they've been doing it like 15 years. And they still have to take the same amount of calls. They still have to do showings on Saturdays and Sundays and at night. And you know what I mean? Like why don't you build a team? And they're like, it's a pain in the ass. It's inconvenient. I'm like, you're leaving dinner to go for a showing that statistically they're not going to buy that house. Isn't that a pain in the ass and inconvenient too? You know what I mean? And that happens in the sales side. So for me, I knew if I did this like a maniac, and it's, again, when you say it out loud 11 days a month, it's not really, but again, I was all day dialing. Mentally, I was gone from my family completely. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. It was like I wasn't married or had kids. I was gone. You know, again, start dialing at the office, I didn't dial in my house. I'm not a fan of that still to this day. I think about that as well. I do have a salon, so you take my computer. 100%. It will change your world. Yeah. There's too many distractions. You know what I mean? So for me, I was going to an office, and I couldn't afford an office then, and I went to an office. You know, I still to this day can't stay home. I go home and I'm like, I gotta go. You know, both sides. Hell, they don't want me there either in many ways because it's like interrupting. You know what I mean? Like we all understand our schedule. So everyone agreed to this. My wife, the kids, and that's really all that mattered. You know, and so they knew on Tuesdays and Wednesdays there was no movies, there was no dinner, there was no we got to go to Aunt Susie's. There was no, can you take the kids to school? Can you go to shopping? Can we go on? No, this was non-negotiable for me. And as a family, we understood that because there was a mission to it. Now, could I have some flexibility in life? Sure, if we wanted to go on vacation, Christmas week, I would take off. But then what I would have to do is I'd have to adjust. And I'd be like, all right, if you want me off this week, that means here I have to run instead. Does that make sense? Like, I'll do it, but I'm replacing it here. I'm not just going to get rid of this and not fill it in somewhere else. Like Thanksgiving, I'd have to front load it. So I'd be like, all right, maybe I dial on Sunday this week. I run Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Or if a holiday was on Tuesday, I didn't get that extra day off. Does that make sense? Maybe I'd run more appointments on Wednesday, Thursday that week. I'd stack it. I'd run 14 instead of 11. You know what I mean? Like I was hitting the 120 a month no matter what. That was happening no matter what. Because I couldn't hit that number if I didn't do that number. You know what I mean? And I can't hit that number if I don't do that number. So I broke it down into very micro, really simple, everyday actions. You know? And I just, simple as like, I remember when there were a bunch of people in the office dialing at the time. There'd be 20, 30 people dialing. And everyone would go to lunch. A lot of them together. If I wasn't booked, I'm like, you know, I'm eating the peanut butter and jelly sandwich. I'll go to lunch. You know what I mean? I wouldn't do it. And everyone knew. And they would ask, you coming in this week? Nope, I'm out. I didn't care. You know, now I wanted to go to lunch because there was a dude I wanted to learn from there. And I ain't mad at a little bit of social stuff, but I can live without any of that too. I don't give two shits. But I wanted to get there to learn from the dude who whose office it was. And so I was like, all right, as I got better, my goal was to be, if not fully done enough that I knew if I went to lunch with him, I could finish booking no problem when I got back. I mean, if I'm 80% of the way there and it's noon, I'm like, all right, I've knocked it out. I can adjust a little bit. You know what I mean? So I allowed myself a little bit of flexibility and grace. But this is where you got to decide. Like, when you don't feel like it, you're going to get the fuck out of bed. You know what I mean? Like, you have to figure that out. So that's all I did. It's a relatively easy exercise. You know, maybe you got different things in life, but start with the things you can't move. There's a book, I don't remember the name of it, but they call them like big rocks. Like big rocks, and then it's like, there's this whole concept of like filling a jar, and you fill it with big rocks, and they go, is it full? And people go, yeah. And then they put little rocks in it, and it's like, it fills more. And like, is it full now? Oh yeah. And then they put sand in it, and it fills more, and then they put water. You know what I mean? So like the concept is start with the big shit you don't want to or can't move. And everybody's is different. So I'll just give an example of mine. You know, that's how we made it work. And I started this in probably like March of 2015, and I ran it till March of 2017. That's when I got out of the field. I started selling full-time in like March of 14. In that period, I sold $1.2 million. I'm made more than that because I was building too. Yeah. 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 So does that make sense?
Yeah.
Schedule. What do you do now? What's your?
Right now, before I was doing the ACA and the health insurance, mostly just inbound call from call center.
Yeah.
And I did good at it. I did this about 7,000 to 9,000 a month.
Okay. Yeah.
But I just quit last month.
Oh, cool.
I want to go in full time with the life insurance. I was trying to jump into the IUL first, but waiting for contract stuff like that. So that's why I jumped into the final expense to case calculate call.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah. But so far I sell about 15K AP.
Really?
For,
Final
IUL.
expense? Oh, on IUL side. Got
IUL
it.
so far. I just start signing with Chase because I know it's
To get its final expense leads, the live transfers, are you doing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The live transfer, yeah.
Yep.
So that's why I'm trying to do this and then get some income flow and then jump into the IUL one.
Yeah.
I've been invest a lot of money, like a couple of thousand, 4,000 or 5,000 into the lead generation and buying leads too. IUL to start calling them too, but so far not working that great for the.
Where are you getting them?
Where I'm buying from a lead center, I think Level Up League or something like that right now.
Okay.
Yeah,
Do you know Zach yet?
No.
Twardowski?
Yeah, I heard of him, yeah.
Okay. So you're in my group.
Oh.
So Juan
Yeah.
is direct to Zach, and Zach is in my group.
Okay.
So we sell probably $2.5 million a month in IULs, and Zach's team, his staff, creates IUL leads
Okay.
that you can get at a ridiculous discount.
Really?
Yeah, because he makes money on the insurance. He doesn't need to make money on leads. So my staff helps distribute the leads to agents. His staff creates them. We work together, super close.
So how can I contact him?
Just see Amanda right there.
Okay.
She'll get you set up with leads if you want.
Okay. Sure.
Yeah, it's super easy. And they work because it's what we now. A guy like Juan, he gets a lot of leads off social media.
Okay.
You know what I mean? He did really well on social. He gets a ton of referral business. He buys some of the leads, but he just has a very unique way of getting business that everybody can't turn on. He just went viral on social media, and he does really well with it. You know, but IUL leads we can help you with literally today. So just connect with Amanda after her at lunch or whatever, and she'll get you set up. And that we can help whoever. You know what I mean? Like, I know your team does them too. So with Frankie and Fowle and those guys do them. So, thank you.
I start writing my calendar. Like I'm starting getting up at 4 o'clock, and then
You get up at 4 o'clock?
I wrote it.
Ah, you wrote it. Why'd you write 4?
Huh?
Why'd you write 4?
Because
I wanna know.
I was watching some video 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock. I said that normally that's when you wake up mindset, have
Yeah.
a fresh mindset, there, and that's where the millionaire.
What video? Who?
Wake up. Huh?
Who are you watching?
I watched a couple different, different.
Give me some names. I'm curious because I watch a lot of the stuff too.
Jim Rohn.
Yep.
Thomas guy.
Eric Thomas?
Eric Thomas.
Hell yeah.
And then Grant Cardone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You like Eric Thomas?
Yeah. Yeah.
So when I was during this stage, when I was in the field, and I'd be mentally struggling because you know how many shitty days I had with the schedule. To be clear, I'd book 11, I'd sell nothing some days.
I know. 30 minutes to
Yeah.
go see this lady, and she canceled 5 minutes.
Yeah,
Within 2 minutes.
No,
I
that's
was like literally
shit.
2 minutes from her house.
that ain't going away. Does that make sense? It's never going away.
Yeah.
People are people. Again, 15.
I like the door knocks.
15, think of this, just here, 15 people besides y'all registered to be here right now.
I know.
And the fuckers didn't show up. You know what I mean? I want to punch people in the face for it, but I also understand it's never going to change. I had 40 registered instead of 15. You know what I mean? Like, it's on me. So now I got to figure out how to adjust. Does that make sense? It's not changing. So just accept it. And that's here, 1,500 was accounting for all the bullshit.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? Remember, I was only trying to get 250 apps. So 1,250 people could have told me to fuck off that year and I'd have hit my goal. That booked, much less all the ones that told me to fuck off and didn't let me book. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's like, you're just going to have to get used to dealing with hard shit.
Yeah.
There's no way around it because it don't go away. What I was saying about when I was dealing with stuff like that, Eric Thomas has these, he has these mixtapes. Have you ever heard them?
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. Like on YouTube or is this?
They might be on YouTube, but you can get them on like Spotify. So it's like a music record, if you will. And he had his team create music to his speeches. So it's motivational stuff done basically to rap music in his style. I think he has like 5 of them. I listen to them every day in the field. I probably still, yeah, and I'm sure the mixtapes are on YouTube, I would think. But you can literally, $15 and you buy this album. And it's his speeches condensed into a record. He got me through a lot of days. I got to meet him once. It was cool as shit. I've seen him speak 2 or 3 times, but I got a quick little introduction one time. I was like, oh, that's pretty cool. He's a low guy. He's a short guy too, but super, super good. So why do you said you wrote it down, you haven't done it yet?
Oh, well, it's on and off. It's inconsistency.
Okay.
I woke up at 4 o'clock, do meditation, exercise.
Yep.
First hour, stuff like that. And I do my Facebook social media marketing.
Yep.
Yeah, stuff. But it's the inconsistency that I wrote. I do one, but then I not do it and I skip it, and when I go back to it, it's not the same. I miss this one, that one on the daily basis.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that's why I'm need some kind of, I guess I need to push myself to focus more on it.
Yeah. Why do you think you skip?
I don't know. It's just myself that I think it's my drive or my why might be not strong enough, because I don't think when I wake up, I don't think why I get up, the reason why I get up.
Yeah.
I think that's probably why, or it just could be my comfort zone, maybe a little more than what my why is, like you said.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So that's why I'm trying to set that goal to be consistent, more focused. I guess I'm a little more ADD. I'm not focused.
Welcome to the club, bro.
Yeah. So so I'm not really focused when I'm doing this thing and then something come up, I focus on that one. It's popping out. So
Okay.
yeah.
You have family?
Yeah.
What is it?
I just I just recently sponsored my mom here and sister too.
Okay.
Yeah.
Married with kids or no?
Fiance. Yeah.
Okay.
She lives in Phoenix.
Oh, got it.
Getting her to come over here.
Okay. No kids yet?
No kid. Yeah.
Okay. Cool. So your schedule's pretty wide open?
Yeah, wide open.
Is it? Okay. Do you have any issues schedule-wise or people pulling against you or?
If I have a good reason, I can make it strong, but apparently I make an excuse for not doing it. So, yeah.
So it's you, not people around you?
Not you. They're not people around me. I'm not blaming nobody on that
Okay.
part.
What are your goals?
My goal is I'm probably make 40K next month.
Why?
Just so for my personal achievement purpose goal, so I can first is I'm gonna plan to buy a house at the end of the year. Just bring my fiance over here.
Mhm.
So,
So if you don't make 40K, can you not get the house and you can't bring her? Like, is she stuck out there? Do you do it?
She's fine. Yeah, I think it's just me.
Yeah.
40K just helping my family as well too, and because my uncle just recently retired, I want to buy a car for him too. But yeah,
Who was it?
My uncle.
Your uncle, got
Yeah,
it.
he raised me when I came to the U.S.
No shit.
Yeah,
Cool.
my mom and dad was in Vietnam. And
Got it.
Yeah, so he was my parent.
Okay.
So,
What kind of car are you going to buy your uncle?
it's the Lexus.
Which one?
570.
Okay. Nice. Does he know it yet?
No,
It's going to be a surprise.
yes.
How much is it?
It's about 80K.
80K. Dope. Do y'all need this?
I got
You need a picture? You got it? 80K Lexus, huh?
Because he been raising me, and he basically doesn't.
What's he do?
He
He's retired? Is that what you
he's
just said?
retired. He just turned 66, 65. Yeah, 66 this month. Yeah.
Okay.
But he have been driving like bootleg car ever since. I know most of the car he's driving by used.
Forever?
Yeah, forever. So he buy like a 5-year-old, 10-year-old car, and then he drive like 400,000, 400,000 miles, and then he changed.
No shit.
Yeah.
That's cool.
I bought him a car, like used car, like about 10-year-old, but he said don't want it. He said the car's still good. But
So 80K Lexus. Are you going to buy cash or are you going to do payments?
cash.
You are?
Yeah. Yes, I can. Yeah.
Okay.
They put my mortgage on 121,000. Oh no.
Yeah, I put you my IUO first before I into my bank IUO bank first because I pay the cash.
You got one?
Mine's just 250K. It's like legit what
Income.
So, income, yeah.
You're trying to pay off your mortgage.
So, I mean, mine, I've got 35K that like they're suing me for right now.
They're suing you for?
Yes.
Who's they? The debt, the people that you owe the money to?
Yeah, Discover.
Okay. I've been there.
Because I put all of our income, like,
Got it.
or paid rent on credit cards.
Hmm?
So you have to do that.
I've been there.
We have zero room because of that. You know, we can't get any.
Yeah.
There's
Oh yeah.
no loans and no.
I'm aware.
You know.
I remember after I had a mess. I had 2 houses taken away and a car taken away.
Yeah.
And
Biggest fear. Like my biggest
We
fear.
got one vehicle. You know.
Yeah.
So technically, let's do 70K because I want to pay off our car too. So we owe 35. Yeah.
how about that?
Yep.
Give you a little wiggle room.
Exactly.
I remember after I was trying to like rebuild, and I had to. I was trying to rebuild my credit, and no one give you shit for credit. So I had to give y'all know the secured cards. I had to give them $300 to get a $300 credit card. So I had to pay the bill in advance, basically.
Yeah.
I'm like, shit, but that's how it started.
Yeah.
But yeah, I had a lot of debt. I filed bankruptcy. It was so bad.
Yeah.
Went through
I'm
divorce. It sucked.
like trying the whole debt consolidation thing.
Yeah.
But I have to pay them 685 times 3 by the 15th.
Like this month in like 10 days?
In like 10 days.
Okay. Well, that sounds easy. We'll start here because that one sounds really simple to me. Times 3. So what's that? Call it $2,100. Okay.
Yep.
What'd you make on door knocking this month? I remember your income last time. You said it went up.
It wasn't as good. Like, that's the whole thing. I was able to close like every other day kind of thing.
One every other day?
One every.
How many doors you knocking every day?
About 20.
Okay.
So driving in between, like Cobb County is very wide.
Yeah.
So it would be like 15 minutes to the next house kind of thing. And then also last month, we only have one vehicle and our girls don't ride the bus. So I would have to be back by 3 to be able to pick them up.
Still?
No, because it's
Okay.
summertime.
Okay. Are you door knocking leads?
Yes.
Have you thought about door knocking not leads?
No, but I mean, part of me wants to, but part of me is like,
You're nervous.
yeah.
But again,
There's something about, see, I have your information, I'm not just doing this.
well, that's just a mental block you have.
Yeah, it is,
Because you think they need to fill out a form to need life insurance for their family.
right.
The places that you, meaning if you went to like a complex, which there's 1,200 of them in Cobb County,
Oh, I know.
you can spend 6 hours and knock on fucking 200 doors. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
Like, this is all, like, what do you make on an app now? What's your average app pay you?
around 1,000.
Deposit?
Yeah, deposit. So, like, well, the last several ones have been like 5 to 3. It's been stupid.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. I was going to say probably $600-700 an app is
Yeah.
probably average, especially in that world, final expense, you know what I mean?
Exactly.
So go, we need, I don't know, high-end 4 more apps in 2 weeks. Like 4 more extra.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's only 1 extra every other day, every third day.
Right.
It's not that deep.
Right.
We got 12 days to pick up 4 extra apps. I bet you, I swear to God, you could leave here and walk around this complex and find 4 apps. If you were willing to go into every door here, like at lunch, you should go do it for fun.
Right.
And let him come record you do it.
All right.
Will you do it?
Yeah, I will.
Got it, Reese? They're just like, hey, I work with John. I just sold someone life insurance up the street, seeing if anybody needs it. Something. And just walk around the neighborhood. Like my kids last week. Maddox is my youngest. This little fucking kid. He shows up, Amanda, yesterday. He gets a package. Do y'all know what drip is? You know what it is? It's the cool, like, slang for, like, the cool gear or clothing they wear. The chain or the bandana or the whatever. And so all the baseball players now, they want to get this, like, drip. And so in baseball now, if you watch, any of y'all watch, like, pro baseball at all?
Braves.
You know the gloves they wear to slide now to protect their fingers? They wear those like sliding mitts now, is like a thing. When they steal a base, they slide and they don't want to jam their fingers, so they wear this sliding mitt. All the kids, for some reason, love them. Or you know when they bat, they have the thing on their elbow, so when they get hit by a 100-mile-an-hour, or they wear them on their shin or their foot, so when they foul a ball, it hits it. Well, now online, they sell a package where you can get all of it. So Maddox gets delivered day before yesterday. A sliding mitt, an elbow thing, an elbow guard, a shin guard, and a foot guard. And it's like green and purple, and it has like, I can't draw worth of shit, but if that's the mitt, it has like, it's like it's ice cream dripping. There's like little, so it's like colorful and bright, and he was out of his mind excited. And we're going to like Cooperstown, the World Series, for Little League World Series thing in like, I don't know, 2 or 3 weeks. And so they're all buying all their gear together, all the kids. And he came into my bedroom night before last, dressed fully in his new drip. And he was like, what do you think, Dad? And I'm trying not to make the face of how ridiculous he looks because I feel bad being an asshole to him. I'm like, son, you don't even dive into the bases head first yet. Why do you need a sliding mitt? He's like, it's the drip. The drip will make me good. You know what I mean? He's getting into all this stuff, and I'm like, oh my God. And so I'm trying to teach him about like, the shit was like $250 because it's cool. You could buy the crap at Walmart for $14.99 probably. but it ain't the right brand, it ain't the right thing, whatever. So I'm trying to teach this kid about money. And, because he doesn't understand. He's like, $250 on a trip, who cares? $500 on this, who cares? Like, he doesn't understand the concept. So I've been trying to teach him just the value of a dollar, what people make and what kind of income he can earn. And all he hears is like crazy shit I talk about with agents that you can, like this is easy to me. So if I give him shit over $250, he'd be like, dude, you just explained to her how making $2,100 is easy as shit. Why can't I spend 200? You know what I mean? Like, I'm like, you got a point. So I'm trying to have this balance with him. So he wants something for golf, which I already bought him, but he wants another new one. And I'm like, bro, you got to go make some money, kid. And so he goes, how can I do it? So we start talking about it. I'm like, well, we have a neighborhood. Walk around the neighborhood and offer to like mow people's lawn or take care of the bush. And he's like, well, how about the equipment? And we got to start going through what it would cost to buy stuff and da-da-da. And then we start mapping out what he could make per transaction. And we got to start going through the things. Well, the lawn stuff was expensive to buy into. You know, lawnmower and a trimmer and all the shit. And I don't have any of that because someone cuts my lawn now. And so we get into car wash. That became one of the ideas. And I'm like, well, I got all the shit in the garage, dude. I was like, I'll pay you to do mine as like a training exercise. He's like, $100. I'm like, you're getting 20, dude. I'm not paying you $100 because it's going to look like shit. Right. So I'm like, $20. So he brings his friend Miles over last weekend and they washed the car. And then he's like, well, how can we make more money doing it? We have 4 cars. I'm like, you're not washing 4 of my cars. I literally went walk around the neighborhood and knock on doors and be like, I just washed my dad's car. We're washing cars for $20. Dude, start banging on doors. 6, 7, 8, 9 people tell him no. Eventually he gets to one. They're like, yep, they make $20 wash a neighbor's car. You know what I mean? And it's the same shit.
It is.
But so they pack, we have these little wagons where when we go to baseball, you put all the baseball shit in the little wagon, so you don't got to carry it all, the chairs and the snacks and the coolers and all that stuff. It's a little pull wagon. And in the car wash stuff, I got this little like dolly thing, and everything fits. And it's like a little car wash thing, and you roll it out into the driveway. So they take that, and then they load, we have this like garage vacuum cleaner that's meant for cars with all these little attachments. So they load that in the baseball cart, and they have the car wash cart on wheels. And him and Miles walk around the neighborhood dragging these 2 things, knocking on doors to make $20. I mean, it's like, so the point is like, if you want shit, go figure it out.
Right.
Like there's always a solution, you know? And is there an easier one? I mean, that was pretty simple, but is there gonna be fear? 12-year-olds didn't give a shit. They went banged on doors asking if they washed the car. And they didn't know what they were doing. Yeah. I got home, my car needed washed again because they washed it. It's like they didn't rinse it off though. And it was like the drip on his glove was like on the side of my car. You could see like all the dirt streaks on the side in the windows. You know, if you don't do it with the window cleaner and do it just right, it's like bubbly and streaky. The windows were like, I'm like, dude, I got to take this thing. But he's learning. And he didn't have any fear. And someone said yes. And he was out of his fucking mind. You know what I mean? And so it's like, if you just go out there and do it, I promise you'll get someone. You know? So my point is here, 4 extra apps and what's today? The 3rd? 2nd, 3rd, 4th? 5th? 6th? I'm fuck, who knows? So we got 9 days. Mm-hmm. So you need an app every other day. Extra.
Yeah.
So do something extra every day to get that.
Yeah.
I'm 100% sure you can make $600 at lunch. That'd be dope content too.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And you can't eat. What are we getting? What are you getting? You getting them something? No Chick-fil-A till you come back with an app.
It's all good.
I was
Anyway.
I was talking to, I'm trying to think who I interviewed. I interviewed someone for the podcast. I do a podcast that we put out every Monday. It's all insurance people. It's on my site if y'all haven't seen it. He was one of them.
Yeah.
Yep, he was one of them. Yeah, but we've had like, how many we got now?
Live, 10.
10 live, and we got like 5 or 6 more coming. I was talking to someone, I'm trying to remember who it was. I think it was, what's the dude's name in Florida, Amanda? Yes, I was going to say the guy about the shoes. I think it was Larry. He started at one of the big name companies. And they told him, get the phone book. And if you don't have 3 apps, you can't come back to the office Monday. From the phone book. He's a multimillionaire today. Even like there's always business out there. And I think the limitation is we think in our head it can only be leads that fill something out in the perfect time with, you know what I mean, that let us come over on Tuesday at 4 and have their husband out and the checkbook ready. And that's not sales. I mean, how many people a week we get come around this damn complex trying to sell us whatever, office supplies.
We keep talking about the tree guys in our neighborhood.
Yeah.
They are killing it because
They do.
basically they'll be there
Yeah.
and like.
They go, hey, I just cut down your neighbor's trees. We can do yours. This isn't that deep.
And then they do it, they've come by our house 5 times because they've done 5 other neighbors. So what they'll do is they'll have 5 guys cutting down the trees and then one guy that just
Canvases.
goes and- Yeah.
Yeah, there's big business in that. You know what I mean? And again, are there easier ways? Yeah, you can spend fucking 6 G's on leads and put them in the right spot, but that's not always an option. You know what I mean?
The only thing, because gas is now the issue that I'm upset because we've got a big giant van, so I'm spending, so much money on taking gas.
Gas wouldn't be an issue if you were making 250 G's.
I know, it's true.
You know what I'm saying? It's like you just gotta get out of your comfort zone and figure out how to. You shouldn't be only doing an app every few days currently.
No, it's true.
You know what I mean? It should be like, yo, I do an app a day. If it was me, I'm like, I'm taking an app a day or I ain't coming home.
Right, that's what I did.
Or I'm going to start earlier, or I'm going to get a better route. I'm going to knock on more doors, or take the approach. If you're driving all around Cobb County, fine. Why are you not knocking on 4 neighbor doors there?
Yeah. I know. I mean, even one of the
And
guys,
be assumptive.
One of the guys that I talked to right before I wrote it out, but he was like, "What the heck are you doing? Selling life insurance door to door? Do they even do that?" Like he was like going off on me.
Yeah.
Like,
Who cares?
What the heck do you
Who
think
cares?
you're doing? Why are you doing this? And then he's like, my neighbor across the street, he's elderly, and I don't think he's got. You should go do that. And I'm like, no, I'm just gonna go over here.
Yeah.
And I didn't do it because I was like, I need to have a name.
You don't. What you have to do for the 3rd meeting in a row is get out of your fucking head.
I know.
Stop it.
It's true.
Stop thinking.
Yes.
You know what I mean? It's like you always try to find a way out mentally. And I don't know how to fix that for you. You have to catch it and tell yourself to cut it out. You know what I mean? And try to find a way to make it work. Because it does every day all over the country for tons of people that are printing money in your space. You know, there are entire business models with multi-billion-dollar companies that don't do leads. It's like, give me a list of 100 people you know, call them. Worth billions of dollars. You know what I'm saying? It's like, the concept of a lead it's like fucking diet pills. All right. Do they work? Sure. If you work, like a diet pill works great when you go to the gym and eat well. You know what I mean? They don't work so well when you sit home and eat fucking Cheetos. You know, so it's like you have to be willing to put in the work, and you have to do something different if you want something different. It's the sign, you know what I mean? Like, you want to change or not? And you definitely have shit to change. It's just, yours is one thing. You change that one thing, it's a wrap. You'll be at a level you can't see coming. You know, so you just gotta, you're the only one with you every day. So like when I'm negative, which is literally every day of my life, I'm not kidding. In some aspect, I'm negative every day. I have to catch it. You know what I mean? Like, again, just being really fucking this thing. She showed up, she was like, shit, I'm the only one here? You think I thought when I showed up? I told the man, I'm like, I want to go the fuck home. That was my first thought. I said, we should cancel, didn't I? But then I'm like, that would suck for the people who come. And 2, then I started envisioning us doing these and having 10,000 people in a room. Why? Because some people do it. Why the fuck can't I? You know what I mean? And it's like, It's wild. We have 6,000 agents. But people don't want to get uncomfortable and go out of their way to come. You know what I mean? It's like, all right, it's all good. We'll keep building something. You know? And shit don't always go the way you want it to, which is hard to hear because I get pissed still. But I just don't let it make me get stuck. And I realize when I'm saying stupid things. And to be honest, I have good people around me that tell me when I'm being stupid. Because they definitely did. So he had a good idea with it, and she was like, don't be an idiot, come down. You know what I mean? Like, and I allowed that in my world. But at the beginning, I had nobody with me. So you have to learn to police yourself as a big piece of this, you know? And in the moment, especially after a day like today or that, like, you'll feel excited in a little while. You might already feel a little bit now, more than earlier. You'll feel excited. But next Tuesday, whatever happens here is going to wear off. You know what I mean? So this is very temporary if you don't do something about it and with the information. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, 1, we're going here. 2, go to complexes. That's what the door banger, whatever his new tag is. It used to be something 18-wheeler. He changed it. So for those that don't know, we got a guy in our group. Actually, he's in the same group as you're in. Jorge. He did 300. I think it was 360 grand last year. Cold door knocking, not one lead. He didn't buy one lead. Apartment complexes. Yep. All he does is apartment complexes. Take a fucking Uber because his car breaks down all the time. They got one car, same thing.
I know,
They have to pick up the kids from school by 2:30, whatever the time is. They got one car as a family. He takes a fucking $9 Uber. They drop him off. He spends all day knocking on doors, and he takes a $9 Uber back home. 350 G's. You know what I mean? Like, it can be done. And you've heard him. He's not great. His script is sloppy. He has an accent you can barely understand. But his work ethic is through the roof, and that's all that matters. So all the things we think are limitations to him, he's like 12-year-old Maddox walking around with a car wash. He don't give a fuck. You know what I mean? I had him do a script in front of a crowd, and people were like, what'd he say? I'm like, that's exactly how he says it. He talks super fast, he mumbles, and he has an accent. Picks up at least an app a day. Door knocks Sundays, door knocks week, he don't care. He does 100 a day. That's his goal, 100 knocks a day. You know what I mean? But he has big vision for himself. You know? And again, it doesn't have to be forever. The plan we have now, whatever we're talking about today, can be very temporary. Maybe 6 months, maybe a year, maybe 12. Maybe your thing is 3 weeks and then we get to the next level. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't have to be a forever plan. And I think that's the fear most is if whatever's happening now is going to be this way forever. You know, I don't ever forget 10 years ago, January, 10 years, I made $800 for the month. You know what I mean? This year we did $209 million in premium. 10 years ago I did $800. I was doing so I'm writing a book. I have a book coming out in, I don't know, a few weeks. We have it like the pre-edit version now physically, but it's coming out in July. And we're going through it, and we're trying to work on some what's the word I want to use? Like some press for it and things like that. And so this one kind of big name magazine, if you will, online resource thing is letting us put an article out, and they're asking questions. And they wanted to understand how we got to the 209 million. And they're like, what would you do last year? And we tell them, and they're like, what was it? Because a lot of people have been in the business 20, 30, 40 years and don't have the size agency we have. And so they have me pull out 2014. So I pulled it up. I laughed. They go, how many agents do you have in 2014? I laughed. I'm like, I had me. They're like, what do you mean? I'm like, was that unclear? I had me. They're like, you had none? I'm like, there were a couple that sold, but they didn't do shit, and they weren't really here. So I pull it up. I have the spreadsheet of it. I pull it up. For the entire year, we had 5 agents. I was the only one who sold every month. I sold 170 grand in premium that year, or 165. And the first agent sold one app in July, nothing else for the whole year. I was second in the list. I think it was alphabetical order. The third one had one app in March, nothing else the rest of the year. The fourth one had October, November, December, sold like 2 apps each, never again. And then the fourth one sold 1 app in like November. The combined volume with me doing 165 and them was 172,000 for the year. So the 5 agents I had combined sold $7,000 for the year. Only 10 years ago.
Right.
Now we had 6,200 and some obnoxious number of agents, whatever the number was. I don't know how many. We have almost 2,000 agents a month sell a policy. All from that initial schedule, right? So here, complexes, if you're knocking on a door, I'm telling you, scream at yourself if you get in your car without knocking on at least 3 neighbor doors.
Okay.
It's not that deep. And why stop at 3? I don't know, because you'd be crazy. It's not really hard to go, hey, I'm working with your neighbor. And word it in a way where it's, you know, like that's, maybe you didn't sell them.
Right.
But you're working with them if you got a lead. If you're calling them, if you're prospecting them, hey, I'm working with your neighbor, thought I'd come by and see if you need some life insurance. It's not that deep. And then it takes you from being able to only do 20 or 25 a day because of the traffic and the distance to being able to do 100 a day like that. One change.
Yep.
You go from 20 doors a day to 100 doors a day with no problem. You know what I'm saying? And then you have no reason to not be able to pay off fucking Discover. Was it Discover?
Yeah.
Tell Discover to fuck off. Here's your check.
Right. I know.
You know what I mean? You know how good that would feel? Make sense?
Yeah, it does.
All right. Lexus, huh? You got money for leads, though. A different game. What'd you do before? Besides the Medicare. How long you were in Medicare? You say 5 years?
I was on and off. I was doing Medicare and then final expense and then ACA now.
What'd you do prior to that? Prior to
I was,
insurance?
I was doing customer service for a health insurance company.
No shit.
Yeah.
You're just good with managing your money. Have you not made a lot of money?
Well, I make some money, but the top earning was like so far. This month was 15K.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. But before.
But you don't spend it all because you got cash.
Well, I spend most of it.
Okay.
So I'm back to the country because yeah.
It's your culture.
Culture.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah. It makes sense.
Yeah. But I was do some stuff, but yeah, I was able to save some money. Yeah.
Okay.
But
What do you need to make?
I need to make. I guess for now it's gonna be 20,000. My next level for now.
That's what you need?
Well, 20. Yeah.
What do you want to make?
I want to make 50,000 a month. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. How are you getting the warm market IULs?
Walmart.
Is it friends? Is it church? Is it
Yeah, family.
family?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have more that you can do, or is it kind of running out?
That's right now.
It's running out. Cool. I figure that might be the case. So what kind of money, what can you put towards leads every week?
I can put like I put Chase McCallum right now 1,500 for a limit right now. But
Okay.
I can put additional 1,000.
Okay. So an extra 1,000 a week. So if we did 1,000 a week in IUL leads, say, that'll get you 60 plus leads a week. Okay. What's been your average IUL case?
5,000.
Target or top line?
Top fluctuate, but yeah. Top,
What are you making on your depositing on your average IUL?
deposit.
Couple grand?
Because
Is it capped?
yeah, it's make about so it's 100%. So
Yep, but what do you deposit?
deposit about yeah deposit so far it's about 8,000
Per IUL?
Oh no, 35.
Yeah.
3,500.
Makes sense. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, you get your max. But then you understand you start getting that, you start building that up monthly. Yeah. Yeah, does that make sense? So some of the carriers cap you. They'll only give you so much advance money at once. So if he makes 5Gs, they're only giving him $3,500, right? But then instead of having to wait till month 10 to get paid, right? The back end money, he'll start getting paid in like month 6.
Okay.
Does that make sense? $800, $800, 800, whatever the number is, $1,000, $500, whatever the monthly is. But if he does that times 10, you start getting $500 a month times 10, you're making some damn money on top of the advance cap.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So, how long you been working Chase's leads?
I just started.
Just started.
So I'm gonna call and receive call probably tomorrow.
Yeah, cool. I know in that world, depending on skill set, somewhere between, he can tell you the exact numbers. He's told me, I just don't listen real well. But I was talking to a guy who does it yesterday. Somewhere between 10 and 30% close rate. Like 10 is really bad, and 30 is probably the high end. So call it 20%. Close 1 out of 5. You know, maybe 15. How many leads does $1,500 get you there?
Unlimited.
Oh, you're on that deal. Oh, dude.
8 to 10 call a day.
Yeah, you're just wide open. Yeah, you'll print money with that. You know, again, lower premiums for sure. Does that make sense? Final expense, a little more fall off, things like that. But if you add the combo, it'd be deadly. You get 60 leads a week on IUL. I don't know. Can you close 2?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? 2? And maybe we'll say it only pays you $2,000. It'd be lower. Let's like go low end. Right? $4K a week. So we need 20 weeks to get you a Lexus. So we could go by, what are we, June, August, September, October, November? Christmas. It'd be just with a bow on it like all the commercials. You ever seen it?
Yeah.
Yeah? Hey, when you get the Lexus, you've got to let Reese know so he can come do a video of your Lexus with the bow on it for your uncle.
Yeah.
Fair? But again, that's closing 1 out of 30, which is 3%, 4%, which is really bad. You know what I mean? Imagine you get to 5 a week, which again is 1 out of 12. Still not that high. That's how these guys are doing 50, 60, 80 grand a month. It's this. You know what I mean? And a nice supplement because it's going to be a little bit more regular, a little bit more immediate. Does that make sense? You get approval now, get paid tomorrow. I guess good for cash flow. Short term. This is going to take a little longer. You with NLG? Is that who they got you with? Yeah. Yeah. I mean, you start doing that. Again, you're not going to get money paid this week, as you know. It takes a few weeks typically. I mean, they have some that go a little quicker. But if you're working with Juan and those guys, do exactly what they're telling you to do in terms of script, how to close. Like, they're really good at that stuff. Just follow it exactly. There's literally not anybody better in the company than him at IULs. And same, thick accent, hard, you know what I mean? Like, he's making it happen.
What's his name again?
Juan Franco. Yeah. Yeah. It's FFL One Culture. One Culture, right? At One Culture. Yeah. He's on social. He's all over social. Yeah. And they have trainings everywhere, which you're more than welcome to jump on them. You know what I mean? They're great at IUL stuff. They have IUL. Huh?
They have him record on YouTube.
Yeah. He's on YouTube. They have a boot camp. They have all kinds of stuff. IUL specifically is what he does. He's phenomenal at them. And 2 years ago, he wasn't selling any of them. He just transitioned into it, started doing them, and he blew up. Last 2 years, he's killed it. You know. So I think for you got a good plan. Cash flow is a different. When you got cash, it's a different game, and that's where you want to get to.
I know exactly.
But you have to get out of this fucking spot. You're on a little gerbil wheel.
I'm getting better. I am going forward.
I agree, but we got to go now.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. So I feel like, you know, when you're at the airport and you've got the moving sidewalk.
Yes.
I feel like I'm going the opposite direction in the moving sidewalk. So I am making progress.
You know, if you run across that thing, it doesn't appear like you're going backwards, right?
Yep.
The problem is you're walking across it. Mm-hmm. Then
I'm making.
you need to run across that bitch.
Yes. Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. That's it. That's the magic to it.
Yep.
You're competing against it, but when you're sprinting, that little thing, you wouldn't even be able to tell that it's there. You know? because you're barely touching the ground. You're hitting it and you're going. You're hitting it and you're going. Versus you're just dragging it out. You know what I mean? It's a painful stage. It's the hardest. The stage, all that's the hardest. At least you got a few bucks. It's not a ton easier because you still gotta, you spend the money. If you don't go to work, you're screwed. Like fast. You could be in that spot next week if you don't do it right.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So for you, you got to make the money and reinvest it right back in. So if you do, how you doing, bro? If you do the final expense stuff and start getting paid, right back into leads. Because if not, you spend it or you send out too much or you buy the Lexus too soon. Now you're going to be like, oh, I got to go knock on doors to make stuff happen.
Yeah, so that's where my mindset is I have to make money next month, or else basically I'll be behind the bill and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So.
You here for the training, bro?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, come up here. That's staff. I got my staff sitting back there working. They just went upstairs to grab something. But come and sit up here. What's your name?
Gary.
Gary? Come on over, Gary. Don't be shy. I'm John.
And I try to I pay money to try different lead vendor and see how it works, but
Yeah.
so far it doesn't work. So
Yeah.
So that's what.
Get help from
Yeah.
people that are doing what you want to do. Don't try to figure it out on your own. Like, don't go find a lead vendor.
Okay.
Are you in Zach's Slack group?
No.
Get with Amanda. When you get with her on the leads, have her put you in the Slack group too. Do you know what do you know what Slack
Yeah,
is?
Slack.
Yeah. The whole team is in one group together.
I'm not the one coach of Slack group.
Okay, cool. Which is good. Zach has one. That one of them are in two, but all his top guys, Calvin and Easton and Jake and all they're all in one spot together. They have their own little things too, but everybody's in a big one. And do you get his emails for the trainings that he does?
Like every Sunday.
Saturdays. I think he puts them out Saturdays. Zach,
Exactly.
not one. Yeah, get on those too. Manning can get you on all that stuff. Again, one stuff is good, but he can get you information on everybody in the agency that's doing stuff. I mean, it'll help you out a ton. Because this is one of the best groups. How you doing, bro? Everything good? Good. Cool. Questions on yours?
I guess.
Anything you want.
I need like get more focus on it. How do you stay focused on your goal? Because I guess I'm living in a comfort environment. I don't have that stuff on my stuff, but I gotta hustle. I guess I gotta do. But how do I make my why bigger than my comfort? So that's the thing.
Man. All right, so think about I'm a big, this is how I do it for me, is I think about, can you talk super openly?
Yeah.
Financial, about money?
Yeah.
How much money do you have in the bank?
Right now it's about 3K.
3K.
Yeah.
Okay, how long can you survive on that?
It's about next month.
Okay, so let's pretend you get lazy this month and you sell nothing. You own a house or you have rent? Or you rent?
Well, my uncle he bought a house. Yeah.
Is it
I
cash?
pay the mortgage.
You pay the mortgage. So there's a mortgage on.
Yeah, mortgage. Yeah.
So this uncle.
Yeah, this uncle.
Okay. So what happens if you don't pay it next month?
He covered for it, so
Okay. How does that make you feel?
I don't feel rushed for it. So.
You wouldn't,
Well,
would you be okay if he kept paying
I'd
it?
be okay. Yeah.
No, mentally.
Mentally, no.
I wouldn't
Yeah.
want someone paying my bills.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? So it's like, your family, I understand your culture is a little different. You guys take care of each other. It's a different world. But you have to go about how long can I sustain where I'm at now? What if I get sick? What if I have some kind of health issue? What if something medical comes up? What if your fiance comes out here and she's like, hell, I want to start a family? You know what I mean? Are you in a position to where you can really provide financially? $3,000, dude, you can go homeless in 6 weeks if you mess up. Fair?
Yeah.
That freaks me the fuck out. And again, for me, I moved in with Steph when I had no money. I made money in the mortgage business for a minute, and then it all went away, and I had a bankruptcy and foreclosures, and the car got taken away, and then I had a job. But I couldn't take care of my family, and I moved in with her, and she was gonna make sure the mortgage was paid. Her mortgage, I say ours, but it was really hers, was $800. So we could still be living there today and be fine. But mentally, I wasn't okay with that. You know what I mean? So like, you got to look at you and understand, why do you accept being mediocre in life? Because you are right now. Right? I don't know your full story, but we're accepting mediocrity in life. That's up to you to fucking figure out. I don't have the answer. The question is, why do you accept being mediocre and average? I didn't want to be average. I don't want to be like everybody else. I didn't want that. I want to be different. I want to live different. I wanted different. And a lot of my, I don't know everybody's situation, but I don't feel like I had a lot of people who believed in me in life. I didn't have a lot of people kicking me down and telling me I was useless and worthless and wouldn't. I didn't have that. But I didn't have a ton of like, you're going to be amazing. You're going to be there. I didn't have that either. I was just like there. And I felt as if people thought I was going to be kind of a bum. That's what the feeling was. When I went through school, a lot of people were like, you have potential. If only you would fucking work harder. You potential. And I was always like the pain in the ass kid who was getting in trouble and getting yelled at. And I mean, I felt that. I always felt like, I don't know, I feel like I was getting in trouble a lot, even in my early work careers. I would do a job, but I was like, I don't know, I don't feel like people had much faith in me to rely on me fully. And so for me, what drove me is a big fuck you to the world. Just being honest. That drives me a lot. People don't believe in me. People think things I'm doing aren't right, or, you know what I mean? Like, I'm driven by like, yo, watch. That's me. I don't know you in here. So you're going to have to find what drives you, dude. I wish I could give that to people. I really do. I can give you the steps. I don't know how to make you get out of bed every day, though. I've never been able to solve that for someone. You know, I think you have to just ask yourself a lot of questions. It's like, why do you really want it? And for me, like, what's plan B if you don't get it? You know, like you see clients, for instance. You sit with final expense clients. You've ever sit with older clients? 67. What is the average lifestyle of those clients? What's the average lifestyle of someone that's 65 in this country?
Sit at home, watch TV, play games on their phone, not do anything, try not to spend money.
Why?
Because they don't have any.
What's their health like?
Crap.
How much do they travel?
Never.
How nice is their car?
It's a piece of crap.
What's their house like?
All
Messy.
Where do they eat for dinner?
Canned food.
What they can get on $25 from food stamps.
Yeah. Where's the money come from? What's their income?
Social Security.
That's your future. Is anyone unclear about it? That is your future. You know what I mean? Unless you got some kind of fucking big ass fat pension come to you. I didn't. Credit card debt, medical bills, diabetes meds, high blood pressure meds, cancer probably, unable to pay for things, dealing with the system. That's your world. Dude, I want to retire on a fucking beach, and then the mountains, and then go to overseas, and then on a cruise, and then skiing, and then, you know what I mean? Like, I want to spend my days at the spa, and being fed nice food, and eating out at the Four Seasons because I can, and eating high-end, like, that's what I want to do for a living when I retire. Fuck this other shit. You know what I mean? I don't want to live like that. I saw it. Go, again, you walk around to your client's house, you see it. Go to the store, go to Walmart. Watch people panic when the bill's $122 instead of $108. Like, we all do that. But we all had that kind of stage. You know what I mean? You need a car repaired at my mother-in-law, her transmission out. It's like $8,000 to fix. And she pretends she's worse off than she is. She's like, I need another job. You know, like, we pay her now to come clean the house and shit. And she has, like, again, she's not broke as she says, but she ain't living, I don't want $6,000 to stress me out. Ever. I just don't. You know what I mean? So that's what makes me stay disciplined and motivated and consistent. The fear motivates me a lot. You know, and some people fear makes crumble. I don't, and I used to be that way, but I'm like, I just don't want to be that. And I've learned that having success, for me, honestly, it's just been doing shit most people won't do every day. And most people won't do this stuff. They just won't do it. They'll find an excuse to not do the work. So mine isn't about big talent and all this other stuff. It's like, all I gotta do is outwork most people and I'll out-earn most people. That seemed easy to me. So that's what I still do. I just work a lot. Now I have a good team around me today as well that helps with a lot of it. But I don't turn off. We're working on 27 projects at once right now. It's who I am. You know what I mean? And when I bring people in, I'm like, here's why. And I give them upside. And I'm like, hey, if we accomplish this, here's where you go. And I've made a shit ton of money. But in some areas, I pretend like I'm broke and don't have any money. I'm like, yo, we got to rebuild this from scratch. And we don't get to use the money from over here to build this over here. Why? It keeps me hungry. It keeps me moving. You know? And so you're going to have to find that every day. And I'm telling you, you have to find it every day. I think about it every day. You know, so I don't know. I know how to motivate myself. And a lot of it's through fear. I work out almost every day. Why? I'm afraid to be unhealthy. I got fat once. I didn't like it. I'm afraid to go back. I see people that, I'm 48. I see people my age, man, a lot of them are starting to get really sick. They're starting to be on all kinds of meds. They're starting to be, I don't want that. I don't want to work out every day. It hurts. My shoulder hurts, my hip hurts, my back hurts, every day. But I go anyway. I'm afraid to not go. You know what I mean? So I'm always more scared of the alternative than I am the option. The option seems easy. You know what I mean? And if you have to get up at 4 to make it happen, great. I'm not a get up at 4 kind of guy. I used to get up during this time, that schedule, I was getting up at 5 every day. And that was hard for me. It was hard as shit. So I got a buddy that does CrossFit, and he works out at 5:30 every day, CrossFit. And I'm like, he always asks me to come. And I'm like, can we go at 8? And he's like, dude, I'm at work at 8. And I'm like, yeah, I know, but I don't have to be at 8 at work. And I like working out then, and I don't want to go. So this Memorial Day, on holidays, they do a different schedule. And so they did this really obnoxiously hard workout on Memorial Day. They like honor vets, and they have these workouts named after a vet, and it's like, so we had to do this. It's called the Murph. It was the entire workout was with a 20-pound weighted vest, first of all. You had to run a mile. Then you had to come inside the gym and do 100 pull-ups, 200 push-ups, and 300 squats, all with the vest on, and then run another mile. And so we're all hanging out Memorial Day weekend, which, what do people do Memorial Day weekend? You eat and drink. And he's like, let's go do this crazy workout Monday morning. He's like, it's at 8 o'clock. And I'm like, I said 8, it's at 8, fine. And I'm asking him 100 questions, because I work out, but I don't do that shit. So I'm like, bro. He's like, dude, it's gonna be hard. That's what it's gonna be like. I'm like, so push-ups, he's like, yeah, 100, just what I said, 100, fucking really simple. 100 pull-ups, 200 push-ups, 300 squats. I'm like, how quick are you gonna do it? He's like, I don't know, 45 minutes. And I'm like, I'm definitely not finishing in 45. There's no shot. Just doing the math in my head, how long it would take to do all that. So as the day goes on, a few more drinks, he's like, you're still coming tomorrow, right? I'm like, and I was like really vague. I'm like, it sounds cool. I wasn't giving him a yes. I was like, sounds dope. And he knew, because he's in sales too. He's like, are you 100% in? Finally, I was like, yes, I'm in. He goes, all right, cool. Then he starts telling my wife and his wife, hey, me and John, we're going tomorrow. So he starts locking me in. And he knows I'm not going to punk out when I say yes. So I say yes. And we go through. End of the night, he goes, oh, by the way, we're going at 7. And I'm like, you motherfucker, what happened to 8? He goes, so there is an 8. But he goes, there'll be so many people at 8 and so many people sweating. He'll be a fucking sweat box. So we're making a 7 a.m. so we can get in there. There's going to be like 10 of us in there first so we can get it done and get out. I'm like, all right, so that means now I got to get up at 6 at the latest so I can get up, get some food in me, wake up, get some energy. You know what I mean? So I'm like Memorial Day morning, getting up at a little before 6, and I didn't want to, but I wanted to be the type of person who did that workout, and I get to talk about it and post about it, and most people are hungover and sleeping in, and I'm like, I'm not wired like that. You know what I mean? I want to be different. So I did it that day, and then he's like, you're going to start coming at 5. I'm like, dude, 5 means I got to get up at 4:40, dude. And I'm like, in the middle of summer when I definitely don't have to. So I'm like, fuck it. So last week I signed up to CrossFit, and I'm now going to like a 7:30 class by my house. And then they have a 6, but there's a closer one. So I'm like, I'm going to inch towards earlier, just because I'm getting a little soft with getting up early. You know what I mean? Like I got up at 5 for years, and then you get complacent, and then you got to find a way to challenge yourself again. And I don't need it financially, but mentally, I kind of do. You know what I mean? So I'm like, all right, it's time to challenge myself again. I've been very complacent with I've been in the same shape for like 3 years. I haven't gotten any better. I haven't gotten any more shape. You know what I mean? I'm like maintaining. I'm in that world, health-wise. And then I learned when I do hard things like that, it tends to affect business. So then I'm like, all right, what if I work out? And then I can be here earlier. And I can do more stuff. I can accomplish more things. I can get the book. Like we finished the book this week. I did in the last month, we created a training course, like an online training course. All I did was, honestly, my part was easy. Came up with an agenda. He's like, hit record, and I just talked. What did we do? 20? How many is it?
20 lessons.
20 lessons.
2 hours of video.
Yeah, so 20 lessons. So all I had to do was talk 20 lessons. It was 2 hours. Hell, I've already talked for more than that today. You know what I mean? So that's all I did. So he edited it, he put it out, it's online, you can get in whatever. We finished, what's up, dude? Good to see you, bro.
How are you?
I'm doing amazing. I heard you were coming.
Yes.
You listen, brother. Same to you. Hey, brother, this is Prince. Finished writing the book, getting it published. We sent it last night which it's about getting uncomfortable, right? It's part of the point of some of this. So part of doing a book, you have to, they want you, on the back of the book where they're like, have people that are like, hey, best book ever, this guy was helpful. They call them like endorsements. People like endorse it. So they're like, who do you know that could endorse it that's like worth a shit? Like, I get Amanda to do it, but no offense to Amanda, no one cares if Amanda likes my book or not. You know what I mean? So I'm like, I know some people that are like pretty well known, but I ain't like best friends with them. You know what I mean? Like I just have made some connections over the years, know a few people, and I'm like, fuck. So we sent yesterday, I'm like, fuck it. I'm going to send them a copy so we don't have the book out. We have it like in a document being edited. So I tell Amanda, I'm like, I want to send it to some people to ask for an I don't want to just call people and be like, hey, can you endorse my book? I'm like, I want to make it stand out. So we decided we're going to put together a package, print the book, even though it's not ready to print. So we found an online place that you can print a book. Did it in like 48 hours, like a 48-hour book or something. Print the book, not even edited, like it's still typos and all kinds of shit. Then we she ordered like these custom money clips with their logo on it, put it in a little package, made it all pretty. She made it frilly like a woman would nicely versus throwing an envelope. And we sent it out to like Patrick Bet-David, Bradley, Andy Elliott. We did like 8 people. They're like names. I made a little video. Hey, here's a video. Just want to thank you for the relationship, yada, yada, other thing. Just cool things that I've learned from each of them. I'm like, and I'd be stupid to not ask. I would love your feedback and advice because you've all done this and I'm new to it. I'm new to that world. Any advice, any feedback, would love if you take a look at it. If not, all good. If you'd be open to endorsement, mean the world to me, thank you. And we fucking shipped out 8 of them last night. Like, it was a very last minute thought. I spent $700 to ship out 8 books. You know what I mean? And then like get them all today. So I don't know what's gonna happen, but I'm like, we're gonna be ready in case something does. Then we built some big like automation dork building agency, like CRM stuff. So I partnered with a guy and we built out a full recruiting onboarding automation system that we're launching next month. And if Amanda were here, I feel like there's something else. And we got a bunch of lead stuff. We do a ton of lead things all in the last month. Just because I'm like, I got to do more. I need to get out of my comfort zone. I need to build stuff. I need to help other people. I need to, you know what I mean? So it's like, there's something inside me that refuses to settle for where I'm at. No matter where I'm at. I can't, it's just who I've become. But 10 years ago, I wasn't that. You know what I mean? So you got to like transform who you are in a lot of ways. And fair to say that's different than most people. That's what I want to be different than most people. That's a big driver for me. You know what I mean? That's one thing that does it for me. You know, I do cold plunge. Why? Someone posts, I jump. You don't know what a cold plunge is? Jump in the cold ass fucking water. Why? I don't even fucking know why. They say there's health benefits, I guess. I don't even know why I do it. Other than you know what it is?
Yeah.
What are they?
Like you basically you jump into the cold the refrigerator freezer for about 10 minutes at least.
Yeah.
And it's about 50 degrees or below 50 degrees.
Mine's 45.
Yeah.
But what's it do for you?
It's basically it's helped with your immune system first of all, and help early in the morning. It helps shock the system. And basically it's helps basically build K12 what do you call it energy.
Really?
Because when your body feels shocked in the system, it's have a defense mechanism that actually wake you up, especially in the morning.
Yeah.
And it's like I said, it's also help with the recovery,
Immune.
especially sport. If you have muscle hurting, whatever, torn,
Yeah.
it's actually gonna help rebuild muscle faster.
So I've heard all that stuff.
Yeah.
But you know when you get in, you know you don't feel any of that. Right?
Yeah.
You just have to believe it.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? And that's the same thing. Like, you do all this stuff, you ain't gonna feel no fucking different tomorrow. You just have to believe it's gonna work. And I have that. So I just have belief in it. I'm like, someone probably figured this shit out. Like, why do I gotta prove the science? People like, you know it. I'm like, okay, sounds good, I'll get in it. And it's really fucking hard, and most people won't do it. So someone messaged me on my thing last night, and they were like, is that cold? I'm like, yeah, I put a picture of the fucking degrees on it with it. It says, it's named cold plunge. And I'm like, they go, oh, that's crazy. I don't like cold water. I like the hot tub. I'm like, yeah, I fucking like the hot tub too. But I like the challenge of doing hard things, you know? And changing your world and doing this schedule and getting your Uncle Alexis and getting out of debt and getting your house paid, those are hard. But you've got to become someone who likes hard things. You know what I mean? And does it for your own internal fuel. You have to find something internal that moves you. And if you don't have that, you'll be complacent as shit and be like everybody else out there. You know what I mean? And again, we already talked about what the future looks like. The average American in this country retired, it's like trash. I just don't want that, man. For me, I want other people around me. I like to motivate and inspire other people around me. More specifically, my kids. That's a big factor for me. You know, my son's off for summer. I can sit at home with him all day, all summer. And that sounds fun, but I don't know how like inspiring it is. And I need a balance of both. Like, I spend plenty of time with him, you know what I mean? But after a little while, it's like, how much can we really do? You know? And I don't want him to take things for granted either. And I want him to see me working hard. And so you're just gonna have to dig down, dude, and figure that out. You know, get up at 4 a.m. and start thinking about it every fucking day. You know, write down things. Why are you trying to accomplish this thing? What happens when you get the Lexus? Then what? You know what I mean? What happens when you make 15 grand? Then what? Because or 20 grand or whatever, you know what I mean? You want to get 50 grand. Let's say 50 grand. You get 50 G's, right? You get there. Now what? I know. You start making 50 grand, you're going to change your lifestyle. Okay? So now instead of wanting 50 grand, you need 50 grand. You're in the same fucking spot. Does that make sense? The income doesn't change the mentality if you don't know how to drive further. I mean, I know people making fucking 200 grand a month that are barely living. They spend it all. You know what I mean? So if there's not something inside you that drives you regardless of the financial situation, when you make 50 grand a month, it's gonna be easy as shit to stop. I make 50 grand a month now and I'm like, you know, what did I do wrong? You know what I mean? Because I have bigger goals and dreams. You know, we're building a house now. It's almost done. We'll be in by Labor Day. And it's, I mean, quite frankly, it's kind of an obnoxious size house. For me, I mean, it's not, I ain't fucking Tyler Perry, but anything I'm used to in my world, I'm like, shit. But my wife wanted a dream house and I ain't mad at it. And you know what I mean? It's like, it's cool. I've convinced myself anything invested in real estate is not a bad deal. But it's a fucking expensive ass house. And I didn't want a big mortgage, so I wanted to pay for it. You know what I mean? So that's driven me for years.
Think about the castle they're building. Oh no, it looks like a castle.
Mine?
I don't know. It's like on 41 and Giles Road, like right there. They're building it.
Yes.
It
The one
looks
that's sitting on the stilts?
Yes.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
I think it looks like a castle.
Yeah, it's nice. Mine you won't see because it's on a dead-end road on 12 acres.
Yes.
It'll just be...
That's my dream, is to like have a way.
Subdivision anymore.
I want nothing to do with
We'll
it.
get you in.
That's it.
Dude,
Oh, yeah.
we got a letter from the HOA yesterday. My wife told me what it said. I was like, can you respond back to them and tell them to fuck off?
That's my whole thing. I don't want an HOA. I want a nice house, but I don't want to live in
It's
an
my
HOA.
thing. We can see a trash can from the street,
Uh-huh.
all that stuff. I'm like, oh, we got a bull.
Yeah.
Only over 121,000.
Yeah.
I'm like,
So we did it. Again, her first house was about that much. The one I moved in, that was in Powder Springs at the time. Then after I did this schedule for those couple years, end of 2016, we bought at the time what we thought was a dream house. It was. I wasn't going to say thought. Well, it was. It was on 11 acres in Paulding County, though, like Dallas, near Villarica. It was like, I think it was like 4,800 square foot house. It was nice, 11 acres, nice little house. Fucking pool, all kinds of nice stuff. And my wife about died when I told her we were buying it because she didn't know the finances. She stayed out. She just saw me working, and all she knew, she didn't know what we were making. She was like, "What the hell?" So we buy it. Long story short, I paid it off in like 2.5 years. It was like 460 grand. So I didn't have the money to buy it cash at the time, but I paid it off in under 3 years. And we got tired of the commute because it's 45 minutes. And over here, there's not much land. It's hard to buy land out here. Out here, it's 100 grand an acre to buy land over here. So we bought 11 acres, simple math. You can see what we bought the land for. And the house now is like 10,000 square feet. You know what I mean? It's like, and it doesn't suck. All from this. You know what I mean? Like y'all have the same opportunity. And to be clear, I don't even think I'm doing that well relative to some people I know in the industry now. You know what I mean? Like I ain't struggling to pay the bills, but there's people who would look at where I'm at and feel like they didn't accomplish anything. You know what I mean? Like there's continued levels to the thing. And maybe everything's not financial, but there's this piece of it and that part don't suck. You know, and you can do a lot of cool things for people. You know, we can help a lot of people. We donate a lot of money. We do some cool stuff in our world that we wouldn't be able to do otherwise. And it's from sticking to things when I didn't know what motivated me. But I want to be able to do that. Like we went out to dinner a few weeks ago. My wife does this all the time. And this is old lady. We went to this really nice steakhouse. And we eat early a lot. Like we don't like to go out late. So we'll get like the 5 p.m. reservation. You know what I mean? With early bird specials and shit. So we go out, really nice place. And this old lady, she had to be 80, sitting by herself. She was there when we got there, eating her meal, gets appetizers, full meal, full dessert, have a couple drinks by herself. And my wife gets like sad. She's like, oh, like maybe she's fucking excited. Like why? Like maybe she wants that. And so, and then the week before, we're at dinner. She's at dinner. I wasn't at with this one. And her dad passed away a year ago, Steph's dad. And old country boy, overalls, like dip thing, cigar, like good old Paulding County country boy. And she's out to dinner and she sees a couple guys in overalls, two separate, by themselves at dinner. And she's like, can I pay for the dinner? And don't tell them who. We just pay for it and don't tell them. And so we like to do stuff like that when we go out. It's like pick certain people. We like to see my kids. We're like, hey, pick someone's dinner. It's got to be someone that like, you know what I mean? Like maybe someone with single mom with some kids or, you know what I mean? You can kind of tell. And so we like doing stuff like that too. You know what I mean? We don't have to think about it. It's like, oh, cool, let's just help someone today. It's fun to be able to. I remember the first time I paid someone's electric bill. It was like 2014, early 2015, something like that. And they have those little online communities, people that need help, and they raise money at whatever, paulding-something.com, organization, whatever. And Steph started paying attention to them, and someone's like, had a story, the dad left, mom didn't have a job, power's gonna get cut off in 5, whatever. And it was like $82, and they didn't have it. And I'm like, yo, I can relate. And the first time I did that, I was like, ooh, that felt really fucking cool. I'd never done that my whole life. You know what I mean? So things like that, I want to be able to keep doing things like that. So when it gets hard, when you're in between shit like this, I think of stuff like that. And those are the things that keep me moving. To always be able to provide. I'm a big provider kind of person. I like to provide things for people. It's what my staff, Amanda, I spoiled the shit out of Amanda. She's been here 7 years though, through all kinds of stuff. So you're gonna have to find that, dude. All of you, really. And then this, I mean, shit. What kind of money did you make last year?
None.
0?
No, I'll take care of my mom.
You don't need an excuse for it, it's okay. You know how many people made 0 last year? A lot. You ain't alone. You know what I mean? What do you want to make in a year? Say we're in 12 months. I know we're halfway through.
And how long?
In a 12-month period.
I want to be realistic, but not so much. I want to make like 250. That
Okay.
make me comfortable.
Prince, can she make 250?
Yeah,
Huh?
definitely.
Definitely, right?
That's $20,000 a month, and that's $5,000 a week, and that's $1,000 a day. $1,000 per sale, just can put it there. If you have a family, average is $1,000.
How do you make $1,000 a day, Prince? Tell them.
Well, you need to set up appointments. First, you get leads. You have to invest in yourself with education. Invest in the resources, which is your leads, so you can see more people. And in order for you to be able to sell, you need to see, in average, whether if you're doing telesales, 5 to 6 people you talk to minimum a day. That's going to get you yourself. So if you have 24 leads in a week, to 30, you guarantee yourself a nice meal.
A nice meal.
Let's start with about 30 leads a week. I'm buying about 30 leads a week.
All right, so
30, 40.
Matt, remember, he just said $1,000 a day,
Yeah.
5 days a week. Okay?
But you have to make it
So-
consistent.
so look.
That's the key.
30
All
bucks a
right.
week, how much
So you get 30, hold on. 30 leads a week, 5 days. That's 6 a day. Can you see 6 people a day if you only buy 6 leads a day?
No.
Impossible. Does that make sense? So we have to do something in addition. So now, maybe you don't have the funds. Do you not have funds to get more than 30 a day? Or 30 a week? Or do you?
I can go up to 500.
Okay.
Or 50 leads a week.
Okay.
Yeah.
50 leads is going to get you a lot closer to seeing 30. It ain't going to probably quite cut it, but it's going to get you closer. So then the question is, all right, we get 30 leads. Let's say we get 50. And let's say how many are you seeing a week now? I know you're having ups and downs, but what's the most you've seen in a week? Presented to.
About 4.
Okay, so if 30 gets you 4, 50 is only going to get you like 6. Fair? Now, my guess would be you're probably not working the 30 as hard as you should be. Okay? So if we change the way we go at leads, right? And the question I always ask people is this. Do you read it all or study anything or sales stuff? If we have the top authors of all the top sales books on the planet here right now, and we said, what is the average number of times you need to contact someone before you make a sale? How many times do you think the average attempts would be before a sale's made, says the big salespeople?
About 7.
7 contacts. So now, when I always ask agents with leads, do you even call your leads 7 times each? Sure as shit can't contact them 7 times if you ain't calling them 7 times. Does that make sense? So you know what it takes to on average make a sale, and we're choosing to not do it. So you have to get to a point where the activity has to be there, knowing if you ain't contacting these fuckers, maybe you call one and they answer once. Maybe that happens. Sometimes it does. Rare. But we're saying contact. So how many times do you have to call someone to contact them 7 times? Now, I don't think you need 7 contacts in our world. That's an average general sales. You know what I mean? Selling copiers and fucking airplanes and all kinds of shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But it's certainly going to be more than 1 attempt.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So then it's like, how many contacts? I don't know. How many times can a life insurance person tell you no? I don't think you should give up after 1 if you got no money. For instance, they tell him no, he can move on, buy more fucking leads. He don't care. What'd you sell last year? How much?
Last year, 350,000.
Yeah, life don't suck. You know what I mean? How long you been in the business?
Been a while. Been about 5 years.
Yeah. How long you been making real money in?
Actually, the first year, it wasn't that bad, but the second year, starting from the
Second year.
250,000.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
And I never drop beyond that.
Yeah,
You only go forward if you work hard. You can drop if you didn't do anything.
yeah,
But you can also add more things as you go,
yeah,
and increase the opportunity. The opportunity is real.
yeah,
It's us. It's you. You are the differentiator.
yeah. It gets easier.
Yeah. Gets easier.
It certainly gets easier with time.
And there's a lot of accolades that come with it. As you go. Next month, I'll be going with my family to Bahamas.
Yeah,
Top producer cruise. And last year we did the same thing, and then we went to conventions, got a fantastic
yeah,
award ring,
Yeah.
all of them. So stuff like that comes, not just the money, but you will see that if you have a lifestyle that is going to be very rewarding,
yeah.
but it doesn't come easy. Nothing comes easy, but it is doable.
Yeah.
That's it.
I know.
Struggling comes easy. It just ain't easy.
Exactly.
But you can get it easy as shit. You can just stay in bed and have it, right? But it ain't no fun. You know what I mean? So, 1, if you're dealing with this as your max, that's okay. But now the question is, how quickly can you build up? You know what I'm saying? Again, for me, the 120, that's 30 people a week. Which 6 a day, 5 days a week, 30 people a week. Pick up an app a day, $1,000. It's 5 G's a week, it's 250 grand a year. The math isn't that hard. It's the work to execute the math that mentally is hard, but it's really not that deep.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it's again, let's say you've been working with your 30 now. Are they local? Or are they out of state?
So
But are they in Georgia?
most of them are.
Okay, so that's local to me. And so when I was selling, I went to 45 different counties in Georgia to sell. Right? So I like to go I know when I travel, I don't like going to the airport on a Monday. You know why? You been in the airport on a Monday morning?
Everybody's leaving out.
Yeah, where are they going? To work. Correct. They fly across the country to go to work. So to me, Georgia's pretty fucking local. For me, what I wanted. So you can, you know what I mean? And you can somewhat coordinate and get actual local leads, but you're limited to quantity. If you go, I only want this count. You know what I mean? So the question is, how many attempts are we making on the 30? And when do you give up? Like if I'm a lead and you call me today and I don't pick up, what do you do? Why not?
It's just a mental thing.
I know, my question is why, if you know I'm looking for insurance and I didn't pick up, why do we stop? I could see if I went fuck off, call me again. That makes a little more sense, but I'm also stubborn. So when they did that to me, I had a rule. You had to tell me no on the phone and in person. When I was broke, that was my rule.
Yep.
You had to tell me no on the phone and in person. So you tell me no on the phone, a couple days later, I'm gonna show up at your house. Not me. And they never knew it was me.
I can't tell you how many not interested I've gotten in
Yeah.
Georgia.
Yeah, correct. Does that make sense? So you have to decide, do you have rules? Now, if they don't answer, your rule definitely needs to change from I don't call you again to I'm calling you more. Or quite frankly, and please don't take offense, you should quit sales. You know what I mean? Like you have to make attempts to contact people. What I always say is I think people look at leads wrong. I think they look at a lead as I filled it out, and in the ideal world, does that keep messing you up when I sit?
Get my steps in for the day.
I was like, I wondered why he keeps walking, and now it just clicked. I'm gonna stand up again in a minute too.
No, it's fine.
You need a little remote control back there. At the core of leads, there's families, right? And what I always say is like, do you think any of the families care for their family any less than you care for yours? Right? Of course they do. And would most want to be left in the spot? Now I get you figured it out, but the way your parents passed with no life insurance, fair to say, most probably don't want to be in that spot. Okay? So if you don't call them, there's already fear on their part of filling something out because they fear some schmuck salesperson is going to show up, right? We're all getting a ton of telemarketing calls to begin with. You're in it to actually help people get coverage. But if you don't call them, have you ever thought about the percentage that now just have no shot at having insurance because they won't fill out another one? You know what I mean? And the burden that you could potentially leave on a family because you refuse to follow up. That scared me. And I always play games in my head, and I wondered, like, I don't know. I'm like, I don't know if it's weird, or we probably all think like this in some sense. But at some point we're going to die. And I don't think any of us think we just vanish forever. I think that some of us think there's something there, spiritual, like something. And I just kind of picture her going up to wherever the hell we go to and being able to see like everything from really high level. And I always just wonder, like, what if they matched me up with the people that I didn't go towards, and they got to explain what their life looked like because I didn't do the follow-up I need to do. And they sat me down in a room, and they're like, here's what could have been over here if you did this. If you treated this person better, like, you ever treat someone like shit and then you didn't mean to, but then do you ever wonder, like, maybe their life is impacted differently, or you give them some kind of like complex, or, you know what I mean, like it impacts them, or people think about something you said for years and years and years and you didn't even know you did that to them? You know what I mean? Like, I have fear that I'm going to be like put in a room somewhere in like heaven and be like, all right, today's your day, bro. You're going to find out the good, bad, and the ugly. You know what I mean? Hey, you impacted these good people over here, but hey, here's the ones you missed. And I don't know, man. I see things differently. And I also always wonder, because I know why you don't, there's a fear that's there. And I always go like, imagine if the person dies that you have a lead of. And after they die, they get to look down and see what their family situation looks like. They get to watch it. And statistically, it probably isn't going to be good. Stats say, right? Odds are. It's probably not going to be the best situation. And then they had the opportunity to go, hey, so just FYI, this life insurance person named John had the opportunity to call you 10, 20, 30, 40 times, but they had a fear. Now that you get to see the way your family's living, what would have been the amount of times that would have been okay for them to call you to prevent that? What do you think that number would be then? Correct. Be unlimited.
That literally happened to me 2 weeks ago, where I got the lead on like the Monday before, and it just took me until that following Friday to get to them. I'll pull up to their driveway, there's a bunch of people sitting on the front porch. I'm like, hey, is Miss Martha there? They're like, oh, she passed away on Friday.
Yeah.
And she went to bingo, and like never came home.
Yeah.
And they're like, I'm like, you know, she had life insurance beforehand, and they're like, we looked and we couldn't find anything. Did you sell her something?
Yeah.
I said no.
How long had you had the lead?
9 days. Not long, but
Still.
it was a 6-month-old lead, whatever. You know what I
So
mean?
someone had it.
Yeah,
Someone
had it.
bought that fucking lead. And then, you know what I mean? And that's real life. And you'll never forget that.
Exactly.
That will never leave your brain. And I've had that happen quite a few times. And I'm like, shit. and I can backtrack and see where I didn't go after them the way I should have. And I couldn't have maybe prevented it, even though I'm kind of weird and I believe things are nuts. Like, maybe she went in and they bonded.
For her grandson.
Yeah, maybe they bonded over bingo and they went to a different bingo location and the health thing didn't. You mean like you just don't know where things are going to take you? Does that make sense? Like you hit the red light or you run the red light. Your whole world could be different whether you run the red light or don't run the red light, in my opinion. I just think things can navigate so differently. You know what I mean? In situations like that, yeah, I can still give you stories to this day, every detail of people that have died before I got to them, and I should have got to them sooner, but I had fears that limited my belief, and I thought I was being too much. But again, when you change the perspective, and imagine now she got to go to the lady and wherever y'all believe she goes when she dies, and is like, hey, imagine if I had gone to you here and would you have let me interrupt bingo to get you life insurance now that you know what you know? Of course they would. So you have to have those beliefs and those thoughts in advance versus having the negative ones you have. Because you all have these fears of like, what if? And then you go negative. What if they're mad? What if I interrupt them? What if they yell at me? What if it doesn't work out? What if it's all negative on the what if? And I don't think anyone's confused the what if. Anything that comes out of your mouth after that or thoughts after that, it's completely made up. Fair? So my thing is, if you're going to make it up, why not make up good shit? You know what I mean? Like you're making it up anyway. So that's one of those things where you have to understand why, because we're human and we're all fucked up. So you have to be willing to catch that stuff and logically go like, nah, dude, I just made up something completely negative. Let me make up something good. You know what I mean? No different than the thing, hey, one day I'll be doing this, be fucking 10,000 people in a room. It's made up, but it's good. Versus going, these are stupid. These don't work. You know what I'm saying? I could easily have done that. And wanted to be clear. You know what I mean? I do that a lot. I'm like, nope, catch it, stop, and adjust my thinking. So you have to challenge yourself. And the thing I've learned about stuff like that is like, if you don't, you're really losing to yourself. And I hate the thought of that. You know what I mean? If I'm going to lose to someone else because they outwork me, like, and I'm putting up the best I can, it's hard for me to be mad. I'm like, all right, he lifted more weights than me. What do you want me to do? But I busted my ass. I don't feel as, but to lose to me? I don't like that. You know, when that clicked one day, I was like, I got to stop losing to myself. Like, that seems really dumb. It's like punching myself in the face all day long. It's not smart for me. But we all have those inclinations, and it's normal. You got to know it's normal, and it's okay, and you have to give yourself grace. But at the same time, if you want change, you got to stop doing that shit. You know what I mean? So for you, I'm going to move again, Reese, sorry. For you, now it's like, all right, can we have some kind of rules? Do you ever triple dial people?
I'm starting to do that.
So is that a no?
I'm starting to.
Yeah, it works.
3 times?
Yeah, it works. It works money. You know? What if they're mad? Who gives a shit? What if they're happy? What if you cover them? What if you prevent tragedy?
Yeah,
Does that make sense?
it does.
And if you can't come over, what if they're mad? Hey, you just called me 3 times? Oh, my bad. The phone was doing something weird. I didn't know it called you. Anyway, my name is John. Like, it's the easiest thing to overcome if you don't get in your own head about it. Right? So it's like, how many contacts can we have out of 30? You could have significantly more, which would get you closer to that 1 app a day. 1 app a day of 250K. It ain't that deep. You know what I'm saying? Then can we have another rule? In-home, in person. I don't know, does it make sense, does it not? I don't know. Like, I don't want you to drive in 3 hours to get a no in person, but if you got a bunch of them, pile them up. Go on a road trip one day, knock on 15 doors, and then we go, all right, can we knock on 5 neighbor doors? You know what I mean? Is it the ideal and is it the forever plan? No, hopefully not. But it's today's plan. You know what I mean? It can get you to the next step. Right? The ideal plan is I got enough money to invest in leads, I don't gotta worry about none of this shit, and then I get really good at working referrals, which is free leads. And then I start working on annual reviews and seeing my clients every year and every 6 months and asking referrals and doing follow-ups and doing all the things I need to do to build a network and referral business and a business. But at the beginning, you have to grind. I had this dude text me yesterday out of the blue. I get a text and it's like, hey, John, I just started my business. What did he say? Backflow prevention. Hold on, I'm gonna look it up. I'm gonna tell you what he said. No, that's not it. Random text. Hey, John, I just started up my business in testing backflow devices. Any tips and tricks on how to pull in customers or good ways to advertise? I said, sorry, who's this? I don't have your number. He said, I met you at the gym 4 years ago. And he sent me a picture. I'm like, oh yeah, I remember you. Hey, I said, do you test them or install them? He goes, I can test, repair, or install. I said, who are your clients? He goes, currently I have none. I'm like, no, I mean in general, who are your potential clients? I said, do you compete with plumbers? Right? Because he's not a plumber, but he does plumb just this one thing. I don't know what a backflow is. He's explaining what it is. Like, it makes water not go backwards and leak, I guess. And he's like, I have no clients, and I'm not a plumber, and my thought was, do business with plumbers, because it's some kind of plumbing thing that you can test and repair. But the plumbers do it too. But he's not. So I'm like, you're competing with plumbers? He's like, yeah. I'm like, bro, you better. I said, I'd be doing a fuck ton of networking and cold calling those businesses, because he said, I want my business to be food places, dollar stores, Walmarts, churches, schools, and yes, I compete against plumbers. Well, if all you do is repair one little gadget and you don't do everything else a plumber does, it's like, buckle the fuck up. Like, how do you stand out, compete against a plumber when you can't be a plumber? You know what I mean? So I'm like, yo, you better I said literally a ton of networking and cold calling, and I'd be making content every day on social showing your knowledge of those products, testing them, finding problems, and solving them for others so you stand out over other plumbers. He said, okay, I'll do my best. I'll try my best. I said, do your best, don't try. Like, cut the try shit out. You know what I mean? So, similar for you, you don't have client base. So you're going to have to outwork people. He has a client base. You know how easy he's going to make 250 grand this year? Does that make sense? It's not hard. It's hard to get it started. And it's even harder to get it started without a lot of activity and action and build. You have to build a foundation today. So you got to be willing to go through that phase of hard to get to the easy you want. You know what I mean? So it's like, now we make a plan. So you did the schedule earlier, right? So now that's fine, but now how do we go after people? You know what I mean? Hey, you want to go around lunch with her and knock on doors together, do it. You know what I mean? Even if it's for the exercise of overcoming fear. You think someone's going to call the cops? And if they did, who cares? You know what I mean? Like, that's worse. Like, worse, people are going to be like, no thanks, no thanks, no thanks. That's probably the worst case. You know what I mean? But for me, I like to do things to like overcome fears as well. Just truly for the exercise of it. Because the more you do it, the more you realize like, oh, no big deal. Like I make Maddox do stuff like, which sounds silly. I've been making him do it since he was a kid. We go out to eat or go to McDonald's or Chick-fil-A or go to a restaurant. I make him order. I make him say what he wants. You know what I mean? Like since he was this big. I'm like, all right, go ahead, bro. He's like, can you order? I'm like, no. Fucking open your mouth. I'm nervous. Okay. Well, let's get that out of you. Let's open your mouth. Now he has a fear of like, if someone brings something wrong, he doesn't want to say like, hey, you gave me grilled chicken instead of fried chicken. Because he's uncomfortable with it. And I'm like, bro, you ordered it and they messed it up. Like, you don't have to be an asshole about it, but you can certainly point out that they made it incorrectly relative to what you ordered. And so I force him to do it purely to get the fear out of him. You know, he doesn't like to bother people. He doesn't like to ask for things like, he'll ask me for anything, everything. But like, if it's like, hey, go ask if, I'm trying to think of an example from the other day. He forgot his golf shoes. We were playing golf last week. We show up and he has fucking Crocs on still. And it's at a country club. You have to You have to wear a certain attire or they fucking ask you to leave. So he has Crocs, and I'm like, bro. And we're running, we had like a tea time. We're a little bit late, and I'm like, oh, bro, you're killing me. And I get a little bit frustrated. He sees it, and he's like, it's okay. I don't have to golf, Dad. It's okay. And I'm like, nah, dude, it's all good. Dude, go into the club, the little clubhouse, and see if they got golf shoes your size. He's like, no, dude, I mean, is it okay to have? And he gets all nervous about it, like, because it's out of the norm. So I literally am like, all right, bro, you know how this works. You've been with me long enough now to know we're definitely doing it. You know what I mean? So I just force him to go in and talk to the person, ask for what he wants, and you know what I mean, explain that he's running behind, and I just, for the exercise, you know, knowing that one day he's gonna have a sales career and he's gonna go like, oh, I've done all these things that I feared and it worked out different than I thought. I want him to have those reps of what I made up in my mind isn't what actually happened. It actually turned out smooth and better. You know what I mean? It was not. It sounds stupid, like go have some shoes, but he's 12 and he has fear of stuff like that. And instead of me doing it, I'm like, I can't let you live that way, dude. You know. So you're gonna have to. That's gonna have to be your challenge. Take a picture of the sign, buy the sign. We'll get. You know what I mean? Like just you're gonna have to every day think of that. So again, these neighbors. Do you ask for referrals?
I do.
Do you get them?
No.
You got to change the way you're asking for them then, girl. You know what I mean? Maybe it's, do you get a lot of referrals now?
I do.
How are you asking? If you're asking me for a referral, how do you do it?
I would just clearly say, like, do you have anyone that you know could possibly use my assistance with life insurance? No? Okay, thank you.
Okay. What do you do to get them if you get a bunch? Anything different?
Yes.
Let's hear.
First of all, I start with the beneficiaries.
Got it.
All those beneficiaries that gave you, hey, Joy, I'm going to be contacting Mark and Jane, your daughter, letting them know that we took care of you and we're very, very happy. Are you happy with everything we did? Is that okay for me to call them? So good. And if you don't mind, just give them a note, letting them know I'll contact them. And also see if there's anything I can do to help them. And which other people that you think that might benefit from what we did today? I know that you will like some of your friends or your auntie. Any sisters? What's her name? And phone number? All right. So I'm going to be reaching out to them just to say hi and see if there's anything I can do to them. What I do sometimes is not just about selling insurance, it's financial education.
Yeah.
Everybody that meets me gains because they're going to gain knowledge. I don't need to get anything from them, but if it comes that I can help them, they're protecting their family. It protects you. Because if something happens, nobody's passing their heart or their pocket asking for money. That's what I do. So with that conversation, you get that, you open them up. It's no longer just give me a need. That's the way I do.
Feel different? How different?
It's more personable.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's building a deeper relationship.
What did you say?
Next to that, the difference between the two of them is not what was said, it's the energy.
That's true.
And that's the problem that I have a lot of times. And I can tell my own self that.
Yeah.
It's, in sales, it's all about your energy that you bring.
Yeah.
It's not what you say, because you can say the exact same thing
Yeah.
and get different results, but it's how you project yourself to that person.
The belief level in it
Yes.
was very different.
Right.
There's one big word I'm thinking of too that's very different. You have anything that you saw different there?
Yeah, I mean, the main thing is just the confidence.
Yeah.
It's for real. Yeah.
It's the,
You're just like, no, this is what we're gonna do.
Yes.
I think this is the one that you say helping, you are helping this person if you want anybody else.
The thing I heard is how assumptive he was. He about told them.
Yeah.
He didn't really ask. Does that make sense? Especially with beneficiary, he didn't ask at all. He told them on the beneficiary. But even on the other people, he was like, aunt, sister, cousin, and here's why. Like, it wasn't like, can I please? It was like, do you have anyone? But like, you're also giving them to me in a sense. You know what I mean? It was a smooth transition of like confidence, assumptiveness, and story to it, helping it benefit them in a way. It was like packaged really well. It was just intentional. You know what I mean? Where I would, when I was new, I did a lot. I wasn't the best at getting referrals, to be honest. You know, that wasn't. I was I was really good at working leads. If I could go back in time, I'd have made $1 million that year instead of 460 because I'd have done stuff like that. I learned after the fact, you know. But it's the intentionality of it, and again, your lack of belief maybe in what you do and provide for people is still there. I can feel that, you know what I mean? So I think you have to just work on your confidence in that, how much you can help people, truly. You know what I mean? Because you know you are. Logically, it's the emotional side that you lack the belief in, that you're doing it for good reason. You know? And again, if you're not going to ask them, someone else is going to. They're going to buy from someone eventually. You know?
I think also that as we go along, as you all go along this journey, you're going to also learn to ask those critical questions regarding their retirement planning and where the money is.
Yeah.
Because what happens is you just sold insurance, and then if you ask them, is there any other thing that you have that you may fall on, other than life insurance, something like your 401k or something, you have anything like that? So when you start asking those questions and if you eventually help them reposition their money to a better place, protecting their retirement income, they will open up more for referrals.
Yeah.
Because that puts you now not just ordinary insurance agent. We are not just ordinary insurance agent. We are very, very financial planners, retirement specialists, okay, and family protectors. Okay, so once you start to elevate your thinking, your mindset, and everything in that way, and you position yourself, you don't know how to do it, I know, but you grab the name, grab the information, call John, or call the FFL AMS, and they will be able to give you the illustration, guide you, teach you, and everything, and you go present it, or you go with somebody, find somebody, reach out to me, reach out to somebody, and we go present it. It will put you, each one knows. So now one lead now turns into 2-3 products, and open your door for more referrals.
Yeah. And those guys have all the same. AMS is just a department of ours that helps. They have the same thing. So she works elsewhere, but they have the same
Oh,
thing.
you work elsewhere?
Yeah.
No, you're coming home.
He can't help it. She works with some good dudes though. Yeah, but they have the same structure, same concept. You know what I mean? It's like you can still do the same thing. Those guys are all there to help you as well. So you start thinking about like how many. Do you know what they say is the average number of times someone buys life insurance in their life? Do you know the numbers? What do you think it is? Once? You think they only buy once in their life?
About 3 times, I believe.
Yeah. Stats say the people who buy do it 7 times in their life.
Okay.
Yeah. Not the average person, because half the damn people don't have any, but people that buy. I've just heard that. I can't confirm it's right. But say even if it is 3, whatever it is, I've heard that from Limmer, I think puts it out. But say it's somewhere in the middle. Let's call it 5. Again, you sell 1 a week now, right? You get 5 a week, and then you get 3 referrals, right? And then from these people, maybe you don't sell all of them, maybe you sell half, right? But from each one, you get 3 referrals. Does that make sense? And that tree keeps going. Then you sell these half, and you get 3 referrals from each of those, right? And then they each buy 3 times in life. After a few years, now you start following up. Hey, 12 months ago, we sat down, it's time for this. Hey, happy birthday. Hey, Merry Christmas. Hey, thinking of you. Oh, look, I'm looking to buy more. Oh, my kids are looking to buy. Hey, my auntie needs coverage. Does that make sense? Hey, we just bought a house, we need more. Hey, we just had kids, we need more. Hey, we're thinking about retirement planning, we need more. Hey, we're retired, we're ready to protect it. Over the course of time, you start hitting these people every year, and they're on average buying 3, 4, 5, 6 times a lifetime. You start to build one hell of a book of business. You know what I mean? But it's the intentionality versus buy a lead, call them, they don't answer, move on. That's not business. You know what I mean? That's, I work for someone and I don't give a shit what happens, just give me a paycheck. That's that world. You know what I mean? And you want to build something, we can get you here, but it's going to be in this little mess here. You know what I mean? Where it's like, how intentional am I being with each family that fills something out that I have the opportunity to potentially protect versus my lead. You know what I mean? It's a matter of looking at it differently. Then the question is, even further, even if they don't, you do all these things and they don't reach out, do you put them in any kind of follow-up system? Are they in any kind of CRM where they get a message every so often? Or in, what's the guy? Reminder Media. His name is skipping my mind. Guy, he does like magazines, and you can mail out where you're on the magazine every 3 months, 6 months, 12 months. Yeah, the Reminder Media. My brain, I know the guy. I'm so bad with recalling names in the middle of another story. Super good dude, but he has a program out there that you could do that on, you know? And then you're the face of it, and they do the whole thing. And it's like, I don't want to quote his pricing because I might mess it up, but it's like a couple bucks a client. It's cheap as shit. It's not like $50 a client. You know what I mean? It's relatively inexpensive, you know, per client. And it's like, are we doing things, again, birthday cards, handwritten things? Do you mail the policies to the clients, or you let the insurance company do it? You can do either, but just imagine the lifetime return and value of a client if you're taking policies and mailing it to them with a handwritten note. It probably hits different. Again, 5 people a week, 250 clients a year. You do that 250 times a year. You're not going to tell me that 5, 10, 15, 20 people aren't going to go like, oh, hey, thank you for the, you know what I mean? Like, it's going to add up. So it's, again, intentionality, not only in how to ask for referrals, but in all aspects of business, you know? Now we got to map it out. So when we go back to the schedule thing we did earlier, that's got to be on there somewhere. You know what I mean? Sunday nights, I do letters. Tuesday mornings, I do that and make it off money. Don't make it during prime time hours. You know what I mean? But schedule that stuff in, you know, and have some type of system where you're like, here's when I do follow-ups. Here's when I do reviews. Here's when I do letters. Here's when I do ask for, you know what I mean? I set up my week for the road. Here's when you know what I mean? Like, get yourself organized in advance. Same with you. It's like, I have a hard time getting up at 4 a.m. It's like, all right, but you want to. So the question is, at 5 p.m. the night before, are you telling yourself, hey, dude, don't forget we said 4 a.m. I got to get to bed on time. I got to eat dinner. I got to get my stuff ready. You know what I mean? Like, are you prepping yourself for that? Or do you just hope like shit when the alarm goes off, you get up? You know what I mean? It's like, let's be intentional with the things we say we want. You know, you set an alarm, get up. I hit snooze. You won't hit snooze if you put that bitch across the room. You have to get out of bed to turn it off.
I got Alexa, so that's a bad thing.
Unplug Alexa. Go to Amazon and buy you a 1952 alarm clock today with the little bells. And you can't turn that bitch off. Like, if that's the problem, it's an easy solution. Fire Alexa. If you really want it. You know what I mean?
Or keep Alexa and be the analog too.
Yeah, I mean, it's not complicated to do. The changes and the steps you need to put in place to make changes. It's just the willingness to do them is the hard part. In the everyday, it's the mundane that gets people. Doing this shit is boring as hell. Remember to do follow-ups and do all these, you know what I mean? All the little things, like it's like there's so much potential and money and opportunity in the boring ass shit though. You know, and that's what builds to big stuff over time. And you don't notice it right away. You do these little things next week, you're not going to feel any different. It will feel no different. It'll actually feel busier and more annoying because you're doing more and seeing no result yet. Now, with some of the like calling the leads more, knocking on doors, you know what I mean, neighbors, you'll see immediate results on that stuff. Because you get paid quick, you know. But retirement planning, it's going to take a little time. Referrals down the road from follow-ups, that's going to take time. You send letters for the next 6 months, you might not get one. But 5 years from now, it might be 100% of your business. You know what I mean? Where you never have to buy a lead again. You know, I know people who run massive companies, 100% referral based. But it didn't start that way. You know what I mean? So it's like, are we paying attention when it's boring. Like, I'm building that foundation. Hey, I'm going for something. You know what I mean? I'm building something today. And I still look at that in a lot of ways. You know, we're building onto what we have already, but we're laying the groundwork. Simple stuff like, again, if you saw last night, Amanda's office, we were here till 6 yesterday with fucking boxes, little confetti shit, wrapping paper, like sprawled out on her office floor, packing boxes. I could have easily been like, yo, pay someone to do this, ship it online. It's not how we do it. Like, we're still doing the little mundane stuff that we don't have to do. Just trying to build something bigger still. You know what I mean? I took pictures of it, videos, and I'm like, in the moment, I'm like, this is going to lead to something one day. And one day when it does, I'll have it on video and be like, yo, remember we were sitting on your office floor packing fucking boxes? Packing the books in boxes? You know what I mean? Like, one day because I get to look back on a lot of stuff that I'm teaching you guys on now. The part you don't see is you haven't hit those things. But you can always look back on life and think of some level of success or something that's turned out really good in life or a relationship or kids and look back and be like, those decisions here led me to this. That concept holds true still. You just have to have belief in it. Does that make sense? So, how do we get there? Abaday? 250K? And you put half towards this and half in your pocket, you live in a better lifestyle than you are now. You can do it in a year. But if you're like, what's the time frame for this?
I want to do it in a year or two.
Okay. So again, that's only half of what you said you want to make that we can just map. Is there any confusion on how to get to 250K now? So you could do that in 12 months. You'd have to split half and half. Does that make sense? Which means you need to not, the part where you get the income is like, now do I change my lifestyle yet? So if you want to accomplish this, you can't change your lifestyle. So the day-to-day is going to feel the same, but you'll be making progress here and here. You know what I mean? Any confusion on yours? I know you don't get none. Yours is
Quick question.
Yeah.
What was the name of the company you said for the send out a reminder?
Reminder Media.
Reminder me.
Yeah. Reminder. Yep. Luke Acree. Yep. He's on social. Yeah, I'll put his name down here.
So then they do like follow-up and stuff like that too?
Yeah, it's magazine based. Yep. So it's Luke, Acree. Sorry, it's messy. Reminder Media. You can find him on Instagram. He's really good at it. He puts a lot of value out. He does a podcast every week. If you're in the insurance syndicate Facebook group, he does like I think it's called Motivational Monday or Mindset Monday or something like that. Every Monday he does like a little 10-minute mindset. He's a cool dude.
Anyone you guys use Integrity Center,
Integrity Lead Center?
CRM? Does anyone use it here?
The ILC?
Yeah, the CRM, the actual CRM.
A lot of people do, but a lot of people use external ones too. Yeah. What do you use?
No, well, that's what I'm trying to figure out.
What to use?
Yes, I'm trying to figure out whether to go with,
For which part? For client follow-up?
yeah, for everything, like calling clients, because now I noticed that it's started, now you can do that, and then you can integrate it with phone burner.
Yeah.
So that's what I was trying to
So people use like Agent CRM is one. That's what we refer people to now. Are you familiar with it?
Yeah, I've seen it, but for me, it's kind of hard to set it up.
They have a customer service team.
That's-
Yeah, I mean, if you want to make it really complicated, you can.
No, I
Now,
just want it simple.
yeah, I mean, I'll be on.
I just want
Where are you at in the business? Remind me. I know we've met before, but I don't remember detail.
beginning. I'm at the
Very beginning.
yeah. I'm like a baby. I'm at the baby.
Just getting started.
right.
What'd you do before?
I'm gonna sell cars.
You sell cars still?
Yeah.
Full time?
Yeah.
Okay. How many cars a month?
Not enough.
You follow Andy Elliott?
Yeah, I've listened to him
Yeah.
over the years.
He's aggressive.
Yeah.
He's a good car sales training guy. He does a lot.
That's how I got into it because I was listening to Brad Lee,
Yeah.
and then because Brad Lee started Lightspeed.
Yep.
So that's how I got into it.
Yeah. Are you like a tech? You're not really a techie. You want my honest answer? Just use your fucking cell phone.
Because I just like the calling part of it.
No, your phone calls.
I know, but okay,
I made $500,000 with that thing.
right. But I just let someone like don't do like the regular dial. I just want to just make like the home burner or cake set.
But all it does is dial the. It just does this for you. It's not really faster if you're not doing it. You know what I mean? It's like, again, you can, but a lot of this, it depends what you want the system for.
Well, in the beginning part, I just want the system right now to just let me make faster phone calls.
How many phone calls are you making now?
I do make like 30 a day. I mean, I want to be going up to like 100. When I have the time that I can like just speed through it. I don't want to, because it takes me like what 30 calls to do like.
Y'all done with this?
$2.
Can I erase this? Why?
Because a lot of times you call and keep down, and you get no answer. So I was just looking for something that I can go through the calls much faster.
All right.
So
Can
make, like,
remind me your name?
Gary.
Gary. Cool. We haven't met before, have we? You look super familiar. Have we not met before?
I met you on television,
You did?
on YouTube, on a
Interesting.
daily basis.
You look really familiar to me. I don't know
On a
why.
daily basis, that's why.
I like it.
I watch your stuff, and the thing I wanted to talk to you about is your 2020 stuff. The one that I can't get in.
Clarify. The year 2020?
No. What's that thing that you did in Canada?
That I'm doing into the hike?
Yeah,
The 29029?
right, it's that.
No shit. You want to know about that, huh?
Yes.
Interesting.
I was like,
Why do you want to know about that?
No, because I looked it up and I was like, it's hard to get in. And all of them are sold out.
Oh, you want to do one?
Oh, yes.
Do you really? Are you fucking crazy too?
No.
You like to do hard stuff? What do you mean no? You don't want to do that hike if you ain't kind of crazy.
Oh, no. I want to do the run. Because you want to hike and then you can actually run it too, right?
I mean, they're all uphill, so you're probably not going to run it because it's 30 miles.
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah. You're a runner? Do you? The marathons and stuff? I did my first marathon this year.
Yeah, I was listening to you talk about it. Yeah, those are fun.
Yeah.
So I looked at that thing, everyone was sold out.
They are. It's
all of them. I'm like, man, I gotta get to know this guy. So I can
yeah.
get in.
So I went to register. It opened up. Do you know what he's talking about?
Yeah, I do
Okay.
actually.
I
I
w-
listed all your stuff on there.
Cool.
That's what I'm doing when I'm driving.
Ah, got it. Cool. So I went to register when it came out, and I wanted to do the one in Whistler.
Right.
And it came out. I'm gonna make up date because I don't remember the date, but call it December 1st.
Right.
It was sold out November 30th
Yeah.
because they allow the people who have attended previously to register first. Yeah. So the day before the one I was sold out, and it was like noon started. So I'm like, fuck, I guess I'll do a different one. So I go in at noon, whatever it was, to book it, and before I could check out, it sold out. Like it was open because I was there on the minute it was available, and it sold out before I could check out. So I'm like, what the hell? So I know a guy. This comes to like building relationships and networking and stuff like that. So I know a dude who his wife did it. And we're talking about it, comes up in conversation. And crazy enough, he's my son's baseball coach. He happens to be an attorney. He's an attorney. I find all this out after the fact. He's an attorney for another insurance company, happens to be buddies with Jesse Itzler. So I know a guy who knows a guy who knows a guy who knows a guy, right? So I hired him to be my attorney. And again, he's my son's baseball coach for the last year. So he's like, hey, did you get in? I'm like, I couldn't get in. Sold out. I said the same thing you did. He goes, hold on. Literally, dude, pulls out his phone. He's like, yo, I'm sitting with a buddy. He needs to get in. Can you hook him up? He goes, hold on. Let me call so-and-so. He called so-and-so. Fucking next morning, I had an email. Register. Here, pay here. I don't have that connection yet. But you can get, I would definitely recommend staying on their stuff. And you're going to have to, he broke out the Hall of Fame jacket. Come on.
It's full already. I was looking at it.
It was full. The day it opened, it was full.
Because the one I want to do is in Tahoe.
Are y'all cold?
It is a little.
I'm always hot as shit.
But I'm different. I'm from Africa.
That's true. So last time it was hot as shit in here. I am always hot. I'm like, yo, I'm gonna turn this bitch way down so I'm not hot. But you can fix it a little bit. Just don't turn on the heat. Just turn the air off. Hey, easy.
I go upstairs to work because it's cold there.
Oh, it's not good.
I mean,
No, it's
Was it at 68? That's not cold.
no, I was at 66.
Okay.
I just bumped it to 68.
so. I would say I don't have access to it yet.
No, I was actually-
But no, I know. But after I go, I think I get to register early, and I think they let you go. Like, hey, you can. I think there's special. I'll figure it out. But whatever, look up the date because they put out. I think it was August is when
There's
they.
a bunch of them.
There's 6, I think. Yeah,
There's a lot.
they have a certain registration date, and the registration date's the same for all of them.
Yeah.
So you will have to be on that day.
That day.
Yes, 100%. Yeah, and if you get on right at 12 and you have I was indecisive because I had Whistler on my mind,
Okay.
and then Snow Basin opened or the other one opened, and I was like, and I sat there for like 3 or 4 minutes not making a fucking decision, and I lost. I just got lucky as shit with the guy who knew the guy who. So, did anybody know? I know you know what it is. Y'all know what we're talking about? So, he said, I want to know about this thing you're doing. He listens to so much stuff. I like doing hard things. I talked about the cold plunge earlier and, you know what I mean, the workout thing I'm doing. And so I ran a marathon this year, and I'm not a runner. I don't like running. I actually fucking hate running. And I'm not a small dude. Like, I'm 230 pounds. Like, running, I'm not the runner's weight. At least that's what I tell myself in my head. So I'm like, I need to do something hard. So my daughter and I are hiking one day, and we start talking about things. And I've done like a 5K once or twice. And I'm like, they're hard. Because when you don't run 3 plus miles, it's not the easiest thing in the world. But it's not like it takes 45 minutes even if you suck, or an hour if you walk. You know. So I want something harder. So I'm like, what if we did like a marathon? She was like, what? And that's just like 26 fucking miles. So I'm like, I'm in. I'll do one. She goes, I'll do one if it can be somewhere pretty. I'm like, make it where you want. We'll go. So she books it in Del Rio, Texas, which is literally on the border of Mexico. And we signed up in November, and I wanted to do it before my 47th birthday in March. So I had 10 weeks, 11 weeks to train for a marathon, and I don't run. So I'm getting ready for the whole thing. Long story short, I get there after training for it, and it's a marathon, but it's a trail marathon, which I did not know. And if anyone's confused, running on a trail is significantly harder than running on fucking concrete. So I did a marathon on the trail on the border of Mexico in March, and it was hard as shit, but I finished. My goal was to just finish. I certainly didn't finish. I actually finished 3rd in my age group, which I was pretty proud of. Now, I've always just hoped there was more than 3 of us. So then the next hard thing I did is called it's 29029. And that's the height of Mount Everest in feet. Except I'm not going to go climb Mount Everest because a fuck ton of people die on it every year and they find you buried in the snow years. Like, I'm not there. So Jesse Itzler, you know, a lot of people know him. He's he sold like a...
Yeah, he started a business.
Yeah, he started, I don't know if it was one of the jet companies, one of the jet car, I don't know if it was NetJet, I forget the name of it. One of the jet companies.
Yeah, leasing thing.
Yeah, where he leased jet airtime and sold it, and then he sold like a coconut water company to Coke, and like he's written several big books. Like he's fucking billion. He's part owner of the Hawks. He's a pretty big name in the self-development world. Cool as shit. One of the most down-to-earth dudes ever. His books are really good if you haven't read them. Living with a Monk, Living with a Seal. Jesse Itzler.
And then his wife has there's a.
So Spanx.
Yes, that's his wife.
It's his. They're married.
Right, that's
Yeah.
his wife.
It's like that, Jesse Itzler. Super good dude to follow. Just he's early to mid 50s and just believes in helping people and doing hard things. And he does some. Anyway, he started this company 29029.
Oh, so he's one of the founders.
Yeah, he's one of the founders.
Oh, okay.
So he leases out a mountain in like 5 or 6 different spots across the country. And like I'm going to the one in Whistler, Canada, and it's 3.9 miles up. And it's like, I don't know, 4,000 or 5,000 feet in elevation. Okay? I have to hike it 8 times in 36 hours to climb that amount, the equivalent of Mount Everest. And that's where he's like, I want to do it. So I'm like, you must be crazy like me. So that's the convo. Y'all didn't have a clue what we were talking about. So I'm going to hike a mountain. I'm doing, yeah, yep. So it's Mount Everest height, and that's I think it's 3.9, and I got to do it 8 times. And you have 36 hours to do it. So it starts at 6 a.m. on a Friday, and you have till 6 p.m. Saturday to finish. And why? I'm like, and it was 6 G's just to sign up.
That's how much it costs?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, just to go hike it. And there's like fuel and the massage fee. Like there's, but it's not $100. It's 6 G's to go. And then the flight, I just booked the flight 2 days ago to fly to Canada, first class. Just like 3 G's a person.
Bring your wife?
Huh? Yeah, my wife and Maddox. Yeah, Maddox coming too. They're not hiking.
Okay.
They're gonna come sit in the spa while I go do something stupid and then meet me at the top when I get, and it's all for like you get a red hat. That says that on it. That's it. You know, so spend 10 G's, 15 G's, and then the hotel. I have a hotel for 5 days. You know what I mean? Theirs includes like you can sleep in a thing or like a little hotel room, but I wanted my family, so we booked a separate room. But it's a challenge. I like challenges, so it's 2 big ones this year. And for me, I meant to want to write in the book. You know, so I picked 3 big ass things this year. I'm like, I'm knocking these things out. And he calls it something, a misogi, I think is the word he uses. If you follow him, and it's like pick one big thing for the year that defines your year. And so every year he picks a big thing and like, yo, this is what I'm doing for this year. It's one big giant challenge. It's pretty neat. And he's a calendar guy too. Funny enough, he sells I think he calls it the big ass calendar. And it's I had one upstairs last year. It's a calendar, not quite the size of this, but it has the entire year on one calendar. And you open it up and you map out your whole year on different things you want to do, life things, fun things, challenges, whatever. Cool. So, I forget where we were going on the insurance side. Oh yeah, the dials. All right, so you watch my shit, you know I'm direct. So you're good if I'm just super honest with my view of this. So you said you're doing like $30 how often? A day? A week? How often?
No, I was wanting to be like a day.
30 a day?
Yeah.
Okay.
Dials or leads? I'm just.
No, dials. Phone calls.
Yeah.
Okay. So you're trying to get out of the car business
Right.
and do this full time?
Yeah, so because I try like when I dial it by my hand dial, right? I get like 30 leads to dial like 3 times.
Okay.
I mean that's
So you're doing like 90 then?
yeah, but you know, and so that's why I said we're getting a form burner or something. Where
No, it's
we just
okay.
Buy like a bunch of leads, and I can spend like 8 hours a day just calling.
Okay. I understand what you're saying. I just want to make sure we're talking about the same numbers.
Yeah.
So it's 30 leads then
Yes. Like
that you call 3 times.
yes.
So 90 phone calls.
Right. And I think like if no one answers.
And most don't answer
Right.
Okay.
So it takes like within an hour, hour and a half, sometimes even 2 hours.
for this.
Yeah.
Correct. I was going to say, for me, I go a minute each. So it'd be 90 minutes.
Right.
Okay? But if you said you want to dial for 8 hours,
Yeah. I mean, because I really want to make this thing a full time.
yeah. So then why can't you just do that for 8 hours?
And
I'm just asking why not.
No. You can, but I was just thinking in terms of just making it more fast, so I can buy like more leads and just keep dialing more.
I know, but my point is you're only doing it for 90 minutes now.
Right.
Why can't you do it for more? What's limiting you from?
No, because of my work schedule.
That's what I'm trying to get to.
Yes. But I want to stop doing that.
What day do you have off?
Thursday or Saturday, and Sunday's always off.
Sunday's always off?
You're right.
Okay. Do you do anything on Sunday where you don't want to dial or can't dial, or
I work also on Sundays somewhere else.
what else do you do?
I work at Panda Express.
Okay. Got it. So when are you actually off?
It'll be, if I want to take it off, it'll be like either Thursday or Saturday.
Okay. And are you at the car dealer all day, all night?
Yeah.
Normal
Like from
car dealer
8:30
schedule?
Yeah,
Yeah.
8:30.
What kind of money do you need to make to get out of there?
For me, right now, all I need is just $4,000.
A month?
That's all I need. Yeah. That's all I need. Basic.
Do you have like vacation time?
No. because I just switched from one company.
So you can't take like a week off and,
I can just leave them, but
I mean, do you have the money to do that?
not really, but I'm thinking about just leaving anyway. It's a
Okay. Do you have money for leads?
small amount.
What's
It's like-
small?
Like I can buy like the cheap leads for 75 cents. So
Okay.
I can-
Are you willing to work?
Yeah,
Like hustle?
yeah.
Okay.
That's why, because I was trying to like, I wanted the telesales, but then I said maybe I need to go door to door, but if I could find someone to work with them side by side,
Yeah.
you know, just to see how it's done.
Yeah. I mean, have you sold anything yet?
And
Insurance.
I sold one, but then the person canceled out. So.
That's how it works when you only sell one. Welcome to the industry. Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. You can get a phone burner. It works. Nothing wrong with it. What I was trying to get at is why are we stopping at 90 minutes?
Oh,
Now,
okay, just
yeah.
because I try to do that at work, but I find that my personality conflict, because I can't be at the dealership and try to do something else. I thought I could do that, you know, like some people like go to one job and do the other job.
You can't.
I can't do it.
Yeah.
I just can't see my.
What do you do in the downtime there?
Nothing. We just sit and wait or call.
Why can't you call them?
But it just makes me feel guilty.
Does it really?
Yeah, because like I'm at this guy's job and I'm calling.
But he's not paying you.
I know, but you're right.
So you're not at his job. You're at his
That's right,
dealership.
Right, because I do. You're right. You're absolutely right.
Now,
Yes, you're right.
I would
It's not
also question then, if I'm him and being honest, why are you not making phone calls to sell cars?
Right.
Why are you just sitting and waiting?
Right.
So the question is, why are you sitting and waiting, period, whether you're trying to get car clients or insurance clients?
Right. So
We got to solve that first.
right, because we either call sometimes, but then you gotta wait for somebody. If they're coming in the lots, you have to get off the phone. So
I get that.
right.
But do you trying to generate your own car lead clients also, or you just wait for people to walk on the lot?
Just with right now, I just want to get away
I get it.
from it, and I'm more focusing on the insurance side.
Well, so you got to make a decision.
Right. That's where I'm
And,
at. It's like-
and he ain't paying you.
Right. No,
So
it's- right.
now, if they're going to be mad that you're calling someone else and say something, now you got another decision to make. I know what mine would be. You have to decide what yours would be.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? But again, the over encompassing thing is, why are you willing to have downtime and just sit and wait for business to come to you? You have to solve that.
Right.
Because you want to make it in sales, you can't just sit around and wait.
No, you can't.
You have to go hunt.
Yes.
Does that make sense? Always. You have to prospect always.
Yep.
So now you want to use phone burner, use phone burner. Who gives a shit? It's going to take you from doing 60 phone calls an hour manually to maybe you can do 90. It's not going to make it triple.
Right.
Does that make sense? So I'm more concerned about you putting in the effort than you are if you use phone burner, not phone burner. And if it's just for calls, great. If you wanted to do all kinds of other automation shit,
Well, later on, probably. But
yeah, now I wouldn't.
The beginning, I just want to get started. Just
Yeah, that's what my hesitation is sometimes agents do phone burner, but then they're like, well, I can't dial today because I got to log in. And I don't know how phone burner, I've never physically used it. I've made all my money on the phone.
on the phone.
I'm pretty simple. Again, you want to use something else cool, you're making a bunch of money, you want to make it easier, cool. I love automations, but I hate automations when you don't do things manually. You know what I mean? I'm not a fan, like, every time I post something about triple dialing or working a lot, I get so much shit on my social for it. People are like, hey, work smarter, do it automated, do it this. I'm like, I'm not trying to be an asshole, but if the machine does everything for you, are you building any kind of skill set whatsoever? You know what I mean? And I want to teach people skill sets. I love automation. You're making $500,000 a year and you want to make $1 million? Add automation. But you're making zero, you pick up your phone. It's my opinion, because that's the way I got out. So again, you want to use phone burner and you can get on and go, do it. If you have to go like, I would use it, but, and there's some reason you can't just go, because you can pick up your phone right now
Yeah.
and be like, call. I don't know if phone burner works that easy. Maybe it does.
Right. Or, yeah.
So for you, as long as you can put action behind it, use whatever you want. As long as it's simple to turn on and
Right.
go.
Right. That's what.
If it takes, yeah, and again, the people that use those things tend to want to use it for other things, follow-ups and auto texts and,
Well, right. Eventually, that's what I.
Yeah.
Yeah.
again, to start,
Just to make
it's not going to be that much different.
Right.
Because again, you have an iPhone?
Yeah.
It's a triple dial, you don't even have to dial the number the second time.
I learned to find
You just hit the green button again and it dials. So that's not going to be any slower than phone burner. Now, 2 seconds, you're not going to gain that much traction with, you know what I mean? In my opinion, that's going to, again, long term, yes, makes sense. But you're at ground zero. I'm like, yo, pick up the phone. Let's call people. You know what I'm saying? And if you're looking at just a minute per dial, so every number of phone call, like every hour, you should be able to get 60 in. Relatively easy, especially if you're triple dialing, because then it's just calling right back the same number.
Yeah.
So it's like, all right, if I have a window of 3 hours, like, all right, I should be able to get 180 calls in. You know what I mean? Your schedule, same thing. Here's my window. Here's how many calls I should get in. And if you don't perform, you have to judge yourself. I judged myself against that.
And then my biggest thing is just the beginning part of it, the phone calls, to get a lot of hang-ups.
Welcome to the insurance business.
And then my
What do you say if you call me? If you call me, what do you, hello? I go, hello? What do you
I
say?
said, hi, I won't get this out.
That's why you get hung up on.
I just-
Does that make sense?
I can't remember your name, oh my God.
John.
Hi, John, this is Gary calling. How are you? No, hi, John, this is Gary calling. The reason I'm calling is because I received information that you sent online for life insurance, and you have your date of birth set as 9/20/86. Is that okay?
And what do you normally get there?
And then the person said, no, I didn't send it. And then sometime.
Okay. Prince, what would you tweak right off the rip? Anything specific? Simple stuff.
From the get-go, the request that you put in, getting back to you about the request that you.
So he didn't say that. He didn't say I'm getting back to you.
No, I didn't say it back.
So that's what I said.
Correct.
That's where I.
Right off the rip.
Yes.
So like, hey, I'm calling you about life insurance. Right off the rip sounds like telemarketer.
Yeah.
Meaning there's psychology to this game.
Right,
So remind me your name?
Gary.
Gary. If I'm going like, hey, Gary, this is John. I'm calling you back about. Verse, hey, Gary, I'm calling you about. If I'm calling you back, you're going to ponder a little bit. Does it make sense? It's going to buy you a few seconds. Where if I just say, hey, I'm calling you about this, you're like, yo, I want to fucking hang up. I don't care. But if I say I'm calling you back, I know I buy 3, 4, 5 seconds. Does that make sense? Mm-hmm. So small little tweak like that is like the intentionality. I'm just getting back to you. I'm calling you back. I'm returning your call. You know what I mean? Something that like says to them, you're supposed to be calling. I need to be listening.
Right.
Where the way you do it right off the rip, the defenses are up. Because they don't know the phone number, first of all.
Right.
So they're picking up with hesitation anyway.
Right. 'Cause it picked up.
They're like, do I really want to fucking answer this? And then it ain't like you don't sound like you know them or should be calling them.
Right.
So now you got 2 things against you in 1 second. And if you don't have your script dialed in, which you're not going to at the beginning, it's part of it, you're going to statistically have more people just be like, I'm out. You know what I mean? And what I've learned is if you're trying to rush through it and not articulate, it's almost better to slow down and articulate a little bit better. Because when you're rushing through it, it's like you're trying to get it all in before they hang up. And they can sense that.
Right, they're nervous.
Yeah. You know what I mean? So, but anything else you want to add there?
I wasn't.
No, to his beginning.
Well, confidence.
Yeah.
That's actually to me. You're making a call as if to say you're doubting yourself.
Yeah. Your
So
tonality
to me,
is very.
To me, the tonality has to come up.
Yeah.
You have to be more confident because they did put that request in.
Right.
They did ask you to call them. You have to believe it. So it's about belief. Once you believe in it, even if they say that, then you try to overcome it by countering the information that you have in your hand, just verifying the information. Make sense? Mm-hmm. So, but in you have to believe that they did put it in. And once you do that, that's one of the reasons why I'm here today, because John did put it out, a lead is a lead. And it is you that is the differentiator.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Start there. Now, for me, also, one thing I like to do, we'll do it different ways. I don't like to go, hey, John, and keep talking. Hey, John, calling you about, I don't like that.
Right.
I like to go like, hey, Gary, I want that. I want that. Why? Buys me more time. Curiosity. Does that make sense? I see people do it the other way.
Right.
I liked, hey Gary, like I kind of know you, but and then you'd be like, I want like, yeah? I want that. Why? Because I have their attention.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So if I have their attention once, then I go, hey Gary, I'm just calling you back about, now I have your attention again.
Right.
Now I get a little bit more time. You know what I'm saying? Hey, just calling you back about the form you filled out about the life insurance. Just need to verify real quick your date of birth is this. Is that right? Statistically, I'm going to get a few more yeses because now they're like, oh, he's calling me back. It's this thing I did versus who the fuck's this? I don't know who you are. They don't relate the two, in my opinion, if you don't slow down and kind of make that confidence come out and that you are supposed to be getting back to them. You know what I'm saying? Because if, again, anyone calls you and they're like, hey, man, I was just getting back to you about your car, you'd be like, what? You would at least listen, even if you don't have your car anywhere. You know what I'm saying? You'd be like, what the fuck did I do? Does it make sense? And it gets you, I want their mind thinking. I realize I need to shuffle in their head. Because again, think about from the time they filled it out to the time you called them, all the shit in life that's happened. They need to shuffle that file system and link the two. You know what I mean? So I need to be really good about that link for me. You know, and then just making it normal. I'm not trying to pitch them. I'm not trying to be like, hey, man, about this life insurance. I'm not going deep in it. You know, and then I'll be like, hey, man, this is really, I just got to get, in order for me to get the information back to you, I just need to verify this. You know what I'm saying? I could say something like that. Like, I'm just going to get it to you.
Right.
It's very vague. Like, not like, hey, man, I want to come over. I ain't getting there yet.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I'm going to ease my way into an appointment. You know what I'm saying? So but start at the very beginning. The first few seconds is the most critical part. All the other shit we can fix later. But I would start with that initial. Grab their attention, create curiosity, and try to make that connection that and you're still going to get hang-ups, to be clear. But you should notice a little bit different tonality in the response.
Right.
You want that, yeah? Uh-huh. Like a little acknowledgement that they're going to listen to you. You know what I mean? So just start there. And do that like fucking 10,000 times. Oh, yeah. And then we'll make more tweaks. You know what I mean? Don't get too deep in the weeds after that. Yeah. What do you got? What'd you get? Oh, cool. So we're gonna take a little break now. Amanda got some lunch for you guys if you want. You can't eat till you go bring back an app.
Yes.
Or you can bring one with you. Reese will feed you on the way.
There you go.
He'll spoon feed you bites. So for those that were late, we challenged her to walk around the office complex because she has mental issues on the phone. She makes a lot of phone calls, but she's convinced no one picks up the phone. So then she started door knocking and is feeling more comfortable with it and having success, but she has debt to pay off in 12 days.
Yep.
And she needs to have an extra 3 apps in 12 days. And I'm like, yo, you could walk around this complex and find an app. So she said she's willing to do it, and I love a challenge, so we're gonna have her at least go get a bunch of no's out there today.
I'm fine with that.
And see what happens. I feel like you can get one.
I get like
I feel-
10 a day.
Yeah.
Easy, but whatever.
What's the new goal? Remember we changed it.
I know, the new goal is
How many-
100 door knocks a day.
How many no's a day?
How many no's a day?
Yeah.
So, I mean,
If you knock on 10 doors, how many are there?
how many are there? 1.
1 out of 10?
Maybe, actually, I would say 3.
Yeah, okay. Now I believe you. I did a lot of door knocking in my life. I don't buy the 1 out of 10.
No, no.
It's 3 out of 10. Okay. So that means 30 out of 100. So you should be 25 no's a day.
Yep.
New goal.
All right, I can do that. That was the whole thing. That they put it out a challenge, like whoever gets to 25 no's first.
There you go.
And it took me a week to get there, but
Yeah.
just driving around.
Now it's gonna be a day.
Okay. All right.
I love it. All right.
So you just walk like everybody's house, just.
She's gonna go in. So there's 2 things you can do. There's our office complex here,
Yeah.
and then there's 2 subdivisions right there.
I know.
So
I'm
just
thinking more about the subdivision.
I think you should do it right here.
Just
You
knock.
think I should do it here? Yeah.
Hell yeah.
I've never done like.
Just to knock on the door. see
I
if
just
there's-
want the challenge of overcoming your fear.
I know, that's true.
I don't give a shit if you get any yeses. It's just, are you willing to do something uncomfortable?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
What's the, should we knock on the door?
Knock on the doors in this office complex.
That's
Do you want insurance?
Yes, basically.
so. Basically, I got my husband
Hey,
to bring me
I work
my
with John in Building 800 and just seeing if anybody around here needs life insurance. we took care of one of your neighbors, which is somewhat fudged,
Right,
but it sounds really
Yeah,
good.
but we did.
Someone did.
yeah,
Hey, one of your neighbors recently got life insurance. Just walking around seeing if you need any help.
Yep.
Need any life insurance? I work in the building 800. Who cares? If you're looking to transform your insurance sales game in just 12 weeks, this course I put together is for you. Go over 20 different topics, everything from sales to goal setting to lead plans, and everything I've done in the last decade plus, having multiple six-figure sales success. I've helped hundreds and hundreds of agents get to multiple six figures all over the country, mentoring and speaking at all kinds of events. So available now. Find the link in the description. Use the code LAUNCH for a discount code. Let's say I invest today $100,000, right? And I put it wherever. What would be a good return?
20%?
20%? What do you think would be a good? I say good.
a good return. Yeah, like 25, 30.
That's fucking phenomenal
Yeah.
return. That's not good. Fair? Tell me where you can turn 100 into 125, putting it somewhere right now. Where do you know that you can do that?
You'll get 5%. Maybe 5%. And that's 5,900.
That's my point. Does that make sense? Like 5% is good. What would you get if you put it in the bank?
If you put it in the bank, if it is a CD, maybe 3.5, 3.5.
Okay. So it's $3,500 is
Yeah.
a CD. Okay. What if it's just in your savings account?
Oh, you get 0.9%.
So $900,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
On the savings. Where can you get
An IUL.
25?
If you put it into an IUL.
I mean, what's
You
a
get
6?
6%.
Yeah, it'd be
But
6.
that's not just 6%. They're gonna take the cost of the insurance, and then you get 6% of the remainder.
Yeah.
And if you put 100,000, that means you want to pay your annual dues. So they take $10,000, then you get 6% of 90.
Correct.
Approximately. Which is still 5%.
Yeah.
It goes up.
You invest in Bitcoin.
Yes, and you can lose it all.
100%. Can go the wrong way fast.
Annuities, you get 6%, but 5 to 6%.
Okay.
Yes.
So call it 5K annuity,
Yeah.
but you can't touch it. But you can't touch it.
Yeah, no. If you touch it, you pay another.
You can't touch it here. You can't touch it here.
That's correct.
Right? It doesn't work. It doesn't happen anywhere. So 100 grand, you'd be fired up out of your mind to make 20. Right?
A year.
A year.
A year. We forget that part too.
I'm going, Matt, what could you make if you dropped 5 grand on leads today?
Ooh.
Let's start with, you've sold the least, right? What do you think you could make if I give you 5 grand worth of lead? Let's say you could get, let's say $30 a lead. 5,000 divided by 30. Let's say you get 160 leads. Pick your kind, I don't care. What do you think you could make if you had that? Just rough idea, I know you don't know the business at all.
I will say you get 100, it's 100 leads.
It'd be 160 at $30 a pop. 166. Yep.
I should get at least about 16. So.
So selling 10%?
Yeah.
That's where you got that?
10%.
Yep. Follow.
I should make 10% and then depends on my
Okay.
commission.
So 16 sales.
Right, so it's a 16 sales.
Okay.
And
And let's say you only make $500 a sale.
No, $1,000.
No. We're gonna go conservative, bro.
yeah, low end 5, so you're looking at 30, so you look like
So-
8.
8K.
So I can move like some 3K ahead.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's more than 50%. That's
Yes.
also a 60.
That's 60.
Most people wouldn't do that in insurance. They were like, I can only make 8 to spend 5.
And it's gonna be difficult, John. It's gonna be difficult for you to make 8.
Now.
If you spend 5 grand.
There. Now let's do it your way. No, I want to. I did this on purpose. Okay,
You're making 8
now.
off of 5.
You get 166 leads, Prince.
Yeah.
How many apps you gonna write?
I would say conservatively about 30%.
So what's that? 16. 32, 48 apps.
Yeah,
How much premium are you gonna write?
1,000 at least.
So 48K. 48K from 5. So what if you're somewhere in the middle?
Yeah.
He has confidence, he has success, he has a track record, he knows what it can be. You have not. That ROI,
Yeah, I'm good.
100%.
I'm good with that.
You know. Now, where's it hard? When people spend 500 and they make 800. Same ROI,
Right.
but you can't do much with 300 bucks.
Wait. Come with that.
But people quit over this. I'm like, yo, you just made 60 fucking % on your money. And actually, if you were a real nerd and you realize that's 60% in 5 days,
Exactly.
the math on that is like, I don't know how to do that math. I remember learning it in high school. You hit a little button on that fancy calculator and it annualizes the interest. I don't know how to do that.
Once I come with a head, I'm happy.
Yeah.
As long as I make a profit.
And that's the point, is you have to remember that in this business, because people judge based on how they feel financially. Or people go, I didn't make a return on investment. I'm like, define that. Well, after I paid my mortgage and my credit card bills and my car payment, my kids' tuition and vacation, there's no money left. I'm like, that's not how profit works. You know? So it's like, somewhat to his point, you have to understand reality and go, again, imagine if you put 500 bucks over here. What are you going to have at the end of the year here? 502? You know what I mean? 500 bucks in this, you have 520 over a year. You know what I mean? If you made 20%, now you got 600 bucks at the end of the year. And you're fired up out of your mind because you made 20% in a year. But if you spent 500 bucks and only made 600 this week on leads, you might go into depression. I'm like, why do we do that to ourselves? Not saying there's not more ROI, but you didn't net 20% in 3 days if you spent 500 bucks to make one sale. It should be like, oh dang, there's something to this. Now the question is, why don't you do that every day? Or why don't you do that every morning and afternoon? You know what I mean? 500 bucks makes it five. And again, you'd have to be terrible to not turn 500 into 600 bucks, or not work them, or not, you know what I mean? Go ahead.
So, I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
I know someone said a lead is a lead. Is that true?
Yes.
So if I go out to buy some age leads, I don't get age leads right now. So if I did go and buy some age leads, it don't matter.
So if I gave you the magic lead for 122 bucks, right? Or I gave you one for 7 years old for 8 cents. Does the $122 lead love their family any differently than the 8-cent lead?
No.
So that's why a lead's a lead's a lead. Does that make sense? Now, if I said I gave you 100 leads that are 100 bucks a pop and filled them out 4 minutes ago, or 100 leads that are 5 years old, which one are you going to convert more of quantity-wise? Obviously, you're going to convert more new ones because they just fucking did it. Does that make sense? And this, people have a gap. So they've been worked, or maybe they already bought something. But at the same time, I also look at it and go, maybe times are different and they're ready now. Maybe no one got to them. Maybe they canceled a policy 3 years ago and they're ready for a new one. Maybe they had a child. Maybe they got married. Maybe their parents died and they realized something changed in life. You know what I mean? Like, everybody, again, that what if, people are looking at the wrong angle. I look at an age lead as, most agents don't want to work them. And they're people who want to take care of their family. There's no competition over here. All the competition's here. New leads, high cost, that's where all the competition's at. Not saying you shouldn't do them, but there's gobs of money in working age leads if you just have the right mentality and approach them the right way. If you buy 100 leads for 75 cents, you spend 75 bucks, like, I mean, you could close 1 out of 1,000 and do really well. You know what I mean? You just got to be willing to go through that many more no's. Not because they don't work or don't care for their family, but maybe your approach was wrong. 7 years ago, they didn't fill it out. You know what I mean? Like, it's just, it's a different technique, if you will, to that. We had a guy that was in our group for a while, and all he would buy is 50-cent leads. That's all he wanted. And he would write $300,000 a year on. But his approach was really simple. He's like, hey, just calling you back. I'm a manager over here. A while back, a few years ago, you filled something out. My records don't show that anyone got this out to you. Can you confirm that? It was like really stupid approach, but it worked really well. And he's looking for like, yes, they contacted me or no, they didn't. It wasn't like trying to pitch away. It was like just follow up. You know what I mean? Hey, just my records show nobody got a hold of you yet. Can you confirm? Really simple. Did anybody get to you yet? Don't show we did. You know what I mean? And it's the angle and the intentionality of it that worked really well for me. It was very non-aggressive. It was very simple. Like the door knocking thing, it kind of brought me back. What do you do when you knock on someone's door? How do you approach it?
Hey, so my name's Lindsay Cohen. You had filled out a lead a while back, and I just shown their information.
Yep.
So I just wanted to see, is that something that you've been able to take care of? Or are you still shopping around for it?
Yep.
Whatever, or you had requested info, and so I was just delivering that info. And they called me back because they
How's the
delivery thing?
How's it go right there? Is that where you get most of the fall off?
Yeah.
Most of the pushback? All right. Can I give you some advice?
Yeah.
You know what? I like to play stupid a lot.
Right.
Like I do it all the time. I was having like an email fight with someone yesterday a little bit. We like conflicted, and I had to end it. So I chose to play dumb to get her to explain what I wanted her to explain because she was trying to prove a point and I was trying to prove a point, and I'm like, all right, let me play like a fucking idiot. And I did, and it all went away. But when I would door knock, I don't want the confrontation. I don't want someone feeling like the sales part right away. I wouldn't want that on me if I were there, but I wouldn't fill out a lead either.
Yeah.
So I don't take too much account into that, but I could see the body language when I did that.
Right.
Like it shifts. People come with hesitation, first of all. Like, who are you? That's real. That's there. I don't think most ain't coming like armed and ready to do anything. But there is like, oh shit, who's here? You get a little of that. And if I felt if I went into sales too quick, I immediately would get shut down. So I would do everything the same as you did, except I pretended that we couldn't get a hold of them, and I was the guy they sent out to verify the phone number.
Okay.
I'd be like, hey, Lindsay, hey, John, hey, my office sent me out to double check the right phone number. They said they haven't been able to get a hold of you. Is your phone number right on this?
Right.
And I'd hand it to them.
Yeah.
99% of the time, they'd be like, yeah. I'd be like, oh, you probably like me and don't answer phone numbers you don't know, huh? They'd all go, yeah, I get too many phone calls. I'd be like, cool. And now I would convert into the new guy. The same guy that was just the dipshit that checked phone numbers. I'd be like, all right, well, I'm the guy that they send out to make sure I get you all the information on this. And then I would go into sales.
Yeah.
Does it make sense?
Make sure you
It's just
have a proper plan.
that's it.
This is the other thing that I
Yeah.
did it too.
I mean, I would go, you know what I mean? From there, I would go, hey, I'm just the one that they send to get the information out. It takes like 10 minutes to see if you're eligible for anything. Do you have time now? Do you have time Tuesday? I depend on my schedule. And that was it. I was just basically trying to book an appointment. I didn't get into like, do you have it? Do you not? I don't like that. You know what I mean? Did you get it taken care of? You're asking for objections because it's easy to go, yep, I got it. Does that make sense? I'm going like, yo, I'm just the guy that's here to see if you're eligible. It takes like 5 or 10 minutes. Do you have time now? And that was it. So my in was check the phone number. And then right after they all said it's right, 99% of them. Every once in a while there was one that I didn't have the phone number. They were missing a digit or something stupid. But for the most part, I knew I had the right phone number. Many times they told me no on the phone already.
Right.
It's a complete act. And they'd go, nah. I'd be like, oh, okay. Well, I'm just the guy that's here to get you the information. You know what I mean? Super, super easy and smooth. And that kind of like dumbing it down, dude, everybody's guard dropped instantly. Because I could get that out quick. Hey, I'm just got here to check the phone number. My office said they haven't been able to get a hold of you. It wasn't me. I didn't say I've been calling you and can't reach you. I never did that. I like diverted.
Yeah.
Even though it was me. And dude, I sold a shit ton of insurance door knocking. You know, when I had to.
Yeah.
Now, my goal was to never have to do it again in my life. That was the goal, to get out of that, you know, and get to a point where I was buying enough leads to reinvest them. But if you're seeing like whatever your pitch is, whether in-home or phone or door knocking, if you're feeling resistance at a certain point all the time, it's like, all right, how do I overcome that resistance point? You know what I mean? And you start making small tweaks. And if you don't know how to do it, seek counsel from someone who sells a lot. And be like, yo, at this point, because everyone has experienced. I knock on a door and they're like, everyone's dealt with that. Everyone's dealt with, hi, my name is John, I'm calling you back, click. Everyone's dealt with that. Does it make sense? So we've learned like, oh shit, I lose them here. Let me tweak. You know what I'm saying? And there's nothing y'all are going to experience that someone else ain't already experienced. The problem most do is they ask the wrong people. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, make sure you get out of your company, which obviously you are here, but You know what I'm saying? It's like get out of your comfort zone and ask someone who's experiencing. But what y'all got to do is learn to not only like be the salesperson, but you also have to watch it. Does that make sense? So you have to be really aware of what's happening in the moment too, to go like, oh shit up, versus go, the lead sucks. They didn't have it. They already got to take, like maybe it's the approach that caused that reaction. No different than any of y'all. Someone comes knocking on your door and they're like, hey, I'm just with the alarm company. I hope they're your neighbor. But like, yeah, I already got one. I'm good. And I don't. Or maybe I do. You know what I mean? Like it is what I just want them out. Or I go to the clothing store and they, hey, can I help you? What do we all say?
No, I'm just looking.
Every one of us. You know what I mean? It's just, that's all you deal with. You know how easy that would be to overcome? I wouldn't even mess with it. I'd be like, hey, good to meet you, man. Obviously, you look for a car. Can I point you in their direction? What are you looking for? You know what I mean? I'd come up with some angle where the approach would be different. You know what I mean? To reduce that resistance. And that's where a lot of people struggle is the resistance, and they keep trying to fucking hammer through the same thing over and over again. If you just get through that little resistance, obviously people ain't showing up to a car lot if they don't want a car.
That's correct.
There's no fucking way. We don't go to the clothing store if we don't want clothes. You know what I'm saying? And they don't fill out leads, or they don't, and even if it's not a lead, understanding the family dynamic, people want to take care of their family. So it's like, can you get past that resistance? That's where most fail, is they just want to plow through it versus use finesse and intentionality to get around it. You know? What do you do on social, dude?
Social. I'm not too big at social, but I am trying.
Define trying. Do y'all need this? Are we good? Can I erase that?
Putting out things on Facebook and Instagram.
It's what?
I am not actively
Why not?
doing it on a daily basis.
Why not?
I'm just being lazy. No good excuse.
No, I like it. I mean, if you're going to go after high net worth people is your question, and listen, I'm not a pro on it because I don't have high net worth clients, but I know a lot of high net worth people, and I know some people who their entire business model is high net worth people, and I do know that they're looking for someone much more that's of a professional level. You know what I mean? For sure. People certainly, like if I need something on a higher end, I'm probably going to ask someone else I know that has money. Does it make sense? If I'm looking to buy something worth some money, I'm probably going to ask some of my buddies who got some money versus fill out something on the internet, more than likely. I mean, someone in my circle probably has something, anything that I could need. Now, on social, that's becoming the norm for people to, not in a negative way, but for them to believe what they see. It's become more normal. You know, so I think if you're out there educating people on social, informing people, giving examples of clients you've taken care of, situations, stories, you know what I mean? Like, education on social is big, dude. That's what Juan does well. And honestly, some of his biggest stuff is him pointing at someone else educating people and going, I don't know if you've seen any of his Juan stuff, but some of it's not high-end social. It's
Depot does the same thing.
Who?
Depot?
I don't know.
Yeah.
So some combination.
You know, it's big and good.
Yeah, I mean, people want to be entertained and educated for the most part. You know, so if you can put out some educational stuff, you see enough clients where you could be like, hey, this situation, A, B, C, here's what we put together. Obviously, don't share personal information, but you can make it vague enough. Put out illustrations, put out examples. Hey, 27-year-old trying to make, you know, 200 grand a year at retirement. Here's what we did. 52-year-old trying to accomplish this, protect their money. Here's what we did. Here's why. You know what I'm saying? Like, you start educating people, man. You don't know who's going to come across your social, bro. You know, and then if I were you, I'd probably do something along the lines of make some kind of, whether page or something, and get reviews from your clients. And you start talking about like Perry Lunsford, and y'all know, so I've done some stuff with him online. We did a podcast for a while. He's big in the health space. He has a brand on social, and every one of his clients, they follow up and get him to do a review. So now he gets to, on all his ads, talk about he's in the health insurance space with 5-star reviews from X number of clients. I got 3,000 5-star reviews, or whatever his number is. You know what I mean? He's just really intentional about like capturing everything he can. Different than getting referrals. Why not get them to give you a review right there? Everyone would do it if you're like, hey, do you mind giving me a review? And hand them your damn phone. You know what I'm saying? Do you?
Yeah, we really do. After the session, we're like, hey, do you mind just doing a quick video?
Yeah.
30-second video, and then we
Yeah.
throw in photos from the session.
Now, do you do that in life insurance? Why not? It fucking works. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Imagine you have a social media and a website full of reviews, and not only the typed in 5 stars, but video reviews. You know what I mean? Hey, I just sat with Prince. It was great. Dominique Rogers does it all the time now. All the time. He sit there, videos with his clients. You know what I'm saying? And you got to build a social brand. Today's world is the world of personal branding too. You know, it means much more than company stuff. It's like they're buying from you, dude. You know that by now. They don't give a shit if it's NLG or ABC company. They don't care. Athene, who cares? They don't care. They're getting it from you. Yeah. So who are you to the world? You know what I mean? And you got to start positioning yourself as someone who takes care of high net worth issues. You know what I'm saying? Versus just the insurance guy. You know what I'm saying? I would start putting some stuff out, dude. And you have content from every client. All the questions clients ask you in every appointment, all the hesitations, the fears, the objections. Dude, you could kill it in those every day. Unlimited content. You don't have to even get creative. Just use what the clients are asking you, or use what agents are asking you. You know what I mean? All the agents that go to you like, how do you sell this? And you're like, it's really simple. It's this. Start educating them. You want to start building team, be yourself that trains agents on how to do this stuff. Same concept, focus on clients here, focus on agent education on this side, and tackle both. You know what I mean? But you just position yourself as that guy. And then if you really wanted to, man, get into networking is where it's at too. If you did networking type events, you know, there's people with money go to those. Small businesses would be huge for you. Small business guys. When I go to Marietta Country Club, dude, almost exclusively small business owners, loaded with them, you know, and own all kinds of shit. There's people with jack, dude, that do, quite frankly, some of the dumbest shit ever, including, I think, what I do for what we met. You know what I mean? It's fucking life insurance with leads. It's not that deep. You know what I mean? And it's like, there's some people with money, dude, that don't know the financial world at all. There's a lot of everyday Joes making bank.
So I'd like to get into like the new stuff. I live in a commercial golf course community.
Get into them.
So it's there.
It's 100% there. And they aren't educated at all on them, and they aren't deep at all. They're really simple, especially the annuities we sell in our world. I mean, there's no risk. The biggest downside is like accessibility for a certain period of time, but you're trading that in exchange for nice interest rates and protection and no downside. Like it's not a hard concept to sell, you know, and they're becoming more and more the norm. You know, where maybe a handful of years, 5-10 years ago, annuities had a bad language to them in a sense because of the variable stuff. But I think there's a big differentiator between the two in today's world, especially on social. You know, so work your warm market. And even if you have to partner with someone that knows more about it at the beginning, and just be like, hey, I'm in the financial services. I do a lot of life insurance, but my office also does annuities. Here's what we do. We protect, you know, income or people's retirement money from loss. I have a partner that does it with me. You open a conversation. I mean, I sold my first fucking $2 million by utilizing AMS. The equivalent was, I didn't know what I was doing. I'm like, yo, my team does it. And they would build the illustration for me. They'd tell me what to say, and I'd go sit down. If I had to get them on the phone during the appointment, they would. You know, and I eventually learned them. And I learned like, shit, I way overcomplicated this, especially relative to what the client needs to know. They don't need to know all the moving parts. No different than they don't need to know like how the actuarial science behind life insurance works. Who gives a shit? They get a check when they die. And in this case, all they're worried about is safety. Yeah. Or they're an investor. You got two types of people.
Yeah, exactly. We have the FIA and the GIA.
Correct.
The guaranteed income annuities, and also the one that is going to build you, protect your money, but accumulates.
Yeah.
But the best thing is, go to your community and find out who wants to increase their retirement income by 10 to 20%. Who wants money? You can give people money.
There you go. I like it. Hey, it's on video, bro. We're going to put it out for you. I love it. They call that a hook.
Yeah. You know, find out.
Hey, your social media better say that later on today. And tag me in it too.
Who wants money?
I got it for you.
For real, what I mean annuities. We give a client anywhere from about 8 to 20% instant bonus on top of their money as an incentive for them to move their money from wherever the custodian is, from A to here, where they're going to protect their money, grow it with no risk, and also have liquidity. Very important, because the difference from what John was talking about.
Yeah.
The old annuities is you lock and throw away the key, and you forget about your money for 10, 15 years. No longer the case. You can still walk and chew gum, just like my cane, you know? Yeah, you can. I'm gonna say that to my cane back there. Okay. Because you can have liquidity. Liquidity means access to your money, which is the greatest fear.
Yeah.
If you can have both, how many first we do? You can get extra bonus, you can have liquidity, access to your money immediately. So you don't have to throw away. And no market risk. Even if the market tumbles tomorrow, because Iran sneezed, it would affect you.
So,
You're a sales guy over here. You guys will have it all. They have all the same products, same shit. So that help. That Prince,
Yes, absolutely.
did we cover all of them? Here's one other thing. I'll do it too now. See if I can. So like, wish I had more hundreds. I don't have them. It's funny, like, well, you got stacks of cash back there? I need like a few more hundreds if you have them. I like doing it with hundreds instead of 20s, but I can do it with 20s. No, that's all right. It'd be too much. We can pretend they're hundreds. So I think the way I look at lead investment is a lot different than most people. I'm gonna do it anyway. All right. We're gonna just pretend they're all hundreds. So if you're a lead guy and they give you $100, right? But you also have to be the insurance company too. So that's the insurance company money. I give you $100 for leads, right? I make a sale. I get $500, right?
Okay, yeah.
So if you give me back, you pay me back. I got $500. How much did I make?
0.
I gave you 100. I made back 500.
Oh, 400. Yeah.
Okay. I netted 400. Okay. Then I do it again, and I give you $100 because I want more leads, right? And then you pay me. I make another $500 back. Sorry, I threw it at you. All right.
Yeah.
So now I did it again.
Okay.
So now
800.
800 out of 2. Netted.
Sure. See, I look at it different.
Yeah.
To me, I use the same $100.
Okay.
Right, yeah.
Just the same $100. So I really only spent 100 total, where in your head, you spent 200. Does that make sense?
Makes sense.
So when you spend 1,000 this week and 1,000 next week, in your head, you spent $2,000. I only spent 1,000 twice. I spent the same 1,000 twice because I got it back.
Because you got it back. Yeah.
I just, if I drew on this dollar bill and I just did this all day long, it's the same $100 bill. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So when people are like, I spent $100,000 on leads a year, I'm like, nah, I just spent $1,000 100 times. I just keep taking the same money and giving it back. Does it make sense?
Yes.
And it's the mental approach for me. I was like, yo, I do this all fucking day. And here's the way I do it. Let's say I take $100 to Vegas, okay? And I go over here and I play blackjack and I win back 500. And then I go over here and I give him $100 on fucking poker and I get back $500. And then I go over here on roulette and I put $100 and I get 500. I only went to Vegas with what? Y'all would never say I spent 300 in Vegas. You'd be like, you went with 100 and you came back with $1,500. Fucking win. Does that make sense? But when it comes to leads, you're like, no, you spent 100 there, 100 there, 100 there.
That's different way of looking at it.
Right?
I think it's only, you're going to think that you spent that if you didn't make any sale from $1,000 of lead, which is hard.
I mean, that's the only way that's going to happen is you don't fucking work.
Yeah.
Let's be real.
Okay.
Fair? I don't know anybody that's ever disputed that. You spend $1,000 on leads and don't make money, you would never convince me you worked them. I don't buy it. Has it ever happened to you?
Actually, in the past, I did.
Me
have
too.
that experience. Yeah.
But I could look back on it and go, did you really work them?
That's correct. That's it.
Probably not.
Probably not.
You know what I'm saying? And again, is it a trick in my own mind? Yes and no, because I actually truly believe, no, again, if I just change the scenario to fucking Vegas, you're all bought in. I only spent $100. Because if I went, hey, how much did you tell I don't know if you're married or not, but how much would you tell your wife you went to Vegas with if you gambled all day long? $100 at this table, $100 at that table, $100 a hand. You'd be like, babe, I only took $100.
That's our left foot.
But with leads, why can't we go, it's $1,000 all year? I just keep fucking doing it. You know what I'm saying? And that approach, man, it got me to a point where in the normal insurance person's lingo in 2017, I spent $400,000 on leads. I didn't sell insurance that year. I spent $400,000 on leads that year. Huh?
I remember hearing that, or you spent like $80K one year to make it like, what was it?
On my own. Yeah.
on your-
I spent 80, but in my head I didn't. But that was everybody else's lingo. I just put $1,500 a week in, and I'd make fucking $8-10 grand a week, and just put the $1,500 back in. And I'm like, it's the same fucking money.
It softens the blow. Making it sound like that, it softens the blow of the money that you.
And it's you just have to remember when you get paid, just allocate the lead money and go, whoops, that's not my money. Y'all all agreed I only made $400. So everyone's not confused there. But you get an insurance commission, you're like, I made $1,000. No, you didn't. Does that make sense? You didn't make $1,000. Correct. You got the lead money in there. You know what I'm saying? It's just a way of looking at it the right way at the right time. And so for me, it was all timing. So I wasn't too afraid to invest that aggressively because I knew it was all coming back. When I look at what I made that year, I wish I spent $800,000 that year on leads because I'd have made fucking $3 or $4 million. You know what I mean? But putting 400, I made like 1.8. And again, it wasn't all out at once. It was like, let me buy these few agents' leads. They went make money. I made overrides. I found a few other agents, invested in them, made overrides. Took the money again, put it over. It was just taking the same money and putting it back out. It's business. You know, pick a business. They all work that way. You know, you go to McDonald's, you fucking buy stuff. They go buy food. They get the food, they sell it. They get the cash back in. They allocate the same money back to the food. Put 30% towards food every time. You know, and so it's understanding when you make a sale, some percentage of that, call it 25%, it's just the lead money coming back to you. And you just got to reallocate it back in, you know? So we got to catch it on both sides, the spend side, but the deposit side too, we got to look at it and go, I only made 750 because 250 needs to go back to leads or 500 needs to go, whatever the number is in your head. But it made it really simple for me to understand the investment side, you know? And I'm like, I would do that all day long. And in our business, the return comes so quickly, it quite literally is the same money most of the time, as quick as we can get paid back. Maybe on the IUL side, it takes a little longer. But again, 30 days, 45, 15 days, 30 days, whatever the number is, it's still coming back. So you got to float a little bit more money, a little longer. But
also it depends on which IUL.
Yeah, some are quicker, obviously.
Nowadays, in this company, better IULs that you can write and get this kind of decision.
Yeah, correct.
The IUL Express and also the IUL Express from America and Mutual Format and all that. So
Yeah.
instant decision, so it comes
Correct.
very easy.
Yeah.
Now, what he's referring to is the bigger IUL. If you have a big case,
Yeah.
to write a real IUL, it might take some weeks.
Yeah.
With a fully underwritten product, but you make tons of money with that.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
You want
So-
mine waiting? I said you want mine waiting.
No. It's if you do the business right and there's cash coming in the middle and then you get big hits, this is great. Little bit, whack. Little bit, whack. Dude, it's nice. Write $1 million annuity every once in a while. It's like, boom. You know what I mean? It's a very different business. You know, and then keep in mind, y'all that are newer, how long you been in business?
9 months.
Okay, so you're about to start seeing some back end money.
I know.
I mean, you start seeing that money. Y'all understand the back end money?
I've been checking, I'm like, okay, when I see those little.
So-
the commission statements come through, I'm like.
Let's
I did
go.
that. No, I think I got chargebacks my first couple months.
It's all right. These are the months. So if you sell, I don't know, let's just say you sell $1,000 here. For every $1,000, they pay you $750 now, right? And then over here, October, November, December, you get whatever, $80, $83, $83, $83. Does that make sense? So you get your 9-month advance here,
Okay.
right? You understand how they work? You understand it?
So you get 9?
You get 9 months of the commission here,
Okay.
and then you get months 10, 11, 12 here.
Back to
Advance commission.
Yeah. So meaning if you sold 10,000 and you sold 7,500, you get $830 here. Does that make sense? If you sell fucking 50,000, right, and you get 75% of that, 37.5. Yeah. You know what I mean? You're getting like, then you got 12,000, you get 4K here, 4K here, 4K here. Right? And then if you keep selling here, now you get 37K here from what you sold new, plus your 4K from January. Make sense? Then again, let's say you pick the number, you sell another 50K here. Now you get that 4K here, 4K here, and then 4K in January the next year. Does that make sense? Because it's 10, 11, 12 now. Then you sell March 50K, you get your 37 here, 37 here. Now you get 4K here, 4K here, and 4K in February. So in this month, you get January's month 10, February's month 11, or no, the other way. January's month 12, February's month 11, March's month 10. Does that make sense? You get all 3 months back in money there, plus what you're selling currently. Does that follow? So after 12 months, you're always getting 3 months back end money. So you'll get month 10 of this, or month 12 of this, month 11 of this, month 10 of that. You follow that? Same thing here. So once you pass that year, now you're getting a little bit from February, a little bit from March, a little bit from April. Then here, a little bit from March, a little bit from April, a little bit from May. Does that make sense?
Should hopefully be getting something either this month or next month.
Yeah. And then again, then you keep doing it, right? And you sell 5 days a week, you get an app.
Yeah.
Well, that means over here, 5 days a week, you're getting paid. $50, $100, $200. And then again, you do it 3 months in a row. Now you start getting paid from 3 different companies every day. Does that make sense? Then you start hitting some whole life and IUL policies. Then on top of this, then you start getting some renewal money. $2, $3, $8, $6, $12. IULs, $150, $300, $200, whatever the number is. You mean my commission statement today, like every day, it's like this long. Loaded full of nickels and dimes and quarters and just from little baby renewals. Now, there's some big ones in there too. But I'm just saying like 10 years of customers renewing, you know what I mean? Whole life policies, and then you start building, you start getting overrides. You get all the back end money on your override and all the renewal money on the override. So I get overrides on thousands of policies a month over the course of 10 years that just keep, I mean, it's crazy the size of the commission statement, and they add up, but it's crazy the small increments that add up to big numbers with time. But I remember first understanding this, and part of it is too, is like you feel like there's no money, but do you know how much you've sold in the last year, roughly? Or in the last 9 months?
Yeah, around 60K.
So 60K, right? If you,
Not what I want, you know what
no,
I
I
mean?
get it, but what's 25% of that?
Yeah, 25% of 60K, I don't know.
15K.
Yeah.
So you got 15K sitting at the insurance carriers right now, like savings that you don't even know about and you're stressed out over. You know what I mean? So you got the money, kinda.
Yeah.
Just gotta wait for them to pay, and then it starts kicking. You know what I mean? So you've got this little nest egg built up that you can't touch and feel and spend today, but it's coming. This always gave me a lot of hope and like excitement too, because I didn't have that in the bank. You don't have it in the bank, but you kind of do have it in the bank. You just can't go fucking send it to Discover today. You know what I mean?
It's always sweet when you open your account and see that coming.
Hell yeah. Yeah.
When you least expect it.
And that's that part about building the foundation up here,
Yes.
so you start getting this down here. You know what I'm saying? So as you're starting to go to work every day, just understand you're building your future income too. It ain't just about today. Then you start going, all right, what do you spend on leads right now?
Like 250 a week. Not enough, but that's what I
Yeah.
can do.
So call it $1,000 a month. Over 9 months, you got 15K. So that's like $1,500 a month. That's more than your lead bill. So effective month 12, you essentially have no more lead bill relative to what you're spending now. It's going to cover your lead bill.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? So now you got a choice again. Do I keep spending what I'm spending, or do I take the new money and invest that in leads too, since I ain't used to having it anyway? So every time you get some back end money, you might buy more leads for right now to build next year's. And today's current income will be a little bit more, but next year's will start to build the base of renewals and back end money too. You know what I mean? And a lot of people they forget that's here. I mean, your back end money's got to be obnoxious by now.
Yeah, but there was something that I wanted to point out to what she just said, which will help everybody. Scare money doesn't make money. Guys, that scare money, that money you put under your bed or in the bank, it doesn't make money. It is okay for you to know that franchise McDonald's, to buy one is $600 to $1 million to get one franchise. Do you know the first 2-3 years, they average about $150,000 return after they pay for the burger, the flipper, and everybody. But here, you are scared of putting your credit card.
I don't have one.
For anybody that does.
In general.
For anybody that does, get a credit card as a business loan, you know, and put out $500 to $1,000 minimum and commit yourself for 90 days, which is 3 months. Don't commit yourself for a month. Make a mental commitment. 90 days, I'm gonna every week spend that $500 or $1,000, whatever you committed. And I'm gonna work those leads. You will see that you're gonna see how every other company became successful by taking a loan from the bank. There's nothing different than this.
Yeah.
Take a loan, go get a lead, work the leads. Yes, it didn't work this week, but guess what? I'm not committed for 1 week, I'm committed for 90 days, which is going to be 12 weeks. So every week you're committed already. So you're working the ones you didn't get. Next week, I'm buying another one. The following week, I'm buying another one. You now build it. You will never fail, but if you do that 90 days. Yeah. And then you're building your future next year's money, and you're setting yourself for success. That is when you now say, you know what? I didn't get traction the first week or the second week, so my total cost is actually $2,000, but now you now go to Las Vegas to jump. Then your 1,000 now or 2,000 that started fishing will be the one that you're sowing back again, and then the rest will be history. You're gonna turn around and say, you know what? I'm glad I came to this meeting.
I'm glad, because it's putting everything into perspective. Like I said, scare money don't make money. If I'm using credit cards for my leads, I still gotta pay this bill back. But
Yeah. Make you work.
yeah, I gotta make it happen.
And again, to be honest, when we talked about the ROI, even if you're paying interest on shit, you're making 30, 40, 50, 60, 80, 100%, 200%, 300% on your money in a week or two.
Yeah.
Who gives a shit?
That's
You know what I
how every business started.
Correct.
Every single, including Apple.
Yeah.
But we see it today, we get billions. Oh, you see, they started from taking loan. Elon Musk was talking about it. And then, but we little people, we never conceptualize that. So you know what? I am going to get a loan to run my business because this is your business.
Yeah.
A lot of people come into this thinking like you. You see what he just showed? I was in car business for 22 years. Yes. And I'll tell you this. The big difference between and I was a very successful salesperson. I'm naturally successful. My mom trained me in Africa selling fish.
That's real sales.
I got the best trainer, starting from when I was 5 years old.
Yeah.
She said to me, all you have to do is to smile and say hi, and people will come and buy fish. That was the best training I got.
I love it.
And that is true, it's your personality. So what he just said is that you are making your next year's money even now. When you see that picture, you will never get that in car business.
Yeah.
If you're not even showing up in car business and your customer come, you just lost half of your money or all of it. Make sense? So over here, the sales you made today still have a potential, not still have a potential, but has a potential that if the customer kept that business, after 9 months, when they make that payment, insurance gives you that money back. So that's how you get your 10th, your 11th, and your 12th month. And you're still working and building business. So the key here is never quit this business, no matter what. And no, you are the differentiator. There is no other person. It is you. You look in the mirror, you succeed, it's you. You fail, it's you. You kick yourself in the butt and say, go get that money because the money is out there. Just like she just did. The money is out there. Go get it.
Hard to be mad at that. I love it. Thank you, bro. All right, let's do. Y'all have a packet. I know you did it loud. You can do it again if you want. There's a little goals section. Yeah. It's a cool little exercise I've done with agents for 1,000,000 years and did it with myself. And this will kind of help hide some of the stuff you were talking about earlier. That's the one. It's just blank goals. You got it. It's just an exercise. I like to, I'm a big, do any of y'all do goals now?
Yes.
You're the only one?
Yes, I do.
Everybody does goals. Cool. You have them on a piece of paper? Do you write them? Just in your head?
No. This paper makes it much easier.
And then do you have them written currently?
Yeah, so
Yeah.
you can. I have it not itemized, right? It's a simple page.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's how most people do it.
Yes.
Yeah, just write it down on a page. Now, do you put it where you can see it every day?
Yes. It's in my
good.
office.
No? No? You see yours every day?
Yes.
Where do you keep them?
They're in, not this notebook, the other one. I have it next to my.
So you have to go to the notebook.
Well, it's on my chair.
Yeah.
That I
So you
sit-
see it open?
Yeah.
I like to see them.
Yeah, it's sitting there open. I thought it was
You
in this
you
one.
put goals out, Gary?
Not really.
No? Okay.
I try, stop, stop.
Okay. Why?
I don't know, just laziness.
Is it?
That's basically what it is.
Okay.
Just lazy.
I like to chase stuff.
Yeah.
I'm a big chase the mountain, chase the marathon, I want to achieve this or buy a building or do. I'm a chase kind of guy. The chase fuels me. So I goals for me is an exercise, things I can chase and go after. What I've learned is if I take the goals, and y'all can certainly write some down now if you want. I'll explain the whole thing. Maybe take a minute and write down, I don't know, top 3, 4, 5, whatever comes to mind quick. Don't spend a ton of time on it. Just whatever comes top of mind. They can be financial goals. They can be, I want to give money away. I want to take care of someone. I want to quit in cars and do insurance. Whatever they are. There's no wrong answers here. So just first few that come to mind pretty quick. All right, y'all good? Anybody want to share any? Go for it.
Some of my goals is to be able to help my loved ones more. Have 25 to 30K monthly revenue.
I like it.
I want to take a family getaway every 90 days, which I do a weekend thing.
Yep.
I want to put my baby in private school. I want to get back in shape. And number one is to pay off that house.
Hell yeah. Okay, I like it. Anybody else?
Yeah, I'll share mine.
Go ahead.
So I want to be able to average 40K monthly, starting from this month.
Okay.
And I want to visit my mom in Africa by December. And I want also to do my backyard, which is going to take some change. And finally, help my wife put her down payment in her first real estate building that she's
Heck yeah.
working on. So,
To buy one.
yeah, she wants.
Awesome.
She's gonna be buying and then flipping it and selling, but she will
Cool.
have to go. So she's going to the school now.
I love it.
And my goal is to be able to help her say, hey, we found a house, what's the down payment? This is your down payment, now you can go.
Okay, I love it. When's the last time you were in Africa?
Actually, I was in Africa April, 2 months ago.
Okay.
I was there. And my mom is 89.
Wow, okay.
So the goal is that I told her, if you can stay till you're 90, then you have another birthday. If not, no birthday for you. I said it exactly that way. Because if you die, there's no birthday, no more. It's not too much.
It's the best life insurance joke ever.
So I look forward to that.
I love it.
I want to take my children and everybody go.
What you got, bro?
Well, mine is become an agent full time and then try to seek Hall of Fame. I want to do 50 miles in August.
You want to do what in August?
50 miles
Run 50 miles?
Yeah.
Fuck yeah.
in August.
In one time? 50 miles in a row at once?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
Not for the entire month.
No.
Like in one
one
run.
Yeah,
Like a
there's a
double,
run
double
Virginia.
marathon kind of thing.
Almost, yeah.
Yeah, there's a run in Virginia mountains.
50 mile. Is it? What's it called? Do you know?
No, I know the name. I can't remember the name. But
It's okay.
Yeah. It's on the Poor Mountain. Is that Poor Mountain?
I've heard of that.
Yeah, I think something like that. I was just looking it up recently. I just saw it. I said, really nice.
I like it. 50 miles, huh? So I'm doing Jesse Itzler. He has a thing in Rome, Georgia in September. Running Man is also his.
Okay.
He has that all-day running company.
Uh-huh.
And Running Man is one of the events they do in Rome, and it's a 1 mile track, and you got all day to do it. You can do a 5K, 10K, anything, whatever you want to do for that day, up to a 50K. And then they have like hot saunas and ice baths and a party and speakers, and it's kind of like an event combined with a race. It's in Rome in September. It's still open, so I'm gonna do it, and I think I'm gonna knock out another. My wife wants to go, and she's like, I'm gonna do a 5K, which is cool. But I think I'm gonna go and try to do. I might do that damn 50K.
Oh, that's not too
No, it's a little bit more than a marathon.
Yeah,
It's not a ton more. So
bad. And it's flat, right?
it is.
Okay, so that's
Yeah, it should be easy.
Yeah.
So I think I'm gonna knock that out there. What you got, bro?
50K in 6 months, 50K a month in 6 months.
Okay.
Buy Lexus for uncle.
Yep.
Buy a house and move my fiance.
Yep.
Recruit active 10 partner, just sure.
Yep.
Lose 20 pounds. Takes sponsor niece and nephew to US.
What was that last one?
Huh?
What, I didn't catch the last one. I'm sorry.
Take sponsor nieces and nephew to
Oh,
US.
got it. Okay.
Yeah. And then have 3 kids.
Have 3 kids?
Yeah.
I'm your guy. At once? At one time?
No, for
3 separate times.
Not at one time.
Not at once. You don't want triplets. Just asking.
The idea was just knock it out the park.
Yeah, I mean,
Try to find adopted 2 sets.
get it done.
Let's see how down I see.
Yeah.
Let's see how down I have to say.
Yeah. So Amanda, my assistant back there, she's not back there now, but she has twin girls. They're almost 2. So I have 5 kids. So I like babies. I'd have 3 at once if I could. I'm crazy. Huh?
The number one is fine.
It's enough. I will say I'm glad I only really have 1 left. My youngest is 12, and the others are. So I'm like in the home stretch.
250K. I want to take my kids back to Universal.
Oh, cool.
We were supposed to do it this week, and we
Okay.
didn't.
Okay.
And they were crying about it.
Yeah.
You know, get out of debt, put money in savings, at least $1,000 a month.
Yep.
And get a fuel efficient car, because my big giant van is $70 to fill it up every day if
Yeah.
I'm doing it.
Yeah.
So it's,
Okay.
so that's the whole thing. I think every time I get in there, I'm like, man, fuel efficient car.
Yeah.
How amazing would it be to have like a stupid, even a hybrid, whatever, you know
Right.
what I mean? Like, much less a Tesla or something, you know?
Yeah.
That's
Get you a little used one eventually to start.
Exactly.
Cool. So I remember I have a list of them. I think I hear her running down the stairs. There we go. Fucking good timing.
You said bring gym goals.
You know what I meant.
I did not. I asked him what he just said.
I mean, you figured it out.
Yeah.
Fucking. So, let's see. 2013, I had go full time.
Okay.
So these are my actual handwritten goals. From 13, 14, do I have 15? Yeah, 15, 16, and somehow 18. I don't know where 17. Anyway, mine was have 5 writers. So I only had vision for 5. I think you said 10 agents. I put donate $2,000 to church, buy Steph a house, write an annuity once a month, get referrals, win a free carrier trip, make 70 grand, and then start planning a trip to the Bahamas, and then hire an admin. That was 2013. Huh? Yeah. Then 14, I said enjoy more moments with, I put Maddox, Steph, and the kids, volunteer to help more random people, at least one a month, read 2 books a month, enough money to put Maddox in private school, issue, I didn't even say make, but issue 200 grand for the year, save 30 grand for a new house, donate 5 grand to church, and get a new mentor. And then 15, and I like to share these to like show the growth of like mindset. You know what I mean? Because I was, again, go full time and make 70 grand 11 years ago. You know, then 2015, I went to make 41K in deposits a month. I put not happy, and I crossed it out, and I put satisfied. So not satisfied with 8 to 10 grand a month I was making. Grew a team to $1 million a year. And for perspective, we did 16 million last month. Right?
Agency?
Yeah. Yeah, we'll do 250 million this year. And in 2015, I was like, I wanted to be at $1 million a year. The year before,
Agents, right.
this year I said 500 grand for the year. For the year, for the whole team.
This year?
No, 2015, no, 2014 I wrote that.
14.
Yeah, this year we'll do 250 million.
10.
Yeah, 250 million. We'll have, I don't know, 6,000 agents this year or something stupid.
Okay.
Yep. Let's see. I put 20 to 25 grand every month, and then double every year till I get to $1 million by 2017. I want to make $1 million by 2017. When
$1 million a month?
no, that was a year.
Those are yearly goals. Oh,
Yep.
it's a year. Okay.
Yep. Where the 2 years before I only had 70 grand.
2 years.
So in 2
7,
years I
later,
wanted to make $1 million.
$1 million.
That's the vision from being
Over 10,
around.
yeah, over 10x.
Yeah. Set up retirement for 10 years. Be the number 1 writer in the agency. What?
Number 1 writer.
Oh yeah, yeah. I definitely was. I was the number 1 writer by a lot in our group. In even my uplines group, the whole agency, I wanted to be the number 1. I was number 4 in the whole company,
Right.
but I was number 1 in our agency for 3 years in a row. Yep. And for the first 3 years, I was number whatever last place is. So I changed. And then I put the math on how to get to $1 million. I put write $1 million in annuities, and then I put pass more people because I like chasing things. So I put people that were ahead of me, and I said I'm going to pass, and I have their names here, and I passed all of them. And I've hit every one of these goals so far. Every goal I've written, I've hit. Again, it's been 11 years. I didn't hit them all necessarily that year. Many of them I did in that year. The house took a couple years. You know what I mean? Some of the big money ones, like some of those took a little bit of time.
Have you ever run behind Zach or anything? Zach Sadowski?
What do you mean?
Like, when did he compete with you or you compete with him?
I was, so I trained him when he was new.
Okay.
So he's in my group, so he was brand new. I was getting out of the field when he started. Yeah, so I didn't compete with him selling. He sold more insurance than I did.
Yeah.
He's a fucking beast. And we figured out a lot along the way. And he learned from a lot more people. The company got bigger. He started learning from guys like Andrew and some of the other players that he got to learn from as well. And then he's young hustler. Fucking, he sold 700-800 grand a year or something like that, is what he got up to. But I worked with him when he was brand new, and he for how do you say it? Like he skipped medical school to do this. His parents are, his dad's a doctor, mom, everyone's a doctor. His sister's doctor, they're all doctors. And he was supposed to go to dental school at the time, and he ditched it and didn't tell his parents. And he started doing this, and he moved from Colorado to Charleston, South Carolina, where I didn't hire Zach. He was in my group. So Athena, it was in a different agency, or is a different person in my agency that hired him. So he moved to Charleston to work with her, and then I met him at an event, and him and I just connected, and we talk all the time still. Now he's a partner of the company. We're like, I learned from him. Honestly, I learned more from him today than he learns from me, for sure. You know, it was the reverse, but he's different level smart. So yeah, thankfully I didn't have to compete with him because he would have outsold me. I'm glad he's on the team. So 16, I put pay off debts, and I put specific debts. So I owed 21 grand on my truck, 20 grand on a car, 10 grand on student loans, and I had 20 grand in credit card debt that I wanted to pay. Put buy a new home again. It's the third year in a row I had that, and I hadn't yet done. I did it this year. This is the year I bought the house I talked about earlier. I put make over 500 grand, team to 3 million, help 20 new agents get to 20 grand a month, and then more personal development. And then, I don't know where 17 is, but 18, I put $15 million agency, help develop and mentor 4 direct 140, like 140s, I don't know if the top comp, like help 4 people get to the top level, build 4 VPs, add a secondary cash flow source, which became real estate for me. I've made good money in real estate. Help 2 more people get to $1 million plus income. Mentor 20 agents to over 250 grand. No debt. Pay off my house before 2020. Pay cars in my pool off in 2018. And then help more people discover their gifts. And I've done all those too. And it started with an exercise like this. You know what I mean? So it's like I'm always thinking about things like that. What I love goals because it's something tangible. The thing I like to add is kind of the rest of the exercise. It was like, all right, what do we need to do now to hit these goals? Right? Because they sound great, but now like, what do we have to do? Right? So maybe you know them today after some of the conversations today. Maybe you got to think on it more later on. If you have some ideas, I'm sure some things have crossed your mind like, shit, I got to add this. I got to do this. And for me, it was like the 120 appointments a month. First one in the office. And again, up here, I put 250K, house, private school, lose 40 pounds. Those are just a few, but obviously I just read the real ones. I had to start working out, right? I had to start recruiting every week with some of the things I had to do. Etc. I had to be on an auto lead plan to hit a lot of these goals, make sure it was automatic. Like, those are some of the things I had to add to my world. Right, so when you can, but I think it's super important to not only look at what the goals I have, because for me, without physical actions behind them, they're just kind of like, I hope like shit they come. Where me, I'm gonna fucking chase them. I'm putting things in place to accomplish these things. Does that make sense? So now we got to go, all right, what things do I need to add to my life to hit what I said I want to hit? Otherwise, it's just fucking words on a piece of paper. You know what I mean? There's no action behind most people's goals. So I'll let, and a couple of them are writing. If you want to hang tight, you can, or you want to write something great, I'll let them finish. Well, you already knew it too. It's all right. You still paying attention to it every day? What's that first word? It looks like it repeats itself over and over again.
More appointments, more.
Just says more and more and more. I'm all about do more.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
I literally I'll sit there and I'll be like, all right.
Yeah.
I do. I wear this every day. Like I don't take it off. So.
I live it every day. My kid, my Maddox makes fun of me a little bit, like, because he knows that's my style. Is like he's trying to learn golf right now. And he's frustrated because he doesn't hit it perfect and all these things. I'm like, dude, you need more reps, bro. You can't be mad. You don't have the reps yet. You know what I mean? He'll talk negative about himself. I suck. I'm like, dude, you can't talk to yourself that way. I'll tell yourself you're learning the game. Give yourself some patience. Like, I appreciate the anger in a sense because I want him to be upset and not be satisfied. But I'm like, I don't want him to get down on himself and talk negative about himself. And you know what I mean? I'm like, dude, we just got to do more reps, bro. We have to. So we We go out and we play a lot. And we, you know what I'm saying, with baseball, it's always about doing more things. And again, even in the business world, it's like, in the book is do more now and get better later. Meaning, who gives a shit about being good? Just go fucking do it. Like, who cares what you said out there? Just go do a bunch of it. You'll get better down the road. You're not going to be able to ask for referrals the way he does today. You're not. Go do a fuck ton of it. You'll get there. Because it wasn't that amazing. Like, it's good, but it's not that fucking amazing. You know what I mean? He just has it refined. Why? Because he's done it more. So it's natural. It flows. Phone script. Just do it more. Most people go like, I want to get better at it first. I'm like, fuck getting better at it right now. That comes with time. You know what I mean? And most people want to get so good at this thing before they invest in leads. They're like, I want to get really good at it. All right, well, invest in leads. You'll get really good at it. You know, and that's the whole concept of the book, is the things I put in place in my life, not only in insurance, but I do it in like I bought these 2 buildings, this one and the one next to me. My first real estate investment ever. I didn't know what the fuck I was doing, and I bought 2 in one day. And I'm like, I'll just figure it out. And now I've made like $2 million in the last 4 years on real estate. Just by buying a bunch of shit. You know, like, oh, that's how this works. Oh shit, let me sell this. Let me rent that. Let me move this property. You know, we've bought I think about 5 or 6 buildings now and a few different properties and sold some. And you know what I mean? It's like but I didn't know anything about real estate, really. I mean, I understood the general concept, but I was willing to take action. And if I mess up, fuck, worst case, I can sell it. You know what I mean? And that's the whole premise of the book is getting that point across and literally laying out in detail the steps that help me achieve. And I apply the same concept to everything in life. You know, like for me, I had to lose 40 pounds. What did I do? I was really simple. I lift something heavy and sweat every day. That's it. How much weight do you bring? I don't know. I don't track nothing. I don't write it down. I don't know how much weight I lift. I don't know what my workout is tomorrow. I'm just going to go to the gym and move. Now I'm getting better at stuff today because I've been doing it 4.5 years. But at the beginning, move something, sweat. That's it. You fucking do anything to sweat. You can run back and forth in this room for 30 minutes. You'll probably sweat. It's something, you know? And then I worry about all the details later. I didn't have to understand exercise science. I didn't have to understand how much protein. I didn't care about macros. I didn't care about any of that shit. I'm like, yo, let me just do more of it now. We'll tweak it later. You know? So, again, add some stuff. Do you have anything, y'all, a few of you? I want to know something. You said a couple and I cut you off. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, it's fine. More appointments, more donuts, more leads, more confidence, more time.
I like the more confidence one.
So then I counteracted it with a remove too.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Call $100 a day, present 15 people, and let's see, spend $7K monthly, focus on 9 hour a day talk time.
I love that one.
Yeah, work out every day, and present 15 people, and sell at least 10.
Okay.
You just have now.
Okay.
Make sure I set my appointment by leads consistently.
Yep.
And work out.
I love it. Okay. And the more specific you can get with it with time, like 9 hours talk time. I'm a fan. 120 appointments. Like, if you can give yourself like real targets, because again, if you're too vague, you can convince yourself you hit something. You know what I'm saying? So the more specific I can go, I have to add 11 appointments a day, 11 days a month, Tuesdays and Wednesdays. You know what I mean? Like the more detailed you can get here, the better this exercise. Again, you can work on it at night as you go, whatever. But the more specific we can get, the better it is to not let yourself off the hook. You know what I'm saying? You got any? What do you got?
I just put in here that for telesale to be successful, I need 10 appointments daily.
Yep.
And to do that, I need to make more phone calls to set those appointments. I also put here, based on what I know I need, but you just brought it to my face. I also need to lose 40 pounds. I'm looking at myself, I'm looking at you, I'm like, you know, I gotta start working out.
Hey, Brent, that's the next section. That's remove.
Yeah. Remove belly fat. Remove cookies.
Yeah, remove. So I gotta start doing that, and in order to do up early. That's very important. You mentioned it at the beginning.
Yeah.
Getting up early so that you can gain more for the day.
Yeah.
Most of us, we started doing it before and then we
Yeah.
get lazy. But if you get back to that, you can accomplish your workouts, you can accomplish your phone calls, and you can accomplish other things you have in the day.
Yeah.
And the more that you can give out, the more relaxed and more rewarding you're gonna be in the evening time. when you
Yeah.
relax.
It's like, you know what I find
Nobody's
too?
gonna work out for me, no matter how much money you have.
Even,
I'm gonna pay out
hey,
to go do it for me.
I'll work out for you. It just ain't gonna help you any. It'll just help me more. I got you, bro. I'm trying to get abs now. That's my next goal. See if I can get abs before I'm 50. I haven't had them since I was 12. No. No, then all I had was ribs. I got a little bit. I got a little baby once. No. All right. So again, as last exercise deep, it's like, and this for me, this became the most important piece for me. Is like, you can't add all this shit without taking stuff away. You know what I mean? So for me, it's like I had to take away sleep because I was sleeping a lot. And what I found too is like I would sleep a lot and I'm still damn tired. And I'm like, I'd rather be tired from sleeping less and working a bunch and accomplishing things, but an excitement tired versus like I just slept too much and I want to be a bum kind of tired. You know what I mean? I don't know if that happens to y'all. You sleep a lot and you're still fucking tired. It's really weird. So for me, I had to stop sleeping in. That was really bad. TV killed me. I mean, I was a junkie. I'd watch all kinds of dumb shit. Every reality show you could name, even all the ones my wife watched, fucking Real Housewives of Orange County. She used to watch that shit. She does watch that stuff still. I used to watch it with her. But all the Big Brothers and Amazing Races and what's the other one? What's that one on? Shit. It's been around forever. They're on like season 50. Survivor. I just watched a lot of that kind of stuff. Football in two ways. I watched it on TV, so it was kind of a double whammy. I watched every game ever. I had that thing on DirecTV, and I would watch, multiple games on TV at once. During parts of the year, football is on Thursdays. I'd watch Thursday night. Obviously, I watched whatever college was on the weekend, all day Sunday, all night Monday. And then I'd watch all the highlights in between for the games that I just watched in full. And I was just obsessed. I played fantasy football online, the little leagues, and then I used to play flag football on Sundays. Like competitively, I'd travel all over God's damn green earth playing flag football. And for me, I had to, those are the big things I had to get rid of. And then obviously for the food, I mean, that was easy. It was like what foods I eat. So I went through a stage where I did like intermittent fasting and I'd only eat 12 to 8. So I stopped eating after 8. I've kind of gotten back to that, especially as you get older, man. You start eating late, you feel like shit. Yeah. So I try to like get dinner in by like 7 if I can and be done. But like, I think we all have vices of some kind. You know what I mean? Alcohol. It's a big, I like to drink, but I've been through stages where I drink way too fucking much. You know what I mean? And you combine that with shitty food and watching TV and none of this stuff happens. So like these are the things I had to remove from my world. And I'm not perfect every day, but for that stage where I had to get out of a hole, I spent 2 years on point. And then I'd do things like 75 hard. Some of you have followed me for a while, have seen me do it. I've done that 3 times just to like, because I can't go like, if I go to dinner with my buddies or my family or my wife or go to the club and I'm going to have a fucking drink. And I enjoy having a drink. But if I'm on 75 hard, I'm like, yeah, I can't. I'm on a program. I'm weird. I have to like tie things together for me to hold myself accountable. And this was just one way to do it. And what I loved about this was like, whatever you're stop doing, if I have a drink or eat some cookies, I know I'm going against myself here. Does that make sense? If I sleep in, kids can't go to private school. You know what I mean? I start watching football too much, I ain't making 250 grand. I sit on the TV, Steph ain't getting a house. You And so this column, I don't know if it guilted myself into discipline or it was a reminder or a trigger, but I need that in my world. You know what I mean? And so I would relate the remove to the goals. So every time I did something, I don't think there's anyone here. You all know the shit you got to stop doing. I think everyone does. You know, we all have our shit. I think we all know it's hard to stop doing those things that we know we shouldn't do or don't want to do, and if you do, great. But I wonder if when you're doing them in the moment, do you allow yourself to just go, it's just one, it's just this, or do you really like go, it's affecting the future? You know what I mean? And for me, it was just an accountability method. So I not only looked at this every day, I like looking at this shit. So when I found myself doing it, I had to be like, yo, you said you want this. So now the question is, do you want to put your kids in private school? Or do you want to watch fucking TV? You know what I'm saying? And I had to make those choices every day. And that's what I love about this. So don't just write it down to write it down. You know what I mean? Like, put stuff down that you're willing to, like, fight yourself over. You know? A simple little exercise is what made all these goals come to fruition for me. And again, if you haven't figured it out, it happened fucking quick. You know? Relatively. I mean, it wasn't weeks, but within 2.5 years, I went from making 70 grand to fucking almost 2 million. I mean, that was pretty fucking quick. A lot happened in the middle. There was a lot of problems, a lot of issues, a lot of struggles, a lot of fucking hard days and tears and, you know what I mean? Like, there was a lot of shit in the middle. But looking back, I'm like, that's it? I'd have gone through that 10 times over, and 20 years earlier had I known that's all it took. You know, so it's like, use this exercise as some sort of discipline to yourself and adding consistency, you know, and then just look at it. And if you can't stick with it, my opinion is, and I got this from my mentor, Mike, it's like, your goals must not be big enough. They must not mean enough. If you can't stop doing the shit you know you need to stop, those things can't be that important. So you might want to find some more important stuff in life, you know? Because if you're not removing them, you're making that the important side, you know? So it's kind of reality check in a sense, you know? It's a really simple thing and something to look at every day and put action behind your desires in life, you know? And then, you know, somewhere buried in there is belief too. One, do you believe you are worth the things you say you want? Not everybody does. You know, I have a high belief level in myself. I have good people around me that believe in me. And I'm a really big believer that I can do whatever the hell else someone else can do. I just don't think someone else can do that much different stuff than I have the ability. I just don't. You know, I don't. And I feel that same way for myself. I don't believe y'all can't accomplish some of the shit I've accomplished. I don't think I've done anything that amazing except be intentional. You know, I've had a lot of help, but the help was intentional too. You know, going out and seeking help and coming to events and building relationships, and then they would tell me to do things like this, and I'd go out and do them, and then I'd give them feedback like, yo, I appreciate it, I did this, here's what helped, hey, thanks for that, I used this tip, it worked. And I would always kind of give credit and thanks to the people and gratitude towards the people that were helping me. And what I learned is with time, they just wanted to help me more from there. I was like, yeah, this kind of became easy because I could cheat. You know what I mean? Like in school, I get the answers from the smart girls and I got in trouble. Now I get the answers from the smart people and I'm like fucking a hero. Like, this is amazing. So, any questions on that? Pretty simple. I'm trying to think what else. Is there anything else I want to cover? Y'all have questions? I want to open it for y'all first. Any question about anything? Anything you wanted to learn today we didn't touch on? Anything I can help with specifically? It can be anything you want. I know I ain't that good that I touched on all of it. Hey, that's good.
Right? That's how I felt last month. I was like, dude.
Hey, Reese, can you grab me that water right there? Please?
For me, for someone new,
Yep.
what would be the basics that you need to start to get off the ground?
You need leads of some kind, whether you buy them or you go out and prospect.
Okay.
You need people to present to.
Right.
You have to present. This whole deal is about presenting to people. You know what I mean? So if you want to buy it, great. If you want to network it, great. You want to cold go at people, friends, family, circle, knock on doors, hold a sign out on the interstate. You have to prospect. You have to prospect all day, every day at the beginning. So by far, that's the number one base, by far. And there has to be a lot of activity. If you want big goals, if you want mediocre shit, who cares? You know. But again, if we went, let's get ready for a marathon, well, you can't do it by running once a week.
Oh.
You know.
Worst thing.
Yeah.
That is the worst.
So it's like prospecting is where it's at, man. And other than that, I would keep it really simple. It's activity. You know. I could overcomplicate it, but to be honest, none of the other stuff really matters a ton. You know, should you learn product? Sure, but product doesn't mean shit if you don't prospect a bunch.
Right.
So I don't care about that piece. I think you can get information on it pretty easy. Almost everything's fucking electronic now anyway, and you can't mess up hardly any application anymore. You know what I mean? They're relatively simple. Does that mean you shouldn't study them as you go and know all your products inside out in the next 90 days? I think you should. But I don't think you need to know them inside out this week, next week, or the week after. I don't think it fucking matters at all. You know, so I think continuing to look at this thing as a profession and that you're the professional in it and treat it as such. And understand, like, if you want to be a professional anything, football player, fucking movie star, dude, you're going to have to put in reps. You know what I mean? And you can't get to that elite level without making a lot of mistakes along the way. So I'd say probably that's the next step is being willing to make mistakes. So if you look at the sign and the concept of the book, the do more, I'll write it up here so you guys can see it easier. Y'all good with this? Yeah. So the whole concept of today and everything I teach, so I might spell something wrong and it's going to be sloppy because I'm a mess. So discipline is really simple. Like we've talked about that basically all day long. I mean, you have to have that shit. The PG version is ownership. John's version is own your shit. And that's all I mean there is like, do what you suck at, you suck at. You know what I mean? And whatever your disasters in life, they are. Like I'm a fucking shit show in a lot of ways. I cuss a lot. I don't have really good English. You know what I mean? Like I'm not the most empathetic person on planet Earth. I'm really direct. I frustrate people. You know what I mean? Like I am who I am. I've messed up marriages and kids and parenting and all kinds of stuff in life. But I mean well for people.
Right. I got you.
You know, I am who I am. So I've had to learn how to like accept it instead of blame. Huh?
When's your birthday?
March 28th. I'm an Aries, if you're into that thing. Yeah. So we are what we are. You know, but imagine, I'm saying that now, imagine if I could show y'all what it was 10 years ago, how bad it was, relative. You know what I mean? But if I didn't own that, I couldn't have ever worked on me. Does that make sense? Everything else was always someone else's fucking fault. Why wasn't I successful? Because my boss was an asshole, the leads sucked, the weather was bad. It was all the stuff. You know what I mean? So I had to look at it and go like, it's me. Everything I have that's wrong is on me. You know? Mistakes. All right? So I think, one, being willing to make them. Most people aren't. Okay? So buckle the fuck up. You better make some. You better make a lot of them. Like I don't know anything in life we're good at that we haven't messed up. Like no one's ever given me one. They're like, I'm amazing here and I never made a mistake. I don't know that. And I certainly don't teach that. And if I change the dynamic, like I did earlier with the casino and the leads, it's like, imagine Maddox at 12 learning baseball, and he doesn't want to play baseball till he's perfect at it. I'm like, correct. What's he going to do? Way more often than not in baseball. He's going to mess up. He's going to make mistakes. He's going to miss ground balls. He's going to miss pop flies. He's going to miss a sign. He's going to strike out. He's going to mess up a lot. And he gets really down on himself. And I'm like, it's this weird balance of like, yo, I'm excited you're down on yourself because you're not satisfied, but I'm pissed that you still expect the mistakes to go away. They're not going away. We just got to work with them and refine them, right? So it's like, be willing to make them. Own that you made the fucking mistake. Stop blaming everyone else for everything. You just got to cut it out. And even if someone does mess up, I do it with them all the time. I'm like, yo, what part did we play? Meaning, even if you did do something incorrect,
Right.
you phone script, you fucked it up, you didn't study your product, I'm like, what did I do wrong that allowed you to think that that was okay? Or to miss that, or not have clarity on that? Where did I mess that relationship up, that conversation up? I just always want to know, what part can we own? You know, I think then of the mistake part, getting advice and feedback from someone who knows better, that's fucking tough for people. You own you made the mistake, you sure as shit shouldn't be the one correcting it. You're the one that fucked it up. Like, don't take your own advice. You know what I mean? You wouldn't have made the mistake if you knew how to do it. Correct. So seek counsel from someone who knows better, and then implement the shit they tell you to implement. Most people won't ask, and they sure as hell won't implement it. And most things that are told from someone further along to implement is typically uncomfortable. You know? So it's like, all right, implement the stuff. And if you do all 4 pieces of those, mistakes are insanely valuable and powerful. You don't know how much shit we do here. I'm like, fuck it, put it out. Who cares? It's not ready. I don't care. Let's go. Our website's a fucking mess. I put it out. I don't care. The book has edits. It's like, now we want to fix them. But I'm okay going and fixing shit as we go. You know what I mean? It's like, it's all good. So this I don't know how to spell this one. Obsession? Is there a C in it? I don't know. No? Obsession? Did I spell it right? I sometimes mess that one up. I don't know. I think it's like the whole professional thing. You know? If you want to get really good at this thing, you have to be obsessed with your goals and your schedule and buying leads and working on your product knowledge and how to communicate with people. Like, you shouldn't expect to get, you're always talking about trying to make professional level money. Like, athletes, on average, if we remove the Patrick Mahomes and Tom Brady's of the world, these fuckers only make $300, $400, $500 grand a year. You know what I mean? Most people that are acting, and they don't make that much money. The big name guys make some jack, but most don't. You know, making 500 grand is like top 1% in the planet. So if you want to make that kind of money, I just think you have to have some kind of obsession towards what you're trying to achieve in life, and the goals and the actions and the everyday. You know, and if you're not on it every day, all good. I just think you have to adjust what you should expect out of it. You know what I mean? And I'm naturally a little bit of an obsessed type personality. It's just who I am. So if I start something, I'm a fucking gnaw on it shit till it's done, which is good and really bad in some ways. You know, like I can not eat a cookie, but if I eat one, I'm eating 12. I can not have a drink, but if I have one, I'm having like 7 lemon drops and just, you know what I'm saying? It's like, it has its good and its bad. But I think if you're obsessed, and these are all things, I love the idea of literally just doing more. But then I look at it and it means something to me, and I got to look back on my career and go, these are the things that I think I did that helped, you know? Resilient, I think it's resilience is the type terminology, resilience. And it's like, just getting through hard shit. You know what I mean? Like, we all got life. I'm not the best at it. I sit on things, I overthink things. I have a hard time letting things in the past go. But I follow some really resilient people in life. And I'm like, I want to be more like them. So when I go through quote unquote hard shit, I think comparison's a funny thing, but I tend to compare what I think hard to what I see other people going through. I'm like, yeah, that fucker has cancer, and you know what I mean? Like, this one got some crazy disease that they were born with. That I don't have. He's from Africa. I don't know a lot about it, but I've read enough to know lots of that. There's some stuff I would rather not live that way. You know what I mean? Like, relative to how some people have to look. I was watching this documentary. It's a true story. I don't know the year, but some kid Do you know the thing about the windmill?
Yeah.
With the water? You know that story? It was a really good documentary. And it was some part of Africa, I don't know where. But young kid in this village, they always had to hike X amount of miles to get water for the family. And if it didn't rain a certain amount, they couldn't grow their crops. Like the garden that they planted, they couldn't get any food out of it. And this young fucking kid, like, don't even think he was a teenager yet. He was like engineer, sciencey type minded kid. And he would study in their local library, which was like a disaster. I don't know how it was portrayed versus real life. You know what I mean? In the movie, they portrayed it like it was dirt floors and whatever. But he went and started studying stuff. And somehow he saw like it was something where a motor generated energy. I don't remember what it was that caught him to do it. And then he found windmills, and he literally built a fucking windmill with scrap shit down there and attached a water pump to a hose. And he was telling us, he's like, I can make water, I can make it rain. And they were like, you're fucking lost your mind. There's no way you can do this. And his family like outed him for a while. And anyway, eventually he got to do it. They built this piece of shit, quite frankly, windmill. And he attached it to a water pump, they water, and it fucking started sprinkling their little garden with water. And they fed the whole village that way. And it was like, is insane when you look at that relative to the things we complain about. I'm like, yo, I've never had to complain about water. I've never had to complain about not having food. And I grew up on welfare. We always had food. You know what I mean? So like when I go through hard things, I try to go like, what do other people in the world have to deal with that I don't have to deal with at all? My hard is relative to what? Whatever I tell myself it is. You know, so I think being here, it's just getting through our perceived version of hard shit, you know?
You know, John, what you just said is so true. And the way I put it to myself, from my experience coming from Africa, is what makes me successful in America is going back to Africa, knowing where I come from.
Yeah.
But every few years, going back is like taking a sanity pill, a reality pill, a checks and balances. Because I go back and I see the reality of some area. Yeah, Vernon, there's a lot of developed areas too. And you can see the success coming, but you still see the downtrodden. See the village where you come from, where there is no running water. And I have to contend with providing electricity, clean water to my village. As or roads that people can walk on instead of stone roads, you know? And I have to contend with that. And then when I come back to America, I say, you know what? I'm blessed. I have to work harder. I have to work more.
100%.
Because the light is not going to go off.
Yeah.
The roads are good. I can drive on it. It's nothing that can stop you.
Yeah.
And sometimes I wish more Americans can see that vision.
Yeah.
Because they will change.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. I would love to see it in person. I've seen it in movies, and it's enough for me. You know what I mean? And just, I've been around some stuff.
It makes you a whole different person.
Yeah. And people live like that still to this day.
To this day. In fact, as a matter of fact, if you think about it, when Obama was 21 years old, he went back to Africa, went to Kenya. He was helping his grandma from the farm, bringing loads to the port where he's staying. And he went to the dad's grave where he was buried. It was after that visit, and he came back to America, and he decided to do more. Do more. Doesn't matter what, but be more, do more, and act more. And that's how he ended up being president of America.
Yeah. It's nuts. Yeah. So, again, hard shit ain't going away. So the better you can learn to deal with hard things, and again, give yourself grace. You can have bad days and shit like that. You know what I mean? We were laughing about it the other day. Some days I have a shitty day, and then like whatever. Amanda had a bad day the other. I'm like, well, as much as I wanted to like figure out how to get out, I'm like, you're allowed to have them. It is what it is. You know what I mean? But it's like, do you drag them out? That's the downside. So it's learning to just get through shit. You know. And then the last thing for me was expectations. And what I've learned here is like almost always when there's think about maybe something you're currently frustrated about in life. Work, career, business, family, whatever it is. It's almost exclusively because you expected something different than what happened. Does that make sense? So he may not, if he did something to make me mad, is it what he did or is it what I expected him to do? That was the problem. You know what I mean? And almost every time I'm like, it was my expectation of him is what really made me mad. Because if he did whatever he did and I didn't give a shit, it wouldn't make me mad. You know what I mean? So it's like, you got to be really careful, but it's a fine balance, because I don't want to not have expectations of people, because at the same time, when you come, you know what I mean? Like, I expect you to be respectful, I expect you to be coachable, I can have some level, but my own expectations of others, I have to be really careful of. You know, and I've learned from me, that's what messed me up a lot in life, is my expectation of leads, or my expectation of a client, or like what I believe should happen in advance. And I'm like, dude, I did that to myself, you know? So it's learning to be really careful of them. Let's see if I can remember the way Inky put it. I told him to put it in the book, Amanda. Make sure I didn't check on that one. Y'all know Inky Johnson? So if you follow Eric Thomas, you might know him or have seen him. You know he's local. Yeah, his kids go to the same school as my kids. He's at Mount Payne. He lives in like, I don't know if it's Vinings or somewhere relative, but his kids go to school right up the street. I got to meet him at an event.
Is that the school down the road?
Yeah, right down Stylesboro. Yeah. So his son plays baseball on the same team as Maddox, the middle school. He's on it. His son's on A team. Middle school has A and B team. So Pinky Jr. plays on the A team. Maddox plays on the B team. But every once in a while, he comes down and plays with us. So I've said hey to him a couple times. I like his story. He has a podcast that's really cool. So I follow him, and I try not to I'm just not that. But I say hey every once in a while. It's cool to see. But I love his stuff. So I followed him for a while. And he said something about expectations the other day. And I've always said, expectations is what causes frustration for me. He worded it in a way that I love. And in the book, I'm quoting him in it. It's on his Instagram, maybe 4 weeks ago. And it was like, he said, expectations is a premeditated way to create disappointment, I think is how he worded it. Premeditated is what I loved about it. I'm actually going to pull it up. I don't know if I worded it exactly right. But meaning you did it on purpose. You know what I mean? Like, expectations are funny. If it's premeditated, hold on, I'm going to pull it up. Let's see if I can find the one. Oh, do you have that link, Amanda, by chance? I know I sent it. Hold on. I know what his title says. Gratitude.
Because I've learned that no matter what about our problems, since our daughter,
I want to find this freaking thing.
Some down, right? People aspire as always when it says people are oftentimes the world is not changed by your.
Do you have that link, Amanda? Yeah. I put it in the it's in the notes in the document. I know exactly which one it is when I see the title. It's not that one. It was only a couple weeks ago. Hold on one sec. I'm moving too fast. Anybody else follow you? If not, you should follow his stuff. He has a cool podcast, Serendipity it's called. And he does it with this other guy on that he has. And they get kind of deep with stuff, which I like. It's the one where it starts out as oh, here it is. I got it.
Right? Trust them to be who they are. Right? A person, we're creatures of habit. A person will always revert back to who they are. Right? It's funny though, you just talked about expectations. I got it wrote down. Expectations, premeditated way to create disappointment.
Yeah, is that right?
Expectations, premeditated way to
You finna make me. I'm finna take this microphone.
Short little clip, but yeah, it's a clip from one episode of his podcast. So he goes a little deeper into the podcast. So when I heard it, I'm like, I like his wording of it. So we're gonna do a little quote of him in the book, and but For me, the original question, dude, of how to get started is kind of keeping it simple, but some combination of all this stuff is understanding it every day. You know what I mean? It's pretty universal principles. I didn't create any of them whatsoever. I just made them mean something to me because it was more about just doing more. Because I used to just be like, fuck, who cares? Do more of it. It was literally as simple as that. And then it just, with time, became deeper and it meant something to me. And I'm like, how do I articulate this in the best way possible to kind of teach the journey the best I can and share it with others? So when I think do more, it means more to me today than it ever has. And that's how I about accomplish anything in life I'm trying to accomplish. So I don't know if that answered your question, dude. Hopefully it helped. What else I got? Anything? Questions at all? You have to ask one or you can't leave.
So, I'm planning to run the 30-day focus,
Mm-hmm.
and basically, I have 18-hour a day, right?
Mm-hmm.
So my main focus is gonna be spending 12 hours working
Mm-hmm.
on the phone in between kind of working, I guess,
Mm-hmm.
admin. And so within that 12 hour, what would be, well, I'm using Chase, so that's gonna be like 8 or 9 hour.
Yeah, yep.
Call you up.
Yep.
What would be your suggestion wise if I'm working like straight like that? Is anything like eat healthy, or what some of the focused way I can do it? If I get distracted or whatever, you get what I'm saying?
To clarify I missed what you said before healthy.
Okay, so
I didn't know if you said eat healthy or,
eat healthy. Yeah.
is that what you said?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So is that the
Anything
question?
to help- yeah, anything to help with the focus wise, if during the day with eating healthy or something like that?
Yeah, I mean, for me, it was all of this. I think not only the eating healthy, but performing the way you want to perform is going to be a lot about prepping in advance. It's very easy to eat healthy when you prep healthy meals the day before, or Sundays and do it for the week, or order pre-made healthy meals, or, like there's a lot of options there. So I think the intentionality is what most people lose, is if you don't prep, you're just going to, what's quick? And we typically don't have quick and healthy available. You know what I mean? But that's also true in terms of doing business. You know what I mean? Do you have leads ready and organized the night before? Are you trying to be sloppy with it the day of? Is she prepping her door knocks before early, or is she getting up at 9 a.m. and doing them then and not getting on the road till 9:45? You know what I'm saying? Like in my deal, I had the shit ready the night before. I made sure my gas was full, and I would enter the GPS in the thing the night before. So I didn't even have to do that in the morning. Now I'm fortunate, like today's world, between Amanda and my wife, they prep everything for me all the time. So I don't get my clothes ready, I don't figure out lunch, I don't do any of that shit. So I can focus on the stuff I'm good at. You know what I mean? For the most part, I was with someone the other day, and he hired someone strictly to manage his schedule 90 days out. They schedule everything in his life. And he was explaining it to me. And I go, oh, that sounds freaking dope. I need something like that in my life. And my wife about punched me in the face. I'm like, what? She goes, you have me and Amanda. You don't do shit. And I'm like, I mean, you don't book everything. And I started to defend, you know what I mean? But early on I had to do a lot of that by myself. Steph did help early on with that's her, y'all ever read The 5 Love Languages, that book? Hers is what she gives is acts of service. That's what she does. So, she would make sure clothes are packed and ready, and I didn't pick this shit today. It was ironed and on the bed. You know what I mean? But even then it was that way, where meals would be ready, and just so if you don't have that with you, you're gonna have to do that stuff for yourself the night before. And I did my own version of things. You know what I mean? I would take care of, I don't know. If it were hey, don't forget it's trash night later, I'm gonna do the trash now. Why? Because I don't want to do it later. The mental energy I want gone. What I found the most draining when you delay things is the mental energy of it, because you typically don't stop thinking about it. You know what I mean? And I don't want the mental energy draining from me. I'd rather just do something and be done. Like even, I did it at lunch. I think I apologized twice to Amanda at lunch. I was like, hey, when we're done, can we go through some of the edits for the book? Because we're trying to finalize the last few things. And she's like, yeah. And then 3 minutes later, I pulled it up on her computer and I'm like, can we just do it now? Like, well, y'all were out there. I was sitting, I don't know if y'all saw me sitting on that. I was editing the book then.
Yep.
And I'm like, I wonder if she wants to punch me right now or she's just used to it. You know what I mean? I'm like, let's go now. I just want to do it now. Mostly the less I can think, the better. I like to act and perform, So prep early. Whatever it is you have to do tomorrow, you should have as much of it prepped today as possible. That way you can just take phone calls. You know what I mean? If you have to take notes, your notepad should be out. You should make sure you have pens. You should have highlighters. You should, whatever, I don't know what y'all do day to day anymore. It's different from, I haven't done the selling side in so long. So whatever details you need for the day, you prep 90+% of it, the day is going to go smoother. You know what I mean? And then I would be really, and I am still to this day about everything, very anal about your schedule within the day. So sure, do your day every day, whatever you got. But in my day, all my stuff's scheduled to the fucking minute. I know exactly what time I'm going to the gym. I know when I'm going to the doctor. I know when I'm coming in here. I know when I'm done with this. I know exactly my day is scheduled. Even the downtime. Like sometimes I'll just put on my calendar off, solely so no one can book anything. And I go I don't know what the fuck I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna be free for that 3 hours and do whatever the F I want. You know what I mean? But I'm a big from 8 to 12, I'm doing this. From 12 to 2, I'm doing this. From 12:30 to 12:40, I'm taking lunch. From this, I like a regimented schedule for me. Now, I'm also cool, when we go on trips and stuff, I'm like, let's plan nothing and just fucking wing it. But the trip is planned. You know what I mean? So I like both, but business, I like to go. And then if I have to schedule shit time, all right, during this hour, I'm doing dumb shit. Checking my email, doing admin work, whatever dumb shit I got to do. Let me do it here. Versus going all right, let me start here. Oh shit, carrier, I got to take this call. Oh, got to do this admin work. I don't want to bounce as much as possible. I like to knock stuff out, And if I can knock out a bunch of little stuff versus a big one, I'll knock a bunch of little stuff off a to-do list in a second just to get it out of my head. I'm a big list guy, to-do lists and checklists, and that's how I live by them. And other than that, dude, if you do that every day, I didn't do much else. You know what I mean? Prep, map it out, and then it's just executing. The executing was easy when I did all the other stuff. Make sense? You want to add something?
Are you married?
No.
Fiance.
Okay.
Oh, you have a fiance. You both live together?
Yeah.
Does she work?
Yeah, she will.
Okay, so the sooner you gonna introduce her into doing some of these things that John mentioned, working with you and building a harmony that will already grow both of you, the sooner you will have more time to see more clients.
Yeah.
So, in other words, she just had a second job now. Her second job is that she's an executive secretary to you.
Okay.
If you can do that and effect it and compensate her and training her, then you will double your production in 1 year.
Okay.
Yeah, if it works. Yeah, if it works. And then there's certain things, Steph did certain things to make my life easier and still does.
It does. Yeah.
But when we brought her in, for me, I brought her into business, I was like, you got to go home. You hear Amanda giggling? And if you're watching this on video, I love you still, sweetie. We make fun of her all the time. We'll be out with friends, and I'm like, I had to fire my wife from physically being in the office. That's not for us. But she does a lot. What you're saying, she does a lot of from home. You know what I mean, over there. But I have Amanda for that too. You know what I mean, for that role. So if it can work, it's powerful. There's a lot of people that do it, combos, that get a lot of really good things accomplished together. So it's the intentionality. I think that's what almost everybody's missing is intentionality throughout the day. I once had a coach. He's now a friend of mine, and he had me do my schedule for a week. As I went, he was like, take the next 7 days and every 15 minutes document what you did. And I was a wise ass, and I'm like, well, where do I document the documenting time? Like I was being a dick. I'm like, I'm spend all day fucking documenting. Well, you know what I mean? I'm like being a dick about it because I didn't want to do it. But I came all the way. I did the whole week. And at the end of it, he says to me, dude, it looks like you spend all day long fielding fly balls. I was like, what do you mean? He goes, picture where Maddox, they hit him fly ball. If I hit a fly ball to the outfield, what's he do? Yeah, and I hit another one, and then what's he do? Yeah, and I hit another one. And he's running all over the place like a fucking crazy man catching fly balls. He's like, that's what your life looks like. He's like, you're in defense all day long. Whatever people throw at you, you go get. And he's like, you got to cut that shit out and be on offense and schedule things. And so now I'm like, when people want to meet with me, I'm like, yo, I can do Tuesday at 12 or Thursday at 1. What about today? I'm fucking busy. I don't have today. You know what I mean? I'm just, everything's scheduled. So the best you can do that, you know what I mean, and be on offense with your schedule. It's since that day, I never looked at life or my schedule the same again. And it's just, it's not always perfect every day. You know what I mean? Shit always still comes up. But when it's not all day every day, it's not as emotionally draining. You know what I mean? So, anything, Prince?
No, I'm good.
Nothing?
Nothing.
Questions? No questions?
I ran out.
You ran out? You got anything? You sure? Okay. Biggest takeaway today? Get shit done.
Yeah, do more.
Okay. I like that one. How about you? You can't
I think-
steal hers.
I think the key is discipline. We can talk everything we can, but the key word is going to be discipline. We have to discipline ourselves to be able to even acknowledge and accept our mistakes in order for us to change it. Because if you don't agree with it and acknowledge that you made a mistake here, if you're not disciplined enough, then your expectations is wacky. You are making 2 calls and expecting to sell 10, to help 10 farmers. That's a wrong expectation.
Yeah.
So discipline will be the key. If we can discipline ourselves, then we can hold ourselves accountable and be able to produce more.
Yep. Love it.
Yeah,
you got? It's good.
For real. I mean, every single one of my removes is, I mean, time at home, fear, scarcity, bad mindset, laziness.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
What are you doing to help with it? Besides showing up here once a month?
I mean, I listen to
Daily.
I listen to books and podcasts.
You do?
Yeah, like first 2 hours of my morning, that's what I'm doing. And then
You ever read that book? It's like, I have it upstairs. It's like, You Are a Badass or something?
Yes.
You have?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Yeah,
Yeah, I've listened to it twice, and You're a Badass and Making Money twice as well.
cool. Dope. I like it.
Yeah, that's what I do every morning, is I listen to at least 2 hours worth of books. And then while I'm driving around, I'll listen to either podcast or YouTube or whatever I can.
It gets easier. I mean, I had to do it too. I mean, again, I'm pretty negative by default. And, you know, if I compare today to 10 years ago, it's a world different. And it just came from every day, 10 years, listening to positive people who kick me in the ass, that motivate me, that move me. You know what I mean? It's like, all right, got it. I got to work on me. What are you going to do? You know? What about you, bro?
Be more productive.
Okay.
One thing, when you said they don't pay you, they'll be more productive. I was like, you're right. They don't pay you.
I like it. It's good. What you got, bro? Biggest takeaway?
Owning your own mindset is basically take discipline yourself and ownership for whatever mistake you make. Don't blame nobody else. And try for mistake and go for a no. And be obsession with what you want to get. And set expectation.
I like it. Good stuff. Cool. We're doing, do you have it, is it on that resources thing, the schedule too for the next one or no? What's on there?
No, since we just changed it.
No, it's okay. So there's a little QR code with some, just links to some of my shit. If you wanted, have interest in any of it, it's there. I don't even know what all they put on there, to be honest, but I'm sure it's the book and podcast, and there's a bunch, whatever is in my world is available there. Yeah, I mean, you can see it. Yeah, you just scan it, it'll take you there. There's a resources page. Obviously, the book will be out in a month. There's a course some of it we went through today, a little bit more in detail, specific, whether y'all want it or have agents that could use it. If you give them that little code right there, Mastermind, would you give them 15% off? Yeah, you can do that. And then obviously we have some merch shit over there and online. If any of it appeals to you, great. I really bought it for myself because I like wearing merch, and I was always wearing other people's stuff, and I'm like, why don't I make my own shit? And so I would wear this guy's, I would always get me on an Instagram ad, and it would be like determined as fuck. And I always said, I like the stuff still. But after a while, I'm like, I could do this. Like, he does it, why can't I do it? So I went and figured out what brands I liked, and the hoodies. I'm like, if I'm having merch, it's gonna be comfortable shit. So it was really for me to have an excuse to have my own clothes. And we have a online Zoom once a month. It's free. You just get on. When's the next one?
The 16th, in 2 weeks.
June 16th. Thanks. I was thinking, what month are we in right now? June 16th. Is it at 2?
No.
Oh, is that the one we're moving to 10 a.m.?
Yes.
So June 16th, 10 a.m. Again, you just go to the website under events and register if you want to. I assume y'all are on an email list. If you're not, you can get on it there. And anything I do events-wise, we put out. But again, I do a Zoom once a month. And I think the next event here we decided, is it August 1st we're going to do? Amanda?
Yes.
Yeah, because we have 4th of July is coming up, and then I'm at 8%. Andy, y'all do the 8% stuff?
I listened to it.
Yeah. Yeah. Sam and I are good buddies. I'm going to his event. We're actually going to, he doesn't know this yet. I haven't actually told him yet, Amanda. But we're going to launch the book at his event. So I'm speaking on stage and I have 2 breakout sessions, and his stuff is good. There's always good people around. So that's in July in Missouri. And then,
Reese was correct, it's actually June 19th, it's July 16th.
what?
The Zoom.
June 19th. Sorry. Yeah. Again, go on the website. You can register for all of them.
Yeah.
Just literally click on events.
Do you have the password to go to FFL IUL Training University?
Amanda, can you figure that out? Is there a password for it? Sammy probably made it.
I went on there and I put it in.
We can get it for you. Yeah, just give her a few minutes.
I know they were changing everything to go through Gateway.
Okay.
Yeah, just find out how we can
It
get.
might be through Gateway now, but I
Yeah,
don't know.
yeah. Ask Sammy. She should know. She'll get you an answer. And if she doesn't get it in the next few minutes, just connect and give her your email or something, and she'll get it to you. Which honestly we probably have. Anything else y'all need from me? Amanda, anything else I need to? Reese, did I forget anything? Nothing? Cool. Well, I had fun. Hopefully y'all got some shit you can put in place. And like I told y'all last time, unless you do something different, don't come back.
I did the stuff different though.
I know, which I like. You're the only one from the last one that showed up.
I know.
So either I suck at this, or they didn't do anything different.
They didn't do anything.
I know which one it is.
I think it's the first part.
Yeah,
Yes.
I like you. I like you. So we won't see you next month.
Hopefully not.
You can come back. We'll give you more. You know, y'all ever get into agency building? We're gonna teach on that stuff at some.
Yeah.
I mean, it's what I do. You know,
You're talking about like the confidence. That's what my
Yeah.
agency is going to be. Team confidence.
I love that. Hell yeah.
Because every single day when my kids walk out the door, I'm like, bye, I love you, have a good day, walk with confidence.
That's a good one.
So for real, that's like my thing.
I love it.
So when are you building that the recruiting is next month?
The system?
Yeah.
Yeah, it'll be out. It's about done.
Talking about the CRM,
Yeah, when can you get that?
couple weeks.
Yeah. We'll post about it. It'll be out in a few weeks for everybody. We use it now. We've been using it for years. But we had to generalize it for public consumption. And I'll be honest, I didn't want to do the customer service side and manage shit. So I partnered with the agency CRM, and they're building it their team's going to manage all the servicing side, and it's all of our systems and automation and flow and process and stuff. I didn't.
So is it gonna be integrated into agents here?
Yeah, it's going to be an additional fee because it's totally separate product, but yes, it's in their system.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, their main system's focused on client
Yeah.
stuff, so this is going to be the recruiting side. And they have a little baby recruiting thing, but it's not, we built out like a fucking machine.
This your team, FFL?
Mine, yeah. I mean, we're a good part of FL. I mean, we're second largest, and Andrew's a little bit more volume. Basically, me, Andrew, Mark, Frankie are all the volume in FFL. There's four groups really make up all of it. So somewhere, most people are with one of us.
Yes.
But we've been here since the beginning.
Yes.
And that's kind of the way it happened. When the company was nothing, the company was smaller than this room when it started. So it's been a journey, And I know y'all can get there. Just putting things in place and sticking with them and holding yourself accountable. And if y'all want to connect with each other to help each other with that kind of stuff, cool. We have a little Facebook group online that. I don't love being in a Facebook group every day, but if it helps y'all, we have it under the Insurance Insiders. But I certainly recommend you be amongst like-minded people. When I ran, even still to this day, I always had people with me that had a similar mindset and goal that I would run with, and I always had a couple people above me that I was trying to chase and get mentorship from. And the people that I ran with, those have changed a lot over the years because I'd keep growing and some people would fall off. So every time I did something like this, I'd connect with new people and see if we could help each other, push each other, help each other be accountable. And then if they didn't keep up, not in a mean way, but I just found other people that wanted to get to that next level, So certainly recommend a lot of y'all in a lot of the same spots. So if it makes sense to help each other, it could be a good thing. If you're like, he's an asshole, I don't want to, that's cool too. But if y'all don't need anything, I'm good. And
By the way, I love the lunch. That's my favorite part.
your favorite part was the lunch. He became a funny man in the last 3 minutes. Hey, get that on video, bro.
I would come here next time for lunch.
Okay. Hey, last time some people showed up only for the lunch. And they stayed over there all day. I love y'all if you're watching, by the way.
Oh, yeah, the people that were just
Yeah.
over there in the corner.
Yeah.
I thought they were like video guys or something.
No.
No?
No, they showed up and they posted on social. We had a team lunch today, and I'm like, I bought that shit. And I love them all.
Right.
And I'll give them shit to their face and hopefully share this. But yeah, they weren't over here for 1 minute.
Yeah, I know.
They said hi to me, and then they went over there. Which I ain't mad at. I mean, they worked, but they did eat the lunch. So I'm glad you liked it. So
Appreciate it.
you're welcome. You're welcome. Thanks for coming. And if I can do anything, let me know. Appreciate it.